humanity at the crossroads, autonomous weapons systems and the challenge of regulation.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning, and I hope you enjoyed a pleasant evening in Vienna. Welcome to our panel today on human dignity and the ethics of algorithms. My name is Caroline Wörgata. I'm the head of unit for conventional weapons and disarmament-related aspects of new technologies in the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'm honored to chair this panel today together with my co-moderator, Jan Michael Gomez, Director, Peace and Security Office of United Nations and International Organizations in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. Yesterday, we had a kick-off session that introduced the key concerns about autonomous weapon systems from a security, legal, and ethical perspective that need to be addressed. We then went in more detail into the issues of IHL, human control, and accountability, and the two-tier approach to regulation. The high-level panel and the expert panels already highlighted human dignity, human rights, and ethics as critical for establishing rules and limits on autonomous weapon systems. Yet, they have not yet been so much in the focus, at least in some of the diplomatic discussions. We want to focus on them now, and we do this with a highly distinguished panel of experts, whom Jan will introduce in a moment. Before, just a reminder that our panel discussion will be followed by a Q&A that gives you as participants the chance to ask questions to our panelists. As for previous panel discussions, please use the QR code that is posted on the website of the conference that you can find also in the conference folders, or you can receive it from our secretariat desk in the front. And now I would like to hand over to Jan. The Philippines have taken a leadership role on the issue of autonomous weapon systems, including hosting a regional conference in Manila in December 2023. Before introducing the panelists, I would like to ask Jan to say a few words about the approach of the Philippines and why this topic is important to them. Jan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Caroline, and welcome to our panel. I just want to share briefly that when I was in university, I volunteered for basic military training. While we were being taught how to properly use a bayonet, our instructor asked us why we were not thrusting it hard enough to pierce the dummy. One of my classmates articulated what every one of us was thinking at the time. Sir, because we might kill someone. The instructor was furious. He shouted, well, this is the whole point of this training, for you to learn how to kill. My classmate looked back at him and said, well, yes, I understand, but what if I kill someone? I think this thinking is very much embedded in our psyche, that inherent concern about taking a human life. This principle of humanity and the belief in the dictates of our conscience are reflected in the most basic law of the Philippines, where, as a matter of state policy, we value the importance of human dignity and the sanctity of human life. During the Manila meeting on autonomous weapon systems, this very same concern surfaced: how machines lack the ability to understand the value of human life, the dehumanization of targets when individuals are reduced to data points and numbers, and the risk of discrimination in target selection due to biases in programming and criteria used by the systems. Concerns about the emotional and psychological detachment of operators from the consequences of their actions were also raised, as well as the gamification of warfare, where operating autonomous systems may resemble video games, blurring the line between the virtual and the real, desensitizing its operators. Finally, and I wish to highlight this, is the connection between our humanity and the environment and the ecosystem where we exist. It was measured during the Manila meeting that autonomous submarine warfare is relatively more desirable due to the low risk of human collateral damage underwater. But it was pointed out by representatives of many Pacific Island states that damage to the marine ecology is directly related to their livelihood. The environment where we live in is life itself. Let me stop there. And as Caroline said earlier, we have here with us a highly distinguished panel of experts which will unpack these issues on human dignity and the ethics of algorithms. I have the pleasure of introducing them in the order of speaking in the first round of presentations. Anya Kasperson, Director for Global Markets Development and Frontier Technologies, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Professor Amal El-Falah Sigruchni, Executive President of the International Center of Artificial Intelligence of Morocco, Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Peggy Hicks, Director of the Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures and Right to Development Division of the Office of the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. Dr. Neil Renich, a researcher at the Center for Military Studies, University of Copenhagen in Denmark. And last but not the least, Dr. Fan Yang, Assistant Professor of International Law, Law School of Xiamen University, China. And now I would like to ask Anya to open up the issues of ethical concerns around autonomous weapon systems and the role of human dignity and public conscience, and what significance they have when approaching the regulations of autonomous weapon systems.
Thank you so much. It's on, yes. So first of all, thank you to Austria. Thank you for the co-organizers for this opportunity to speak today. And as we explore the ethical implications of AI or autonomous intelligence systems, as in the IEEE context we call them, within the frameworks of modern warfare and societal governance, global governance, it is essential to recognize AI's transformative impact as a social technical system. We haven't spoken much about that this last, hours we've been together yesterday, about these systems being fundamentally social technical systems. The IEEE Standards Organization engages nearly 500,000 technology professionals worldwide, which is deeply involved in shaping the AI development on a day-to-day basis. It's not an organization as well known to many, but it's one that is deeply embedded into trying to create these societal frameworks for which these technologies are embedded into, and techniques are embedded into. And I would be remiss not to come with a caveat before I answer your question, which is that, of course, IEEE initiatives, we are a civilian organization, so our work extends beyond that of military applications. However, the principles that we champion, ethics, safety, security, are as crucial for military and defense technologies and applications. And these principles are embedded from the design phase and throughout the operational life cycle, ensuring that systems both adhere to both technical and social cultural standards. Yesterday, there was quite a few mentions of the Oppenheimer moment. Now, this Oppenheimer moment, and I won't go into the details, of course, refers to a very specific meeting between Oppenheimer and President Truman at the time. But what I would like to, it's just a quote from Oppenheimer, given that was referred to a few times. I would like to actually quote him on a speech that he gave some years later, reflecting on what happened, because he never expressed regret with what it was involved in, but he took responsibility for what he had done as a scientist. And he said, "It is not possible to be a scientist unless you believe that the knowledge of the world and the power which this gives is a thing which is of intrinsic value to humanity, and that you're using it to help in the spread of knowledge and are willing to take the consequences." This captures the profound responsibility accompanying technological power, the necessity of foresight, engaging in public discourse, and ethical engagement with what we create and the intentions that we set for it. AI's capacity to reshape every facet of our social technical systems, altering interactions, redistributing power, and challenging traditional ethics is profound. These systems are not mere tools, but agents of change that can exacerbate inequality and shift power dynamics, necessitating a rigorous ethical framework. Let me just touch on the issue of ethics for a second, because it applies to the technical spaces that I work with. The field of AI, particularly when used in critical societal public governance functions, such as law enforcement, military, and defense applications, challenges us to navigate deeply complex ethical terrains. I will mention three aspects that may not have been discussed in depth at this conference. First, the ethics of using AI are not merely about choosing the lesser evil. They involve intricate trade-offs where every choice, every human decision may create potential harms, underscoring the need for accountability. And I know Peggy and others will talk more about the accountability issue. Simply opting for what seems to be the better choice doesn't necessarily lead to more ethical outcomes and can sometimes result in greater harm. Ethics involve navigating lines of uncertainty to minimize harm. Navigate lines of uncertainty to minimize harm. I'm just repeating that. This highlights the importance of accountability. Merely selecting the better option doesn't necessarily lead us down a more ethical or moral path. Sometimes it may even create more harm. I, along with many others in this domain, am pushing for a new theory of ethics, one that grapples with inherent trade-offs and tension points that embedding these systems entails, and also the difficulties of unembedding them, advocating for a practical, ethical, by-design approach. And that's very much what we work with in the IEEE. The late Christopher Coker, a known war historian, reflects on the modernization of warfare, highlighting a critical dilemma. Does technology that distances us from the battlefield desensitize us to the ethical implications of war, transforming the participants into detached spectators? This raises essential questions about the role of AI in defense. Should we allow AI to make life and death decisions? And if so, how can we ensure these decisions are ethically sound? Now, this is a discussion that has been going on for quite some time. Some of us have been involved in this, for a long time as well. And it's interesting to see where we are at this stage and really reflect how we have sufficiently been able to embed these ethical considerations into our current discourse. In addressing these challenges, the role of IHL, International Humanitarian Law, of course, this was discussed in pretty much every one of the sessions yesterday, is central, but it's not all-encompassing. While IHL provides a legal framework aimed at limiting the effects of armed conflict, it alone is insufficient to prevent all harms. A system can be compliant with IHL and yet still result in outcomes that are ethically questionable. This highlights the need for robust ethical considerations that extend beyond legal compliance, emphasizing the prevention of harm and the promotion of human values and dignity. So just to end, what are some of the cross-domain technical insights so far that are important to consider in these deliberations, many of which, by the way, were considered some of you were involved in the CCW 2018 principles on these issues. And these are insights that that goes across all domains. So they're not specific for military and defense applications, but issues that we see appear in any embedment of autonomous intelligence system into critical infrastructure and other operations. The first one, verification concern, a sound conformity approach. We need a conformity approach also in discussions in the arms control space. We must ensure rigorous validation of AI systems to protect against the inaccuracies that can arise from biased and corrupted data. It is also crucial to cross-verify AI recommendations and technical and ethical maturity with multiple data sources and insights into the technical building of the system. Systems limitations, the unpredictability of complex AI systems with performance fluctuations, often inexplicable, especially to the human operator, even after extensive analysis, poses significant risks in operations where reliability is paramount. This also relates to issues of interoperability and also can you safely interrupt systems. Over-reliance on system, there's issues of automation bias and humans becoming too reliant on systems, stopping to invest in critical human skills in the process. Speed and scale conundrum. So while AI can accelerate operational tempo, it can also overlook critical safety aspects and create a different type of mission creep situation. And then my last point is that of human hubris and ethical engagement, that sometimes we can become too overconfident in how we engage with the systems and not put the necessarily and timely safeguards in place. So I'll leave it there and come back in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anya, for introducing the range of ethical considerations on autonomous weapon systems. Amal, from a digital ethics perspective, what are the rules and ethical standards in the civilian domain? And what does this mean for autonomous weapon systems, where it is about life and death decisions?
Okay, thank you very much for this panel and for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. So my answer is that the ethical issues in civilian era are very numerous, and we can transpose some of them to military era. So it's mainly about human rights and dignity. So maybe the most problematic issues are as we said yesterday, the dehumanization of the battlefield, the risks of algorithm errors, and the potential for conflict escalation in this domain. So AI programs, either in civilian or military eras, are based on cold logic. This means that they are not free from the bias and prejudices that are introduced by people that design these algorithms. And this comes to phases. I mean, the first one is when we design algorithms and collect data to work with. In the step of design, the algorithms can implement human cognition, which is with its bias that will be reproduced in and even amplified in this algorithm used in military situation. Also, there is a very well-known situation called algorithmic subordination. This means that human being will share authority with the machine or with the algorithm, and this led the human being to be somehow frustrated or stressed because he has no control on the algorithm and on the machines. So the subordination algorithm means that the algorithms or the machine will decide on behalf of the human being, while we know that only a very thin part of population is able to understand the algorithm and their output. In particular, in military situation, we have two features. The first one is virtuality. This means that the output of the action is not visible. There is no contact between the military and what happens on the operational theater, in fact. So there is this virtual aspect, and also velocity. Everything went very, very quickly and very fast, and this introduced more frustration and more maybe lack of awareness of what's going on the theater. And also the last point from the design phase is about data. We know that data suffers from bias of selection because you don't have maybe very well qualified data to deal with, and maybe data are not calibrated, etc. And also you have this something very known in informatics, in computer science, about the endogeneity of data. Your data may be obsolete, and you still work with obsolete data and take decision on the basis of obsolete data. And for some reasons, you can have also some omitted variables, rules, that, for example, oblige you to hide gender, to hide ethnicity, to hide many things, if you are compliant with some norms. And this maybe make the targeting, for example, like blind targeting. You have no idea on whom you are targeting and how. So the second phase, I was talking about design, but now in the deployment phase, it concerns how the EA programs will be used in weapons. And this deployment phase may, for example, something we don't talk about that much, but it can hide economic bias. Because in some situations we have noticed recently, there are some geopolitical criteria, and also we use some weapons just to empty the stocks, because these weapons will be maybe will become obsolete, or they are not very cheap, and we can use them anyway. It doesn't matter. And this is, for example, the situation of unguided bombs, because they are very cheaper than more sophisticated missiles, for example. And this has been used very hugely in last conflicts. Also, during the deployment phase, there is, we use machine learning algorithms. We have spoken a lot about this. They are qualified as black boxes, inexplicable, difficult to interpret, etc., or neither to certify. So we use them anyway. It doesn't matter also. And maybe the last thing, very important, is the question of alignment of values. Does the machine may have the same values than human being? Because the machine decide for us, and these machines have been maybe designed by people that don't share the same doctrine that us. But we have to use these machines anyway. So to summarize, I think that AI can treat human rights and dignity in many ways, and we can summarize this in manipulation and nudge. We have been also, we can notice some recently broadcasting, and here generative AI will play in the future a very, very strong role in this new warfare, because we use generative AI to generate songs, to generate screaming, to generate crying of babies. And this has been used in many theaters to, for example, if you broadcast screaming of babies, people go outside, and then the snipers can kill people because they are outside, they are in the street. And this has been really experimented. Now the operational theaters became like proof of concepts. We use this new way to use generative AI to show that it works. It really works on the ground. So you can buy our dogs. You can buy, you know, these drones on the form of dogs, etc. So this is something very new and very important. And generative AI will be one main actors in the future. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just two things,
yeah.
Please. The privacy and data protection. We know that today we can collect personal data in abusive way by using applications, even if these applications, like WhatsApp, for example, certify that your data are not violated, but they are violated. And this kind of non-protection of private data cause a lot of problems. And finally, the bias and discrimination is also very important, because now we can target people on the basis of some features like religion, ethnicity, etc. So all these ethical issues that were existing in civilian situation become very crucial and new weapons for welfare today.
Thank you very much, Amal, and thank you both speakers for laying out already several ethical concerns from a digital ageist perspective, from a tech perspective. I would now like to turn to Becky. Ethical considerations are also the foundation of international human rights law. The report by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Summary or Arbitrary Executions, Christoph Haynes, in 2013 to the Human Rights Council, was among the first to raise human rights and ethical concerns regarding autonomous weapon systems comprehensively. What does international human rights law say regarding the use of autonomous weapon systems, and particularly if they would profile, target, and apply force to people?
Thanks very much. Need the microphone. Thanks very much, Caroline. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks to Austria and the co-hosts for bringing us together, and thanks for asking about human rights. It's not as visible in these conversations as it needs to be. That probably isn't a surprising statement for somebody who works for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, but I'd really like to take this opportunity to impress upon this audience the helpfulness of the human rights framework in this complicated space. I've sat through the discussions and have heard many issues, many things raised where I think this framework is a useful tool, and let me give you a few reasons why we think so. First of all, of course, the scope of human rights law, it is applicable and complementary to international humanitarian law in conflict, but it's importantly applicable, of course, outside of a conflict setting as well. And one of the big concerns we have in this space is that while we're talking about technology for military use, we know that it is, and there's dual use technology and a strong likelihood of repurposing technology in law enforcement applications more generally. So it's really helpful to have a framework that can cross over that conflict boundary and be applicable across the issues that our societies are going to deal with in this space. The other point is that the human rights framework obviously and bolsters the ethics framework because it is a legally binding set of norms and standards. We look to ethics. As you said, ethics is infused in human rights, and they're very complementary in many senses. But the reality is that human rights has the advantage that it is a recognized universal framework. And we just celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And unlike ethics, it is legally binding. Every state in the world has recognized this framework and its applicability to its actions. So yes, it's available, it's usable, but how does it apply in this space? I think the basic principles underlying some of human rights law are incredibly vibrant and relevant to the conversations we've been having at this conference. So human rights law comes with extensive guidance around issues like transparency, accountability, participation, non-discrimination. Amal highlighted how central some of these issues around bias and data are. Human rights law has really looked at those issues in depth, and obviously around issues like redress for victims as part of accountability. Those concepts simply aren't as well developed across that broad range with the international humanitarian law. So at least to see it as sort of supplemental in that regard might be useful. We also, from a human rights law perspective, really look at the need to differentiate between different applications. You asked specifically about targeting weapons and profiling and applying force. I do think we need to look at these issues in a way that allows us to look at different use cases and apply the law specifically in those use cases, rather than the top-level approach, which I think doesn't lead to as meaningful results. One of the things that we want to emphasize, and I hope all of the participants will take with them, is the importance of meaningful participation in these conversations. That's a human right, but it's also something that allows for us to have more effective governance processes that allow us to address these complex issues. So we really want to see spaces like this one and others around the governance side have a multi-stakeholder approach that allows all actors to come in. Unfortunately, we do see these spaces too often dominated by some of the most powerful governments, the developed world, the big companies, in ways that perhaps doesn't give us as broad and necessary a perspective as we're looking for here. and one of the areas that will bring in, perhaps I'll come back to it later as I'm running out of time, but is around also the obligations of the private sector, where we have a well-developed framework there as well under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which focus not only on what companies are required to do, but what governments are obligated to do under human rights law vis-a-vis the responsibility of companies. So this whole area is part of why the Secretary General has so strongly called for states to launch negotiations around a new legally binding instrument to set clear prohibitions and restrictions on fully autonomous weapons, and to conclude those negotiations by 2026, as my colleagues from the UN have said. Obviously, we believe that it's essential to prohibit lethal weapons that function without human control or oversight, and which cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law, and to regulate all other types of autonomous weapons systems. And we're looking for all the different ways, and I'm sure we'll go into the detail of the types of limitations that are needed, but they go to how long they're used for, the types of targets they strike, and the scale of force used, and of course ensuring the ability of human supervision as well as timely intervention and deactivation. So looking forward to having a more detailed conversation on some of those points. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peggy. I would like to further unpack this area of fundamental ethical principles. And one of the fundamental ones is human dignity. I turn to Neil. Neil, you've written that violence caused by autonomous weapon systems incentivizes a moral devaluation of those targeted and erodes the moral agency of those who kill. Could you please expand on the ethical implications for both the potential victim, but also for the user?
Okay, thank you for the introduction and even more for the invitation. So the claim that autonomous weapons violate human dignity is a powerful objection to their development and use. But it's also an objection that needs to be substantiated, not just asserted. How exactly are autonomous weapons different from the range of other technologies that generated a similar ethical discomfort when they first emerged? A discomfort that eventually mostly went away. This is something I've been thinking about and writing about recently with my friend and co-author Elke Schwartz, who's in the audience. We morally scrutinize the system part of autonomous weapon systems and the fact that they're embedded within broader systems of violence, sometimes systems of violence. In the context of human dignity, one of the major concerns we should have with autonomous weapons is the intensely systematic nature of much of this violence. Autonomous weapons and the systematic killing they'll enable and accelerate are likely to pressure human dignity in two different ways. Firstly, by incentivizing a moral devaluation of the targeted. Extreme systematization either directly imposes or incentivizes the adoption of prefixed and very often overly broad targeting categories. Differences, including differences that might inform our moral judgment as to whether targeting is just or unjust, are reconfigured or simply erased. This crude and total objectification of humans leads very easily to a loss of essential restraints, so stripping away of basic rights and dignity from the targeted. And we can observe these effects by examining the history of systematic killing. And we can also get a sense of it today in the context of autonomous weapons, where the technology is conceived as a key element within broader systems of algorithmic killing. So that's the first aspect of the human dignity challenge as I see it, and I think it's been well covered in the debate already. But systematic violence also has the potential to erode the moral agency of those who kill. And this is another aspect of the human dignity challenge worth thinking about. And like the first aspect, history can help clarify what exactly can go wrong here. Within intensified systems of violence, humans are often disempowered or disempower themselves as moral agents. They lose or surrender their capacity to self-reflect, to exercise meaningful moral judgment on the battlefield. And within systems of algorithmic violence, we are likely to see those involved cede more and more of their judgment to the authority of algorithms, lose through processes of routinization both their capacity and their inclination to morally question such systems, and ultimately be dehumanized within these systems, just as those targeted are dehumanized. So at issue here is not an erasure of humanity. Autonomous weapons aren't going to bring an end to human involvement in war. What they will do, however, along with military AI more broadly, is rearrange and distort the human relationship with violence, potentially for the worse. So ultimately what I'm trying to do here is reiterate the importance of thinking creatively, because there's more than one way for things to go terribly wrong in war. So endless attention has been given to the human problems of war, the problems sourced in emotion or the passion of humans. Rage, terror, savage impulse, hate of the enemy, and exhilaration and joy in the suffering of the enemy. But we also need to consider the more dispassionately and systematically dispensed cruelties of the battlefield, colder modes of killing that are driven less by personal animus, less by emotion, and more by a logic-driven need to eliminate, wars of indifference. Within such systems, autonomous weapons will likely incentivize a moral devaluation of those targeted and erode the moral agency of those who kill. And both outcomes, I think, will further imperil essential restraints on the use of military force.
Thank you, Neil. I would, on this question, go further. Turn to Fan now. And Fan, I would like to ask you, can you tell us more about the risk and challenges of prejudicial profiles and algorithmic bias in the context of autonomous weapon systems from a human rights and ethical perspective, but also informed by your regional perspective?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Let me start by thanking and congratulating the Austrian government for convening this timely and important event. And this offers us multi-stakeholders a very important forum to synchronize our awareness on the issue of autonomous weapon system. And as for the question, yes, indeed, I believe there are serious risks of prejudicial profiles associated with the AWS. The reason is this, because by definition, AWS is featured by automated decision-making conducted by machines. And as is the case with any AI model, the development and application of automated decision-making depends on algorithm and data. And there's a place for bias in both of them. Just now, Professor Amal has already shed some light on this. In short, my opinion is that data bias could be introduced through poor selection of source data when it is one-sided rather than comprehensive, or through the data labeling process with distorted worldview, or sometimes even through deliberate data poisoning attacks. And on the other hand, algorithm bias is usually inherent with information compression. This is a process where algorithms are designed to take in data in the most economic manner possible so that they aggregate futile details into critical parameters. During this process, a lot of details will be discarded. Apart from these two types of bias inherent with the tactical process, we have, of course, on the bottom, the human bias, which could be passed along to the design and development of the AWS. So with all this in mind, I think it is only logical for us to deduce that, yes, AWS is possible to reach a biased, biased decision, in which, for example, certain groups of people or certain featured objects are more prone to unreasonable and unproportionate targeting. And this flies, I would say, directly in the face of fundamental rights and fundamental principles enshrined in both the international human rights law, such as the non-discrimination requirement. It also is in conflict with principles in international humanitarian law, such as distinction, precautions, and proportionality. And I would like to mention that I've seen some opposite viewpoints. They argue that the training of autonomous weapon system relies on specific category of so-called small data instead of big data, and that the development cycle of AWS is rather prolonged, during which a lot of reliability tests would be conducted to ensure the robustness and resilience and reliability of the system. My observation is that even there's some sort of objectiveness in these arguments, I would say that technically it's impossible to eradicate bias from the design and development of AWS. And more importantly, the bias would likely endure even if there is an element of human control in the final call, because psychologically the human commanders and operators tend to overtrust whatever option or decision recommended by the AWS. I mean, it's obviously very difficult to challenge an automated decision when you're under the impression that before the machine reaches into that decision, it has devoured tons of data which is processed by algorithms, a model beyond our fathom. So this is a very difficult to challenge. And next, to understand that the bias risk with AWS is a more significant and pressing concern, I suggest we compare it to bias in the commercial automated decision-making model. And through this comparison, at least 3 points will stand out. Firstly, bias of autonomous weapon system will very likely manifest itself in the form of human casualties. This is, of course, a much graver consequence than, say, just price discrimination generated by commercial AI. And secondly, the ethical and legal benchmarks for bias test in the case of AWS are, we have to admit, subject to different interpretations. So as a result, it may take quite a few tragic cases before we can identify the bias inherent in an AWS. And thirdly, biased AWS could exacerbate conflicts and tensions by further marginalizing certain groups or communities under discriminatory targeting. This could escalate violence and undermine efforts to achieve peaceful resolution of conflict. And here, an Asian perspective, a regional perspective on the bias risk inherent with the AWS could be a good reference to this last point, because the Asian perspective on this is probably most featured by the historical context and colonial legacies in that region. So many Asian countries have complex histories shaped by colonialism, imperialism, and also internal conflict. So biases in autonomous weapon system may be influenced by these historical injustices and also power dynamics. This could perpetuate inequalities and injustices that stem from these legacies. And addressing these biases, of course, requires a very nuanced understanding of historical context and the legacy of colonialism in the region, which I personally doubt could be well harnessed by the AWS. And if time permits, let me end with 2 quick thoughts on how to address the issue of bias in the AWS. So firstly, I want to say, although prejudice and bias are inherently built into the AWS, we could still endeavor to mitigate the bias risk by, for example, introducing specific obligations, legal obligations on the development of AWS, including possibly an obligation to conduct bias evaluation. And what's more important would be for us to ensure a practical and enforceable legal avenue, preferably within the framework of human rights law and also the law of state responsibility, to seek a redress for the harms inflicted by discriminated targeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Fan. Speaking of state responsibility and following on this, how have states regulated automated decisions that might harm people in civilian life, and what do we learn from this? Would anyone like to take this? Anya?
Should I? I think Peggy is better. Sorry.
so the question is about state regulation of this area. I mean, as Sven, I think, has documented, the reality is we have all sorts of surveys that were referred to yesterday that show the extent to which we do have bias, both within the data sets and in the application of algorithms in the space. And the reality is state regulation has not kept up to speed with those challenges. We have facial recognition, for example, deployed in global context in law enforcement without sufficient controls over those levels of bias and discrimination. So I think, we're moving into an area here in military use which is even more sensitive and with even, broader consequences than in a law enforcement scenario, without having a solid foundation of the type of cross-cutting principles and regulation that need to be there. Now, that doesn't mean we're not moving forward on that. Obviously, we're sitting in a context where the EU has now moved forward on its AI Act, and I was speaking with someone earlier today about the enthusiasm over moving into the next phase of that process, where we'll start doing human rights due diligence and we'll start looking at, how we can address these problems in a systematic way that gives us the confidence to be able to use some of these tools in the ways that they were designed to be used. But until we have that confidence, we have to make sure that tools cannot be deployed without the sufficient guardrails around these issues of bias and discrimination.
Thank you, but I'd just like to go back to Anya on if there are autonomous systems in civilians that might harm individuals. For example, autonomous cars. These systems might harm civilians. So are there any regulations on that point that maybe we can apply to those who are meant really to harm?
I think it's an excellent question because, that's the point I was trying to get across, that we're talking about fundamentally commercial technologies here. So it's changed a lot from how many are used to thinking about the military-industrial complex, where technologies and where systems and features were developed into context, as the professor from Morocco was saying, trained in the battlefield theater, trained with that in mind. That is less the case with the technologies and the systems and methodologies we're talking about now. They're trained for commercial purposes and then repurposed into a completely different environment. So the discussion, there's been discussions going on in the industry side for a long time about the fallibilities, the issues of immaturity, the issues of, are you deploying the right type of system to the right type of problem? Do you even have your problem right? Not every problem requires an AI solution. And for those problems that require an AI solution, AI is not one thing. And we tend to discuss it, a bit of a piecemeal manner, having this idea that AI is one thing and then you apply it to something. It's a vast, specter of different approaches in computational sciences to address a problem. So the issues that we face with, be that autonomous cars, be that autonomous, subwater vehicles, the way that we embed autonomous features into our day-to-day life and everything we do. There are problems with it because we're talking about technologies that are generally, immature. There's still a lot of questions being asked in terms of how do you do proper validation and verification? Do you have the right human skill sets involved in assessing these technologies? Where are we creating a system where we're becoming over-reliant on them? So it's not just, we had discussions yesterday about human oversight, human control, human in the loop, but the issue is more we're creating it in such a way, we're embedding it in such a way that we're creating a dependency in the way we're engaging with these technologies. Sometimes, I was writing some notes for myself, you have issues of over-reliance, over-promising, underperforming, immature system, and at the same time, we're under-investing in human skills and human processes to be able to interact with these systems properly. So I always say that if you're afraid of embedding something into the commercial domain and into your daily life, it will certainly not be better if you then deploy it into an imperfect environment, the military operating theater, as the professor was talking about. You also have another issue, with this, is that we tend to, narratives matter, how we talk about these technologies. And often the human lived experience gets reduced into numbers embedded into silicon, right? We have a very reductionist scientism approach to some of these issues. So how do you reflect the full experience of embedding this into any form of theater, be that in the commercial domain, in our lived lives, and especially in the operating theater, you know, that warfare represents? So yes, from the broad perspective, and this is, you know, was actually a conversation that happened in Geneva some years ago, was bringing in experience from the industry to the conversations that happen on autonomous weapon system, with the recognition that whatever happens in the industry domain across health, automotive, aviation, you know, maritime, the same issues, the same fallibilities will have to be grappled with once we talk about deploying this into defense and other national security or military applications or law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anja. We have unpacked quite a number of ethical considerations, and I would like to take them back to the question of human control of autonomous weapon systems, and really ask you what their implications are for human control. And I would also combine this with a question about, is there legal clarity to ensure that these ethical rules and principles are not violated when it comes to the use of autonomous weapon systems? And if not, what would need to be done? And I would like to pose the question to any of the panelists who would like to. I see Neil reacting. Neil,
maybe
please.
I'll have a go. So, I mean, I agree with the statement earlier that ethics infuses all of these legal discussions. And I think ultimately we want to bring the law in line with our ethics as much as feasible. So in that regard, we should understand ethics as a kind of engine that pushes our law, you know, ever forward towards more humane outcomes. And obviously there's kind of some more formalized concepts that articulate this, like the Martens Clause, which was raised yesterday afternoon, which, you know, sort of holds us to keep in mind the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. I will say, maybe this is my gloomy moment for the morning, I do think we sometimes overestimate the depth of outrage or potential outrage held by civilians over this technology. I think there absolutely is a clear discomfort held by many, but I also don't think it takes much to turn the dials to get that discomfort to go away. I think if you often ask the question, do you want militaries to use autonomous weapons, the immediate answer is no. And then you say, okay, what if it's the just party, you know, fighting an existential conflict against an aggressor? And they'll say, okay, maybe in that situation it's okay. You know, or if you say, what if it's, you know, what if the use is favored by commanders to mitigate combat casualties? They might say, okay, in that situation, maybe it's okay. So this isn't me saying we should throw our hands up and kind of leave the public behind and try to work this out without them. But I think it's just to clarify the importance of really working to clarify in a visceral way what's wrong with this stuff to general audiences. And I think often the case, that requires pushing back on some of the techno-hype. Like, this space is awash with technological exaggeration from people who stand to benefit financially from heavy investment in these technologies. And I think there's plenty of areas where there isn't some tension between moral expectations and military exigencies. In some case, it's morally problematic and the technology sucks. And I think that's something we need to, that's an opportunity there where we can really clarify what's wrong with this stuff in a whole range of ways and actually find some sort of allies within military spaces who don't want to be using janky technology that's iterating as they go on the battlefield. So I think that's incredibly important. And a super brief point, ethics and law is obviously heavily interrelated, but they're not the same thing. And I think that's good. I think it's critically important, the legal effort right now, to create some kind of binding regulation around this technology. I think it's very important to narrowly conceive of things in order to affect that positive change. But even if we meet every legal goal we have in relation to this technology, there'll be a gigantic ethical space that we still need to navigate. And I think it's important to keep ethics aside in that regard as something that's going to exist before the legal questions and it's going to exist after the legal questions.
Thank you, Neil. You touched upon the public conscience and the importance to also engage the public. I wanted to ask Amal if you have any thoughts from your work on this point.
In my work, I'm working on targeting mobile things. So on the screen, you can simulate data and play with density, with kinetics, with movement, etc. In the real life, things are more complicated because the data are not available. And something I would like to mention is that we are talking about AI, but to be able to target something, you need much more technologies, like connected object. And now we know that in military strategies, we combine air, soil, and space, and a lot of information, multi-domain. We call this multi-domain information. So to be able to have data, reliable data, to target or not target, you should combine many, many things, and you have control on nothing, in fact. Nothing is under control, nothing is certified. So you can decide to target somebody, but this somebody is going in some building. So you decide to target the building. You have no idea how many people are inside, etc., etc. So today, we take decisions, really blind decisions, in the sense that we don't have any idea on the consequences, what you are targeting and how. So I think morality is that, is it possible to continue using these weapons to target, for example, populations? The question is, we are looking for rules to make things more in some framework, legal framework or humanized framework. But the problem, in essence, has no sense. Warfare should not be this way. This is my comment.
Thank you, Amal. We will go back to the question of the targeting of human beings in a minute. I just have another comment by Anya first on the original question.
So yesterday, there were a couple of conversations talking about definitional clarity. You know, what is AI embedded into a weapon system? And of course, there are many different versions of this. I think it's more important actually to remind ourselves what AI is in the traditional understanding. That is systems that is designed to emulate tasks normally attributed to humans. You know, if you agree with me, like it's a very generic definition, which is of course no agreement on. And it's an interesting one because I think it was Jimena from the advisory board yesterday and some others was saying that these are fundamentally extensions of our own desires, of our own aspirations, of our own wishes, and you know, the dark side and the bright side. And you know, sometimes, you know, maybe we're all guilty of it up on this panel as well. We overlook the promise that these technologies hold. So there's a lot of promise, which is of course an extension of us and wanting to do good. And then there's the not so promising aspects of using these technologies, which is also reflections of our human intent. And I'm mentioning human intent because that's actually where it gets quite difficult. Because how do you translate intent computationally? And everyone who have a military background will know that the commander's intent in a mission command structure is one of the points of where that's an important point in any military planning process. But it's very difficult to translate intent into an algorithmic system. It might give you options, it might simulate, it might run many simulations. In fact, there's been tests being done on this that is almost impossible to translate a commander's intent because you need so many scenarios and simulations that becomes, you know, a very difficult exercise to do. But how do you trust the outcome of it? How do you engage with that without, you know, okay, I'll put it this way. So what systems do is that they correlate data. they don't provide a causality, but the way that we humans engage with it is as if it's providing us a causal inference of what have happened. And that's why I'm saying the underinvestment in the human skills. You need quite a sophisticated understanding of the systems to be able to interact with them properly. And that comes particularly down to when you're trying to then translate intent into something that is operational viable, that is reliable, and that actually allows you to operate within those ethical, difficult circumstances that where we are deploying these technologies. And Neil was also mentioning the automating of violence. And you mentioned generative AI, and that's of course a topic we haven't touched so much upon, but generative AI also allows us to automate violence, removing that clear chain of accountability. And there are laws, there are national laws that actually applies to all of these settings, but because we're viewing AI in such piecemeal manner, we haven't been able to fully exercise those laws into addressing those situations. And those that are particularly vulnerable in these situations is of course children, because many of these technologies are not designed with age appropriateness in mind, and women, because it is accentuating, replicating patterns that is picking up from data. So it's continuing a certain pattern of violation, of violating behavior. So this issue of intent, and these are extensions of systems that we, or thinking patterns that we already had in place, is an important one to reckon with, also when talking about how we deploy this in a warfare context.
Thank you, Anya. So I'd like to go into what we call in the Philippines like a rapid fire round. So sorry, we're talking about weapons, but please keep your answers short. And this is a question for all panelists. Would it be acceptable for weapons systems to identify people as targets based on certain characteristics? And would that imply machines making decisions that the law assumes will be made by people? Yeah.
No.
No.
No, I mean, the reality is, and I think it's come through all the questions and answers that we've had here, is that a targeting system that would allow that type of distinction to be made by machine as opposed to by human would have the consequences that Neil spoke so eloquently about for both with regards to the human dignity of the people engaged and the bias and discrimination in the systems that we've talked about, as well as the impacts on those responsible for the systems. And when it's not rapid fire, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the accountability systems around that as well.
Anyone else?
I fully agree, because I think that we are not able to guarantee anything in targeting. And in particular, we cannot guarantee that the environment will stay safe after targeting some target. So this means that we accept. And when we talk about algorithms and machine learning, we say, okay, we have 90% accuracy, it's okay. But in operational theater, if you lose 10%, means that you can lose many, many, many lives. So I think accepting targeting means that you accept this loss in human lives, and this is not acceptable.
Okay, thanks. I might have a different opinion here, because as a lawyer, I think it depends on how you play with the words in the question, and based on my understanding of the wording, my answer to your first question would be affirmative. In fact, I think we have relied on weapon systems to identify people as targets based on a very simple general instruction way before the era of autonomous weapon system. Just consider the automatic or at least semi-automatic targeting system of fire control radar, which is well capable to pick up and lock targets. And also military thermal camera is perhaps a more salient example here. It enhances the visual capability of combatants to screen potential targets out of the environment based on the heat emitted. So I think if we stick to the wording of the question, I would say I would offer an affirmative answer to the first question. But the second question is, I would say, is not strictly derived from the first one, and there is an important logical discrepancy here, namely allowing weapon systems to identify people as targets based on certain characteristics is not equal to allowing machines making decisions that are supposed to be made by people. Here we go back to the debate on human control, or keep human in the loop. My opinion is that so long as there is a built-in element of meaningful human control, and it is still the controlling human that the law holds as responsible for the decisions. Then the real practical question becomes, can we really build a communication link with enough broad bandwidth and low latency to ensure that human is kept in the loop in the deployment and use of AWS? I believe that is ultimately the question we should ask. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe I'll also go a bit kind of it depends-y. I think it's all going to be ethically fraught using characteristics to target humans by machines. But I do think there's a scope of challenge. On the kind of less problematic side, I could imagine a kind of maritime setting fought away from civilians with systems kind of co-located with the human operator who has a functional understanding of what's going on, and the characteristics would be something like uniformed enemy on the deck of an enemy ship. I find that less fraught. More fraught, I would consider like an urban setting, a number of ill-defined, contestable characteristics computed to form the category of targeted enemy. And here I think about just how much misery and unjust harm has been produced by the characteristic of military-age male, which you don't need to have autonomous weapons to have. That's existed for the last couple of decades. And then I worry about that characteristic of military-age male, for example, being hard-coded into an autonomous weapon. And I think that's the kind of moral challenges that should really discomfort us in these discussions more than others. And then as for the second part of the question, I'm not very comfortable talking as machines making decisions. I think ultimately it's always human decision-making processes. At issue is the quality of the human decision-making process, and the question is how morally divorced should we allow humans to become from a decision as consequential as ending another life.
Thank you. Do you want to comment, or just quick?
Yeah, just very quickly. So, the ill-defined characteristics. We're talking AI is a feature embedded with other technologies. So I'm not going to try to answer your question because it's a big loaded one, but it has to coexist and interoperate with many other technologies, sensory technologies. So the hardware side of things, the human operator side of things. So it's not just saying, can we code the right characteristics into the actual software? It has to be teamed up with all the other adjacent technologies that requires, that feeds into that decision or that the analytical side of the data in the system. So we see this with autonomous vehicles, for example. So any form of autonomous vehicles now being deployed, the biggest problems is maybe not just the computation side of it, but it's the hardware that it operates with and the other supporting technologies, for example, sensory technologies. So it's more complex than just saying that, can we code it in?
Thank you. Thank you for the wide range of answers. But we would now like to go to open for Q&A. Just a reminder, please use the QR code posted on the sidewalls and on the conference website to post a question to your panelists. Let's start with Fan. You mentioned data poisoning attacks relating to autonomous weapon systems. In your view, is this a legal or an ethical issue, or both?
This is a very good question, and I would say data poisoning attacks from an international legal point of view, I think it can be tried. Let's try to approach that way. For example, we can frame any potential data poisoning attacks sponsored or conducted by a state as a state operation with the intention to, influence the decision-making or development and deployment of the autonomous weapon system of an adversary state. So if we consider that as a state operation, then it will fall into the category of international legal evaluation. So here we have a few potential legal choices. For example, we could form a legal argument that this kind of state-sponsored operation could be reaching to the level of a unlawful use of force if there is an element of violence and reach to a legal threshold required by that legal rule. And of course, we have a more general framework of the law of state responsibility. And to hold the state responsible for this kind of behavior, we have to attribute to the data poisoning operation to that state. And we have also to offer a solid international legal obligation and claim that there is a violation of that obligation. So this would be a very concise answer from the international legal point of view. And from the ethical point of view, I believe also we can try to, unmoralize these sort of state-sponsored data poisoning attacks. So that would be my short answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question from the floor. Can autonomous weapon system be tested without endangering local populations while ensuring the testing environment is realistic to guarantee their safe use in armed conflict?
I think we can test them outside. I mean, in the desert without with a target-like plants or something like that. But in the real life, when you will deploy these weapons, the environment will change necessarily, and then what you test is very limited to the environment you tested with and in. So you cannot guarantee that your test will, it's like empirical verification, so you cannot really say that it will work in other environments.
Can I just add on there? I think that also goes to the issue around, what type of due diligence risk assessment are we going to put in place, and trying to create systems that actually, do reflect the real world. And I think Amal has pointed out how difficult that can be, and that in turn points the need to not only, look at the pre-deployment, but also, rigorous monitoring, auditing of how systems are being put in place and being used in the actual real-life results. Unfortunately, we do have, ongoing case studies in terms of how some of this is working today, and that brings us to the urgency of this conversation and the need to really move some of these issues forward, as has been discussed.
And if I may just add to it, I agree with what was being said, but the technology we're talking about, or the techniques we're talking about, is something that can be developed for one thing and then evolve. So the testing is not just on one specific use, but actually addressing how the testing environment needs to adapt also to the life cycle of the technology and where it's being embedded. So it would be quite different at the conceptual phase. It would be quite different once it's deployed into the theater. And for example, once you're looking at the data collection, you spoke about that, and also the decommissioning phase of it. So any testing, validation, verification approach, conformity approach needs to also entail that you need to look at the entirety of the life cycle of what is being developed and the various use cases. And we see this already, as said earlier, these are commercial technologies, many of them, and they can be developed for one specific setting, one specific purpose, then repurposed for something else. And then part of its coding, part of its inherent structure is to then adapt to new environments. That means that the initial tests may not be applicable to the repurposing that it may or may not then have been set up to do as part of the machine learning algorithm that allows it to evolve with the context and environment where it operates. So we have to be quite sophisticated in how we think about the validation verification. As a general comment, and we see this across all industries, we're not investing enough in validation and verification mechanisms. And standards is, of course, a very important part of that, that will help both guide issues on definitional, ontological issues, but also to provide very practical tools of how do you do this. And just one more thing, which is metrics of assessments. There is a danger that we're all going to develop our own assessment criteria. And that's not going to bring us anywhere close to having to do the confidence building that is so necessary in this space, that we actually looking at the same thing in the same way. We know this from other weapons technologies, over history, that when you have different metrics of assessment, you don't generate confidence. So that's an important part to take into this account as well.
Amal, you wanted to add to
just one comment. We think about the design of these systems and how and where we can be deployed. And I think we can agree in some specifications of the environment where we can deploy these weapons, because there is a difference between urban theaters and military theaters. If you are in warfare, everybody is using weapons, maybe it has some sense to use them. But in cities, in a street, where you have children, when you have kids, when you have women, when you have civilian people, maybe it should not be allowed to use this kind of weapons. So I think at the global level, maybe we can also think about where and how we can use these weapons.
Maybe a tiny comment, I couldn't resist staying out of it. I also think it's worth really interrogating the people sort of testing and presenting the kind of demos of how the future of war will look once we fully integrate autonomous weapon systems into it, because I think oftentimes they don't at all comport with the empirical reality of war, the messy and the murky complexities. And also, oftentimes they assume the adversary is this inert force that we just innovate and project violence at our discretion. Now, the enemy sort of adapts, and they're going to do a lot of things in response to the adaptations we do with artificial intelligence. And that's why I think it's incredibly important we focus on the targeting of individual humans. I think that's absolutely the most alert ethical challenge when it comes to autonomous weapons. But even the kind of quote-unquote easy cases, like using autonomous weapon systems to target big, clearly identifiable military objects like tanks and anti-air systems or whatever. You know, I've went to a military conference, and the way that's being discussed is that we're going to have this increasingly sensor-saturated battlefield, and hardening these things is going to be increasingly difficult. So, you know, one potential option will be to make them look more civilian, to kind of hide amongst the clutter. And you can imagine what that's going to incentivize in some cases. I heard an individual talking about making an anti-air system look like air condition units on top of an apartment building. And when I asked him, what does that mean for the people inside the apartment building? His answer was, do you want Ukraine to win or not? Which I would consider sort of insufficient ethical reflection on the potential consequences of what's being advocated. So I think it's important for us not just to look at the training data and our intentions and even the foreseeable outcomes of what we're doing, but also this is a dynamic. And the other side is going to do things in response to what we're doing, and we have to really have a kind of broad moral imagination when it comes to the things that can go wrong here.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, I think, for very well taking this back to the panel that we had yesterday, the IHL and the legal panel on regulations, so that speaks about the two-tier approach that would then identify, you know, where are the limits of, speaking here in the panel on ethics, of legal but also ethical principles being violated, and for regulation, how can that be done in a dynamic environment? And the more dynamic it is, the more civilians are part of this environment, the the higher I understand from this panel is the challenges that we are facing with the issues we are discussing. And we have just a little more time. I would like to take up one more question, and that would be one asking, machines commit errors, so do humans. From an ethical perspective, do you see a difference in the level of acceptance of human or machine errors? And I would like to maybe link that to the accountability question as well. Peggy.
That's what I was just going to do, just jump right on that. I think that ultimately is the issue. I mean, we obviously know, we talked about autonomous driving earlier, you know, we may have and do have in certain sectors technology that will make fewer errors than humans. But the issue goes to this question of meaningful human control, and it's linked to the accountability dilemma. And you know, the Christoph Heinz, who you referred to earlier as really one of the grandfathers of some of this discussion in a formative way, he said that if the nature of a weapon renders responsibility for its consequences impossible, its use should be considered unethical and unlawful as an abhorrent weapon. So in other words, unless, you know, we had a conversation yesterday where there was a conversation about separating the governance issue from the accountability issue. And I would posit that that's not possible for us to do. We cannot have governance without an understanding of accountability, which is essentially, in human rights law, the right to a remedy. We need to understand not just who makes more errors, but what it means when an error occurs. If it's something that should have been prevented, if it's something that is inherent to a system, and you know, what people are responsible, because we cannot hold the machine responsible. So that is, you know, it's not just what's possible in law, but in practice, the current special rapporteur has said, and we need to really challenge, look at the ways that these systems are going to challenge how we investigate, how we attribute killing to the responsible party. And we need, you know, fundamentally, we need answers to those questions. And again, is one of the reasons why we need to move forward to discussions on a legally binding instrument that will allow us to dig into these questions and put, you know, reasonable solutions on the table.
May I just add one comment?
Please,
Because
please.
you said fewer errors, but I would add to it fewer but different errors. Because we tend to, this is the human hubris aspect of it, we deploy so much of ourselves into the systems, but they are fundamentally something entirely different. So the results generated from them is not necessarily ones that we are familiar with. They don't replicate human reasoning in any way or form. So yes, these systems may hold the potential and the promise of having fewer, but they will be very different. And that's where the ethics becomes so important.
Thank you. Thank you for this very, okay.
Yeah, if I may, some last-minute thoughts, very concise. So yeah, so I was just reflecting also on the relationship between ethics and law, and on top of what Peggy just suggested, apart from a legally binding instrument, I'm thinking of some concrete measures we can already, you know, take as different multi-stakeholders are presenting here in this occasion. So for example, I'm thinking of human rights groups or NGOs, if they could more actively initiate judicial challenges against states' measures relating to AWS under the, you know, existing applicable human rights framework. I think that's already a direction that we should try, because we already see precedents in the field of, you know, human rights challenges, legal challenges related to surveillance and intelligence sharing measures conducted by states. And another thought is maybe at an appropriate timing, through an appropriate body, maybe we could ask the authoritative body of the UN, the ICJ, for advisory opinion on some of the key legal opinions regarding AWS. So those are two legal approaches that we could try, apart from, you know, trying to reach a new legal instrument. Thank you.
Thank you. I really hate to cut this very interactive discussion, but we ran out of time. If I just have one point to highlight in this discussion, my takeaway is that it is technically very, very difficult to guarantee a safe and ethical use of these weapons effectively in warfare. So why even use it?
Thank you, John. I would like to add also, I think this is a panel that has opened up many ethical considerations for our reflection. I also take away that AI is, well, social and technical systems inherently, and this has implications, including for autonomous weapon systems and use in battlefield. Human control is also an ethical imperative in light of data processing and issues of bias in algorithms, prejudice issues, and one of the fundamental ethical questions is that about humans ceding decisions over life and death to machines that we addressed. So the human dignity, and if no human dignity is being ensured, devaluation is dehumanization is a fundamental principle, and we need to take the human rights and these ethical considerations more into our deliberations about how to go about the regulation of autonomous weapon systems. And with this, I would like to ask you to give me a hand to thank our excellent panel for their contributions. So we will now go into the coffee break, and please be back in the room for our next panel at 11:30 sharp. Thank you very much.
please take your seats. Dear colleagues, welcome back. Welcome back to our last expert panel entitled How Dealing with Autonomous Weapon Systems Will Shape Future Human-Technology Relations. I'm joined here by my co-moderator and dear colleague, Ambassador Christian Guimere Fernandez, permanent representative of Costa Rica to the United Nations in Geneva. And he was, of course, the force behind the Belen meeting that took place last year. As was the case with the previous panels, we will have a Q&A session at the end of this panel. So please follow the link with the QR code that is posted at the sides of the rooms and that is also available to the conference on the conference homepage. So the aim of this panel is to focus on the wider questions of why action is necessary for society as a whole and the future of armed conflict. We will discuss also lessons learned from autonomy and AI in civil applications, and also the risk of an autonomy arms race, lowering the threshold of military confrontation, and proliferation to non-state armed groups and terrorists demonstrate the urgency to take action. And these issues complete the broader look at the autonomous weapons issue that we wanted to do here in Vienna at this conference, to discuss the legal, the ethical, the humanitarian, societal, and security challenges. And to help us unpack these complex issues, we have here a panel of outstanding experts, starting on my immediate left with Dr. Emilia Jaworski, Director of the Futures Program at the Future of Life Institute. Then Professor Kenneth Payne, Professor of Strategy at King's College London. Then Dr. Patricia Lewis, Research Director, International Security at Chatham House. Dr. Thompson Chengeta, Reader in Law, Liverpool John Moores University, and board member of the UN Secretary General's Advisory Board on these armament matters. And last but not least, Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, Robert and Marion Short Professor of Law and Professor of International Peace Studies, Kroc Institute at the University of Notre Dame. And I hand over to my colleague, Christian.
Thank you, Alexander, and I'm very pleased to be here. First of all, I want to thank Austria and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to gathering us here for this important issue, and also for the successful conference. Having been in the other side since yesterday, and now I'm here, the full is full. The room is full, and it's very nice. Alexander, 70 years ago, Costa Rica decided to abolish its army. It was a very, very courageous decision. It's not a model to export, but since then, my country has doubled its commitment to promoting the international law and multilateralism as an alternative to consolidate, first of all, our own security, but also to consolidating a solid and lasting peace in the global community. And Costa Rica actively fosters dialogue around peace and security. That is why we hosted last year in February the first regional meeting to discuss the humanitarian and social impact of autonomous weapons systems in challenges these weapons could pose to our region. And our region has a shared vocation to promote and safeguard the international peace and security. Therefore, it was normal that all the region, Latin American countries and the Caribbean countries, we gathered again for foster a dialogue regarding the need to prohibit and regulate the autonomous weapon system. The Belém communiqué accentuates the regional committed to protecting human dignity and compliance with international law, including international humanitarian law, but also international human rights law. That's why we perceive our region as recipients also of the autonomous system, because the armed transfer and organized crime are the pressing problem in Latin America. Into this current situation, we add significantly levels of complexity to the task of protecting the region's stability, all due to the availability of this system that were not created in our area. This is not saying that it's a north and south problem, no, but it's true that we are not producers of these systems. But let's move to our panelists, and we have asked them to address a specific guiding question for the first and short round of presentation of few minutes. I will start with Emilia, who will address what are the implications for civilian life societies of the autonomous weapons systems continue to be unregulated, taking decision over life and death. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I think we've heard a lot at this conference already around the proliferation risks of these systems, not only among states, but to non-state actors and to terrorist groups, and especially thinking towards types of autonomous, anti-personnel autonomous weapons that could target select groups of people and be used as weapons of genocide or even to do individual level assassinations. I think we can take an even broader lens on what the potential risks could be to civilian life. We could imagine a world where these weapon systems are taken up by civilian police forces and used to basically embark on a slippery slope towards AI-enabled authoritarian-style police states. We can imagine these weapons being used at border patrol. We can imagine in a world with a worsening climate crisis that these weapons are used to patrol vital natural resources like water reserves. And I think something that stuck with me from Jan Tallen's keynote yesterday was the idea that the endpoint of an arms race and anti-personnel autonomous weapons creates a world where it's no longer safe to go outside. That was something that I thought was really powerful. In my work, in addition to thinking about civilian risks, I also think a lot about potential benefits of AI. And I think there's a lot we can learn from the history of other dual-use technologies and how do you actually realize a positive future with a dual-use technology. So today, we could be living in a world that has unlimited clean energy to power our industrialized society had we fully realized the peaceful potential of nuclear power. But we don't live in that world, and that is in part because society's first encounter with nuclear technology was in the form of a nuclear weapon and then living for decades under fear of global nuclear war. On top of that, society then experienced nuclear accidents due to inadequate safety engineering. And sort of putting this all together, that not only stigmatized the technology, but then when you sort of go to govern in a landscape of fear and fallout, you end up over-regulating and ending up in a very highly stringent regulatory environment that effectively made safe, ubiquitous nuclear power impossible. And to this day, the physicists, the scientists behind that technology, they carry the weight that their field was used to create weapons, and then they did not realize the good applications. I think we can then turn to the story of biology, which chartered a very different course as a field. So very early on, that field drew red lines. They had the Biological Weapons Convention, and they took certain use cases off the table, like in human genetic engineering. And even without rigid definitions in the BWC or verification mechanisms, that created a very powerful norm. And that norm was forged at also a time of heightened geopolitical tensions during the Cold War. And by taking the weapons issue off of the table, that allowed biology to flourish. I'm very proud today, as a biologist by training, that my field is associated with new therapies for patients and innovations in agriculture and not with mass destruction. So as we turn to AI today, we have to consider there's immense humanitarian potential of this technology. This technology could accelerate every single one of the Sustainable Development Goals and unlock a really positive future for humanity. But to get there, that starts with drawing red lines. And prohibiting AI from killing human beings is what we need to do if we want to unlock that positive future with the technology. And the architects of this technology, the scientists behind it, they're in strong agreement with this. There was a survey done of AI scientists where 74% are opposed to autonomous weapons because they understand this. They want to see their technology used to help humanity and not to hurt it. So I think that's an important piece of the conversation as well, is not only considering the dire humanitarian and security consequences of having autonomous weapons, but also the fact that if we choose that path, we could lose out on all of the great stuff that AI has to offer.
Thank you, Emilia, to kick us off with this civilian life and social perspective, which is very important for us. Next, I will turn to Kenneth Payne. We have asked him to speak on what are the risks of a dehumanization of warfare in which killing is reduced to action on a screen. What does it mean for the future of armed conflict?
Thanks very much, and thanks for the invite to come and talk here in this stupendous room. It's, I think, the most extraordinary place I've had the pleasure of talking, so that's very exciting. Also, it's a sunny day, and those from the UK will know it's been raining continually for 8 months, and so it's nice to be somewhere sunny, and I feel optimistic as a result. My answer to the question, I'll give you my bottom line up front, which is that I'm not sure, and I'm a little uncertain. And I was quite frustrated when I got the question directed to me because I wasn't sure how to address it. But I think it's a useful contextual point for my own thinking about AI, and perhaps also for others. There's a lot of dogmatic certainty in opinions that are expressed, and I've heard a great deal of stridency here. And it's always good, I think, to keep in mind that some things are not settled, some things are hard to grasp and to get to, and certainly that's how I feel. I want to think a little bit critically with 3 factors and then give you a final thought to think about where I ended up. Firstly, I think the idea that autonomous weapons will make the world more dangerous because they'll make it like killing on a screen, dehumanizing conflict, has a rich tradition. You go back to S.L.A. Marshall or David Grossman in his book on killing. The idea is that as you increase what's called the killing distance, the distance away from, from the actual destruction, you make it psychologically easier to kill. And autonomous weapons are sometimes seen in that particular context. But I would say to that, it's not necessarily so. As we know in living memory, one of the largest genocides in human history was carried out with agricultural instruments at close range in 1994. So increasing the killing distance isn't the only factor in play. Conversely, in the Cuban Missile Crisis, even with high technology systems capable of killing at great range and at great scale, crisis was averted through a process of empathy and shared understanding between Khrushchev and Kennedy. So the argument that increasing the range or the technological sophistication in play necessarily results in it being easier to kill is, I think, problematic. A second argument here that's sometimes made is that in depopulating the battlefield of combatants, you make it easier for the sides with the autonomous weapons to consider the use of force. And again, here's something that sounds intuitively possible, but there's a big assumption here that the enemy doesn't necessarily get a vote. And the point from Clausewitz that came to my mind was that once war starts, you don't necessarily know how it's going to shape up. So you might start the war with that assumption and then find violence has revisited you in turn. There's also, I think, a connection, certainly in my part of the world, between technological innovation, liberalism, and I would venture a degree of risk aversion. Many of the societies that have developed these innovative precise weapons systems have done so in the context of a liberal aversion to risk for their own combatants, but also in more general terms in the context of war. So that's another factor in play. And then the final reason for my own skepticism in addressing this question is the concept of disproportionate killing, that autonomous weapons might somehow encourage sides to engage in greater violence than they would otherwise consider possible. And I think this has been much in popular discussion or in the news recently in the context of the Israel-Gaza conflict and the systems known as Lavender and Gideon, and the idea that in using autonomous targeting systems, you increase the number of civilians who are potentially killed. Again, something that's intuitively plausible, but for me anyway, slightly problematic if you scratch the surface. What happens, or what seems to have happened, is that the rules of engagement are set by humans, and the side setting those rules of engagement factors in a degree of civilian risk into its targeting assessments. That's a human decision, not a machine decision. What the machine does is allow an increase in the tempo of operations, and so the aggregate number of deaths is larger than it would be if the targeting was done by traditional methods. So again, keep in mind the perils of what scholars call technological determinism. Those risk parameters were set by humans, not by machines. And that's something I keep in mind. So it's worth thinking critically, I think, about that question. But I do want to end with a final point that I guess I would say causes me alarm when I'm thinking about autonomous weapons systems in this context. And it's this, it's again what Clausewitz would call the uncertain grammar of these weapon systems. We have, particularly in the context of escalation, we have a reasonably good idea of how humans think about risk and escalation when they're squaring off against other humans. We have a less clear idea of how machines think about risk and escalation when they're squaring off against other humans or against other machines in particular, or most realistically against human-machine teams. But what we do know from early experimental work in this area is that it looks a bit different, and that machines can escalate in ways that humans find surprising. And perhaps I think that, along with arms racing, is the greatest risk here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. And for sure, dehumanization of warfare can lower the threshold for conflict. This is a good segue to our next speaker. Welcome, Patricia. If you project to the future, what challenges of conflict escalation, arm races, and no proliferation do you see? Is attribution also as a challenge?
Thank you so much. And I'm going to riff a little bit off Ken, and I'm going to think a little bit historically. So in my analysis, I think we've had since 1945 two major transitions in the whole concept of war. One of those is the invention of weapons that could completely destroy our species, in which I will put nuclear weapons and biological weapons in that category. The other is lethal technologies that are, in which the perpetrator doesn't suffer immediate effect and are increasingly autonomous, where the autonomy is nonlinear and not fully understood in the moment, and the changing speed, the speed of decision-making is such that the human gets in the way, right? So that's really, this is the transition we're in at the moment. And we're calling them AWS or LAWS. They may get called something else in the future. And I would like to call them weapons without mercy, because I think this is where they are. They're weapons that, they do all the things that weapons could do, but they make decisions without the human factor. So I am reluctant, however, to give an untrammeled Orwellian version of the future, a dystopian future of arms races and perpetual war and autonomous weapons systems in all domains with humans under the control of the limits of machines. And the reason is, I think that humans are very reluctant at least in my experience of humans, to relinquish control anywhere. Right? We really hate it. It's one of the reasons why we all hate getting on an airplane or having someone else drive. Right? And history teaches us that we have suffered a lot of near misses, particularly when it comes to nuclear weapons. So we're already very concerned about this, which means we're turning our attention. And I think as we've seen, for example, with nuclear weapons, with biological weapons, with the use of force in counterterrorism, for example, with human cloning and so on, we are already turning to think about how we might regulate at the same time to keep the benefits of AI. And I turned to the November summit in Bletchley last year in the UK. And there was a long statement from 28 states plus the EU, I think, in which essentially what they affirm, and they use the word affirm, which is interesting, urgency and resolve to work together to ensure human-centric, trustworthy, responsible, safe AI through all existing international fora and all relevant initiatives. And to me, that was a really important statement. And I think that we need to recognize that the regulation part is here already. We've done this in cyber. It's been very difficult. We've done it in space. It remains very difficult. I'm very pleased, for example, this week that the UK introduced cyber safety limits on the Internet of Things, which is something I was working on about 10 years ago. Hey, it's a 10-year rule, I call it. It takes about 10 years. And I wanted to also address the threshold of conflict. I don't know if you want me to address that at this stage. So, I mean, I think that Ken's got a really good point. I think that there's a human cost associated with the use of any weapons. And if you look at these weapons as we imagine them to be, they're not there yet. But we imagine that the cost to the perpetrator in the moment would be low, and therefore it might lower the threshold of conflict. But I would say that the cost to those targeted is not clear to us that that would be a lower cost. And that has an impact, obviously, on the perpetrator in terms of how they wish to wage war, how they wish to be seen in the international community, but also blowback. It will come back to them, right? One way or the other. There's no cost-free war here. And it's a false idea that you might be able to send out a weapon and have a cost-free experience of war. It will come back. And I think that what we're not seeing in the world, though, and this fills me with great sorrow and makes me realize that we really do need to tackle this in a much wider way than we are. We're not seeing an appetite for casualties diminish. We're not seeing that anywhere. We're not seeing targeted assassination appetite diminish at all. And so what I'm seeing is that the human cost in calculations, either the perpetrator's own human cost or the ones that are being targeted, is not the major factor. And the death and injury of civilian and combatants is so horrific and so huge these days. So I don't know if these will be the major factors that countries will take into account.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And it's true that we cannot predict the future, of course, but the challenges that you outline need a broader approach, that's for sure, and also need a sense of urgency. Now, Thompson, welcome. These significant developments and challenges are right in front of our eyes. The implications will likely be global and significant, and thus important for all states all around the world. And yet, the conversations about autonomous weapon systems is dominated by voices from global north and countries that develop these technologies. This is a reality. But we know the countries where such new technologies are used first are often economically and politically fragile. Could you comment on global power dynamics as they pertains to this issue of autonomous weapon systems, please? And welcome again.
The slide, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for the question. Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in the following 4 minutes, please allow me to address you as a villager born in Shirugwe, Zimbabwe. That's where my ideas on some of these things perhaps are coming from. Now, forgive my eyes. I will not be able to be looking everyone in the eyes. My eyes are a bit poor sight now. It's a bit dark, so I'll be doing some shots in the dark, which is, of course, prohibited by international humanitarian law. Your Excellencies, I would want to start perhaps by a quote from one of my forefathers, a philosopher, Frantz Fanon, where he said, I, a man of color, want but one thing. May men never be instrumentalized. May they never be the subjugation of men by men, that is to say, of me by another. In relation to these kind of AI technologies in the military domain, Yadin Katz, in his book, Artificial Whiteness, the Politics and Ideology of Artificial Intelligence, makes it clear that it would be an error to approach these particular technologies as if they were neutral tools. They are not. They are gendered, they are racialized, they lie at the center, at the core of the desire of what Karl Marx would say, the desire of one class to dominate another. Now, I'll be dealing with 4 points, particularly to make this particular point. There is unfavorable power dynamics for the global south in terms of who is developing autonomous weapon systems and who is making money from this business of death. I dare say that if these technologies were actually being developed by global south states with a potential deployment in the global north, the conversation right now, Your Excellencies, would be different. As one would say, in my village, which I just mentioned, to some it may be Christmas, but for the chicken, when it sees knives being sharpened, it knows it's about to be turned into stew. The gospel of death. That pun is intended in memory of those who are already dying in Gaza, for example, at the instance of these technologies. The second point, where are autonomous weapon systems where will they be deployed and who will be disproportionately impacted? Again and again, I make this point to say, do we foresee these technologies being deployed more fully in the northern global north states, New York, London? Or when these issues are being developed, there is an enemy, a perceived enemy, in the heads of many. The third point, which I will then look at, is who is impacted. More often we say autonomous weapon systems, these robotic systems that once activated can make decisions as to who to target and who dies without human control. They will create an accountability gap and will ask the question, just as racial justice practitioners would say the name of the perpetrator, say the name of the victim. Accountability gap in relation to the rights of which people, or in violations of whose particular rights. My last point on this aspect is to say, when again we talk about the question of formulation of policy, setting of the agenda on autonomous weapon systems, who is on the table and whose voices carry weight and who gets listened to? Often we have had repeatedly, Your Excellencies, from states, that the UNGGE, the UNCCW is the appropriate forum within which we should be discussing these matters. For all the 10 years that I've been in that fora, whenever you try to emphasize the question, for example, of racial discrimination that is associated with this technology, you're told perhaps you are in the wrong forum, yet they emphasize it is the correct forum to discuss this. Who sets the agenda? Regardless of the challenges, which is my last point on this, regardless of these challenges that states from the global north or even small states may face in relation to this particular autonomous weapons system, I want to emphasize the shining light, the role and influence, the contribution of global South states in the formulation of international law as we know it today. In that regard, I would even highlight the book by one of my favorite professor called The Color Line, The Making of International Law, recently published, I think, in 2024, which articulates how some of the important human rights treaties, for example, 20 December 1965, the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, being the first major human rights treaty, was actually at the influence of global South states. We may have not voices that hard, but I would say to you, excellencies from the global South who are in the room, it is another time now to make that influence, and let's have a treaty on autonomous weapon systems which ban the use of force without human control. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thompson. Thank you for this clear and very strong message. And now I want to turn to Mary-Hélène O'Connell. The challenges related to autonomous weapon systems are very profound and broad. As we heard this morning and over the course of yesterday, humanity at the crossroads. What are our choices? What is the role of standard setting or norm setting on dynamics technological development such as the autonomous weapon systems in a world of geographical and geopolitical tensions? Please, welcome, Rielen.
Well, I feel privileged to follow Thompson, and I think our remarks will support each other. I'm going to just make 4 points in answer to the question. First will be on a legally binding instrument. Next will be on authentic international law. Then a dangerous political science ideology known as realism. And finally on the critical role of technologists. Many have mentioned that Oppenheimer might be the tying theme of our conference, but I'm going to suggest a different one to all of you. And that's the consensus around a legally binding instrument, which I'm going to call, as an old-fashioned international lawyer, a treaty. I've been struck from the beginning until this panel that there's real consensus and urgency for a treaty, and even what the content of that treaty is going to be. That treaty, the drafting of that treaty, is a golden opportunity to reconsider and recapture authentic international law in the war and peace area. We have global, common, fair, just law preventing war, protecting civilians in times of armed conflict, and it is being ignored. It is being overridden. It's being regularly misinterpreted by powerful military states. And I believe that they're doing it for one reason. They are heavily influenced by this mid-century, mid-20th century political idea of realism. The prohibition on force, on resort to armed conflict, is a peremptory norm that allows no derogation. The only time when a first use of force is ever lawful is when the UN Security Council authorizes it. This is the first principle of all international relations. It's the first principle of the United Nations Charter, codified in Article 2, Paragraph 4. Military states have been treating not Article 2.4 as the preliminary, the most important principle. They've been treating Article 51, the provision of the UN Charter on self-defense. And even then, they have been ignoring the plain terms of Article 51, which permits the use of force in self-defense to repel and halt an armed attack occurring. They've been further ignoring the principles, in addition to Article 51, of necessity, proportionality, and attribution in the lawful use of force in self-defense. The only state that is currently in the world conducting a lawful self-defense is Ukraine. But even Ukraine then has to be considering what are the ways, what is the lawful conduct rules for force. And the conduct rules, of course, are in detail in international humanitarian law. But most importantly are the 4 core principles: distinction, necessity, proportionality, and humanity. Under both of these sets of principles, Article 51, lawful self-defense, and the core principles of international humanitarian law, assassination is always unlawful. And yet we hear these major military states using this euphemism, targeted killing, for what is unlawful in all cases. In armed conflict, the one time when a state may intentionally use force, as Ukraine is against Russian forces, it uses force against individual soldiers or groups of soldiers based on what they're doing, on their conduct, not who they are, and certainly not for something they did in the past or for some skeptical idea of what they might do in the future. Yet this is what Israel's Lavender software program is facilitating. It is facilitating targeted killing, and the algorithm is determining the importance of individuals who are being targeted and coming up with comparative ratio numbers that up to 100 presumed civilians may be killed for every intended individual targeted by the Israelis. So how did states get to this point? How did they get to the point of interpreting fundamental law out of existence? In Theory of the Drone, Grégoire Chamayou argues that law has been reinterpreted, misinterpreted, so as to remove legal obstacles to using new military technology every time it comes along. But I see a deeper reason that leads to states wanting to have this technology in the first place, even technology that can never conform to these fundamental principles I've just mentioned. And that's the theory of realism. Leaders of major military states are dominated by this thin, unsubstantiated set of notions, such as the best defense is a good offense, and that piling up military assets and projecting military force through actual use, lawful or unlawful, it's always unlawful, it's a first use for these demonstration purposes, will somehow deter threats and attacks on the state acting preemptively. The results of realism in this set of ideas is clear. We have war everywhere, war dragging on for decades, lost wars, failed wars. We have plenty of evidence. We have plenty of civilian casualties. We have the absence of true security based in peace. So finally, we can counter this ideology of realism. We can go back to the ideology we had prior to realism. It's not that old a set of ideas. It's not that sophisticated a set of ideas. In the meantime, we need technologists to build the AI that offers true defense. We need more iron domes, and we do not need lavenders. A treaty can be the critical tool to teach technologists about what law and ethics really require of them. Amelia told us they're interested in this. They don't want to be on the wrong side of law and ethics, and a treaty can be a tool of education, a common treaty drafted by all of us. And my great hope is that that treaty will teach more than technologists, it will also teach the leaders of major military states.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Marilyn. Yes, as you mentioned, we have a golden opportunity, but also a platinum obligation. Thank you. I turn over to my friend Alex. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks also from my side to the panelists for the first round. We now wanted to deepen this a bit, go a bit further into some of those issues and discuss why action is necessary and especially, of course, what could be done and what should be done. I want to pick up the dehumanization point, and I think Kenneth made, I think, a valid point. There's lots that we don't really know yet, so it's a little bit projecting into the future. So we heard about the risk of dehumanization in armed conflict, but I wanted to ask, Emilia, you touched upon a few of these aspects, but if you could go a little bit further on how the risk of autonomous weapon systems may foster dehumanization, and that the erosion of human control and moral engagement in conflict and non-conflict violence, what that could look like. So you touched upon it, but if you could go a little bit more, and especially, of course, what could be done to address it. Emilia, please.
Thank you. I think you put it beautifully, Patricia, in weapons without mercy. I think that framing is one that's really powerful, because by removing sort of the human morality and human decision-making from the decision to take a life, we remove the humanity from that entire landscape. And so the dehumanizing consequences of that are immense, not only in the individual interaction of targeting someone, but also at the scale at which dehumanized killing can be done. So the essential property of AI is an ability to do a task at scale. And so when we think about these idea of small anti-personnel weapon systems that can be mass-produced, what you end up with is a ratio where a single human operator, whether that be someone in the military, whether that be a non-state actor, whether that be someone on border patrol, could activate an unlimited number of weapon systems. And so this is why we need really clear prohibitions, specifically on the anti-personnel point, because you're talking about seeding in the world an ability to do dehumanized killing at scale. And to your point on a treaty, when it comes to mass-produced weapons that are stockpiled, like small anti-personnel systems, this is exactly the kind of thing a treaty can be highly effective at preventing. And so something we hear a lot is like, oh, a treaty wouldn't work with an individual actor in their basement. That's not the scale of the problem here. The scale is mass production and stockpiling, and that's something that we have ample legal and historical precedent that treaties can be highly effective at doing.
Thanks a lot. I wanted to check if anybody from the panel wanted to react very briefly, maybe a sentence or two. If we're running behind, so I'm not insisting on that. Oh, Patricia, please.
I mean, so one of the things that intrigues me is where we put our energies, right? And where we're putting our energies at the moment in AI and control issues is in autonomous cars, right? And the issue of control and the legality of this. And we're really worried about the few people that a rogue autonomous car will kill. And yet, you know, this debate over autonomous weapons is not in the public domain, right, as much as it should be. It's obviously in governmental domain, and everyone here, thank you, is taking it very seriously. But we're putting, this is what humans do, right? We focus on an individual, and we don't think about the masses of individuals that we're killing. So
Thanks.
it's just a reflection, really.
Yeah. Thanks. I wanted to pick up Mary Ellen's point on the golden opportunity about norm setting future treaty. And of course, this is one action or set of actions that we could do to address this issue. And I hope the momentum is building that we will. But I wanted to ask you specifically if you think that the human role, that the protection of the human role in the use of autonomous weapons is a key part or the key part of ensuring rights-based, ethical and responsible AI and autonomous weapons specifically. And if that's the case, how should we do this in the context of using this golden opportunity.
Right, in the context of using a treaty, I want to say two things about the role of human beings in connection with autonomous weapons. First, we have to remember that there are humans in the design phase, and their involvement, their understanding, we really have to get over this vast ignorance that has been perpetrated since the end of the Cold War, this dumbing down of law so that people who once knew what the UN Charter held, what it really meant, it meant the words that are on the page, now are befuddled because they hear these long, strange arguments and see the results of killing that governments say is perfectly lawful. That is a huge effort of global education to come back to authentic law, respect for human rights that can only happen in peace. So designers, trainers, everyone involved with autonomous weapons have to be informed about what this ancient law built on fundamental moral norms and ethics really says. Then we've heard from several of the speakers in the last day and a half what the content of a treaty should be in terms of keeping a human conscience always vis-a-vis a person whose life is being taken in the one context in which it is lawful, the intentional killing in legally defined armed conflict hostilities. I recall that Cordelia Droga said that we should have two principles in this treaty, that a machine does not kill a human being. We do not turn the use of military force on the battlefield into the slaughter of animals in the slaughterhouse through mechanization without a human conscience. She also said that whatever mechanism is being used to carry out armed conflict killing, the results must be predictable. There must be the mechanism itself and what it's doing must be overseeable. And I would add, subject to cancellation. I've long thought that the campaign to stop killer robots and Noel Sharkey's particular list of what it means to have meaningful human control is the right definition that should be in this treaty.
Thanks a lot. Again, hot pursuit from anyone on this?
Well, I'll take on the question. I think that's a really good point from Mary Ellen about the responsibility of people who imagine, design, and then instrumentalize these sorts of systems, not just in defense, but in other areas of human activity as well, having a degree of moral responsibility for what they go on to do. And in the end, given the point that's been made about the scale and speed of autonomous decision-making and a lot of its military utility deriving from those two factors, it may be the case that that's where the bulk of moral responsibility has to lie. We've moved from talking about humans in the loop when I started thinking about these issues to on the loop. It's not sustainable in a world where we've imagined replicator and similar mass-scale systems like that for the human to remain even on the loop. We're moving to a world where the human is before the loop, and it's imperative that we design systems that can capture and understand our intention before the action starts.
Thanks a lot. Christian, I hand over back to you.
Thank you, Alex. I'm really interested on touch upon the risk of conflict escalation. And this is something that we link a lot with the autonomous weapon systems. And Patricia, you already touched upon this risk of conflict escalation, but how the employment of autonomous weapon systems could lower the threshold of military confrontation, how the military will download that, but also if it's the case, which is the ways to address that? Because we are looking for solutions also. Thank you.
So, I mean, one of the difficulties we've got is in the issue of predictability, because predictability is actually difficult even without these very complex systems. I mean, when we, for example, set off a ballistic missile, the predictability of where it will fall is probabilistic. And we're increasingly moving into a world where the calculations on which we depend will be probabilistic, particularly with artificial intelligence, complex systems, systems within systems, and also as we move into quantum technologies. It's not just about quantum computing, it's also about quantum communications, etc. So we have to get used to this concept of probability much better than we do in our decision making. And with that, a very high degree of uncertainty. So we have to, when we try to develop an international legal framework or an international legal agreement, we have to start looking at how to address this. And I've been thinking about what we could look at, and it's things like, you know, we could definitely test for bias, and we can address bias. There's lots of different ways. And one of the first things you have to understand is there's no bias-free system, right? And that includes the human brain, right? So human control will include a set of biased brains. That's part of our problem. And the machines will be biased as well. So let's try and get to grips with the bias. I think the other thing is to think about outcome-based restraints. How do we base the restraints of what we're trying to do on outcomes rather than on what's behind things? And that seems to me like a better thing. And then the other is to explore something that's worked with the nuclear and the bio, not as well as we might hope, perhaps, or well, no, I do hope. And that's on the taboo of use and the taboo of certain outcomes. And this leads into, I think, this sense of humanity. This leads into this really deep-rooted sense of ethics and our collective humanity as a species. And so this is where I would go. And I would like to just add, because I love to riff off people, but I think Mary Ellen's really got a point. We've got to look at the UN Charter again. We've got to look at how we prevent war in much wider context. I used to think that people who talked about this were delusioned. I have to say that. I thought it was a nice idea, but I have increasingly begun to understand that they have really got onto something, and there are ways in which we can do it. It's a direction of travel, sorry. It's really difficult to enforce, but if we don't go down that pathway, we're going down another one.
Thank you, Patricia, for your reflections. Yes, please.
If I could just jump in on Patricia's last comment, because she and I have been talking about this theory of deterrence, which is the underlying idea of security that for NATO. And it's just not very, it's wobbly at best, whereas these ancient norms that certainly the drafters of the UN Charter coming through the Second World War completely believed would end armed conflict. That has the test of time, that has strength, and we should not have let them go and I'm talking about the major military states. Look at the rest of the world that don't have these militaries. Look at Costa Rica, promoting, not finding it delusional at all to make commitments. And just one last thing, a lot of the work can be done in technology itself. We can neutralize a lot of the offensive capabilities. We're already doing this in cyber. This crazy idea that we could create something called a cyber weapon has come home to haunt us with so many cyber problems that now we're finally looking at cyber defense, security, and not messing around with it and making it unusable for everyone. That can happen with autonomous weapons as well.
Thank you very much. And as always...
May I just hop in on that one? I'm really sorry to abuse. Deterrence is certainly problematic and inherently uncertain, and we've come close, and I consider myself very lucky to be here. But I rather put my faith in deterrence than in the Kellogg-Briand Pact that attempted to outlaw war in the 1920s. I'm not sure that deterrence extends very well into the world of artificial intelligence, but perhaps that's one we can discuss in due course.
Thank you. And as always, the problem when you have a very interesting panel, the enemy is the time. And I'm so sorry to put a little bit of pressure on you. But first of all, I want to react on hope. Hope is what we need, and to keep a link to the UN Charter. And probably it's time to Article 26, no, Alex, on the UN. We used to work on that a long time ago. And now I want to move to Thompson. Would you like to add to this a key dimension of norms, or any norm setting is always enforcement and compliance? And some critics say that this is an unsurmountable challenge when it comes to autonomous weapon systems. And I want to ask you the question, how could one ensure that new rules on autonomous weapon systems can take into account future technological developments? How can a combination of rules, transparency, verification, and monitoring address the challenges of compliance or the challenge of proliferation?
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for the question. I think I hear perhaps I would want to react to two major issues in that question. The first one relating to how the new or proposed rules on autonomous weapon systems can take care of future technological advancements. I think I would want to start by saying that the norms that are going to inform the new treaty on autonomous weapon systems, norms that come from international law, international human rights law, international humanitarian law, are enduring and timeless. Very important. They are not subject to the changing of times. So I would rather actually phrase it by saying any future technological advancements need to align with those principles. The other way around of saying, how can those existing norms, as she was saying, try to accommodate potentially harmful technologies? The second point in terms of what is normally mentioned to say, well, compliance, enforcement issues, challenges, I agree. As they will say, a law that is not, enforceable, brutal for men, a harmless thunderbolt, I understand those challenges. Yet, I think I would want just maybe to mention here a good answer that was given by the African Group of States on Disarmament in their statement in 2018, I think it was in April, where they say we would rather contend with challenges of how to enforce that law than not having that law at all. So that's where I would want to end on that particular note.
Thank you very much. And yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I realized a couple of points that we asked and weren't addressed. So if I can just very briefly, because we're running out of time, one thing was to Patricia on the issue of attribution, that would be, or the challenges of attribution. And then Kenneth, maybe a couple of words on how do you see arms race dynamics and how that could be avoided. That would be, if I could
yes, please.
Please, maybe Patricia first.
Yeah, so attribution is tricky. If you want absolute certainty, there's a huge amount of work done on attribution in the cyber realm, which is, just the step behind the AI realm. And in fact, artificial intelligence is used in order to determine the pathways through for attribution in cyber attacks. There's a very good use of artificial intelligence capabilities. So I think that in the end, attribution is composed of a lot of things. One is trying to work out the pathways through, which can be disguised, but also, who had intent, who benefits, where things came from, a triangulation. The difficulty with a lot of these things is it can take a long time. So particularly if you're looking at defensive systems, that is a much smarter way to go, so that you're defending against a whole range of possible things, rather than using a retaliation as a form of deterrence. I just want to say something about the faith in deterrence that Ken mentioned. I think we may have put too many eggs in the deterrence basket throughout the world. And I would say that, there's a lot of fear at the moment about where things are going. And I think that fear is because that underneath it all, the faith in the ability to deter has been eroded. I just want to leave that out there for discussion, but we need to think about this really clearly.
We don't have time for this. It's a big discussion, unfortunately. Maybe Kenneth on the arms race.
Yeah, sure. It's a shame because it's a really interesting, interesting point. I personally believe we're in an AI arms race. I know it's a point that's sometimes debated, but it has some of the characteristics of a classic arms race for me. And I think some of the driving forces behind that are the degree of uncertainty about where AI is going, and the potential change in military power that is consequent on instrumentalizing that AI. I think those of you that are, or those of us, I should say, that are in favor of international regulation and perhaps even a prohibitive treaty on AI weapons have really got their work cut out because of this arms race dynamic. The nuclear analogy has been made, but there are some profound differences when it comes to AI. There's the feeling that a small qualitative difference in your algorithm can have a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. That's a strong incentive to keep innovating as hard as you can. There's the low signature of AI. It's really hard to tell what potential adversaries are up to, what their capabilities are, before you find yourself up against them on the battlefield. It's extremely easy to defect, or relatively easy to defect, from any treaty regime that you might come up with. And then there's the definitional issue of what it is that you might be hoping to prohibit with a treaty as well. And then the last point on this that's driving, and this is the nuclear comparison, that's driving this arms race dynamic, and this is a debatable point. I would characterize broadly thermonuclear weapons as a defensive weapons system because of the concept of mutually assured destruction. And I would characterize AI with its scale and speed as leaning more towards an offense-dominant technology. Offense-dominant technologies put you on a hair trigger because you're worried about the first mover advantage that a capable adversary will have. And that, to me, is the really challenging issue when it comes to arms racing.
Is an AI arms race an autonomous weapons arms race, or do we need to be a little bit more precise there?
I think it's broader than that because AI is a military technology more broadly than the final trigger puller of a weapons system, and more broadly in national security terms even than defense. But that's certainly part of it.
Mm-hmm. Before we move to the questions from the audience, there was one question we wanted to ask all of you, but because we over time, we would ask for very, very, very brief answers. So if we are approaching a moment where there is momentum for the regulation of autonomous weapon systems, we just wanted to ask you, how can we build on this and make this a reality? And what constituencies would be relevant from your perspective for addressing all the aspects to regulate autonomous weapons? We have broadened the discussion here, I think, with many different stakeholders, but really the question of constituencies and how can we build on that? Very brief answers, please, from all of you. Maybe starting with you, Emilia.
Thank you, and I think the point you made before was a great one on autonomous weapons versus AI. We need to remember that AI is not a monolith, and how AI is used in the military and decision support systems and command and control is a topic that warrants a lot of conversation, but I think systems that can engage and target human beings is a pretty discrete thing that we can handle on its own. And the challenge in AI in all domains, civilian and military, is how do we break this off into chunks that we can manage? And I think the prohibitions on targeting people is a very clear one. To the point you made of where do we go from here, I think we have everything that we need. If we all agree that we don't want to live in a world where algorithms decide to kill people, we have what we need to move forward and ensure that we do not live in that world. I think one specific constituency that's maybe worth speaking to in the room is this idea of where do European NATO states fall into this conversation. I think we do see a reluctance to engage or agree to rules that sort of the superpowers that be would not initially choose to engage with. And that effectively allows Russia to dictate the world order. We recognize that in all likelihood, some of the major superpowers like the US and Russia and China may not be the initial signatories of a treaty. And that's okay, because from a strategic perspective, that should be the price that we're willing to pay to safeguard our future. And points been made on the panel that defending yourself against these systems is a very different thing than actually having these systems. And we've seen this before with the landmine treaty, right? The US did not ratify that treaty yet in modified behavior. So I think step one is getting a treaty, and step two is having other countries align with that global norm.
Thank you. Kenneth? Please keep the answers as short as possible.
Yeah, I'll be really short. We have our work cut out, and I don't think there will be a global treaty, prohibitive treaty on lethal autonomous weapons, and I'd put skin in the game on that. There's too much in that escalation, in that arms race dynamic that I spoke about previously. So what do we have to do if we can't have the equivalent of a non-proliferation treaty for AI? I think we have to tend to our own garden and decide what AI we want in our neck of the woods, and for me, that's liberal Western Europe. And we have to decide how we relate to the technologies that we develop and instrumentalize. And actually, I think we have a good news story, because the values of Western liberal societies are the same values that have produced some of the innovation, some of the good things that AI will do for us. And so there's reason to be positive.
Thank you. Patricia?
I would start negotiations. I'm a great believer in just getting on with things. And I think that negotiations in themselves actually create an avenue for deepening understanding about where people's fears lie, where they might be able to go. And if I were to outline the key elements of a legal instrument, I would go for a normative one-re outcomes, a restraints on control, and then transparency on biases and the results from testing.
Thank you. Thompson, please.
Thank you very much, but my thanks also goes, to Austria and Ambassador for organizing this, very important meeting. Of course, I've not been asked to give a vote of thanks, but I thought I should say that. In terms of what next, I would say I think states really need to move urgently for negotiation of a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems. I see the co-panelists made out, for example, whether we can be able to do that, but my point there is to say the fact that a few states may not want to be part of that should not stop us from negotiating that legally binding instrument. As she was rightfully saying, once you have a treaty, it can be a teaching instrument itself, even for those who are not, who may not want to be part for it. So the fact that 2-3 states may not want it shouldn't be for the world, the international community, to say that is impossible, because it's not. Lastly, I would just want also to just urge particularly, excellencies from the global South states to particularly, especially make submissions to the UN Secretary General's call in the General Assembly on their views on that particular aspect, so that at least all constituencies are involved. And in terms of the other constituencies, which I think should also be included, intergovernmental human rights institutions, I think, especially across the globe, it is important to involve them on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen, please.
Global dynamics are changing. My students are galvanized by one state that took up a leadership position and is really charting the way forward, and that is South Africa, when it stood up at the International Court of Justice. South Africa explained what authentic international law really requires in situations of armed conflict and mass human rights atrocities. If South Africa and other countries equally committed, like Costa Rica, to the international rule of law, go to the General Assembly and begin the negotiation of this treaty, we will have a treaty. And the countries that don't sign up because they think they've got some kind of advantage in their technology are on the wrong side of history.
Thanks. Thompson made the point that we hope that many countries from the Global South will report to the Secretary General. That was also an answer to my question about which constituencies to reach out, but I had intended also more societal constituencies, but anyway, we don't really have a chance to go into that anymore because we want to use the time for posing a couple of questions from the audience to you. I have a question here from the Mexican delegation that goes as follows. Would you agree that failing to prohibit and regulate autonomous weapon systems could set a dangerous precedent insofar that humanity would be off-centered in its relations with technology? Who would like to take this? Emilia, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this. Or
you didn't. Okay, I try it again. Do we need to prohibit and regulate autonomous weapon systems because otherwise it would be a dangerous precedent that humanity would be off-centered in its relations to technology? Emilia, please.
Yeah, so we think about this a lot because in our DNA as an organization, we're not a disarmament organization, we're a technology organization. And when we think about AI as a technology, this is the most powerful technology humanity will ever develop. It's going to touch every aspect of our lives and every aspect of our society. And to Patricia's point, there's robust conversations about where do we draw lines with AI in civilian applications, be it self-driving cars, be it algorithmic bias in job hiring, and yet there's this conversation that's completely disconnected, which is, are we going to let AI decide to kill people? Right? And so if we as a global society want to ensure that our future with AI is a positive one and that we are unlocking all of that benefit and not realizing the downside, if we can't get this decision right, we're dooming all of those other decisions we have to make on the civilian side about what are acceptable and unacceptable uses of the technology. So to me, this is a very critical moment on the targeting of people.
Thank you.
Could I just jump in briefly on that point? And I'll just recall what Harold Coe said yesterday. This is what lawyers do. We take hard problems, we take the technological difficulties, and we turn them into legally binding instruments that set standards, educate, create, and support. They don't create. Norms come to us through our cultures, through our various philosophical and religious beliefs. Law operationalizes them and brings them to the common bond for all people, but that's what we do. And for those who think it's too hard a problem for lawyers to solve, that's not what our field shows in our great success. We have created some very, the Biological Weapons Convention, the Chemical Weapons Convention, we can do this.
Thanks a lot. I have here a question, I don't know by whom. The wars have increased the defense markets and the economy of some countries. Is not being involved in the AWS markets acceptable for these countries?
Can you say that again?
Sorry. Again, the wars have increased the defense markets and the economy of some countries. Is not being involved in the AWS markets acceptable for these countries? Is there an autonomous weapon system market? I'm just reading off what I'm getting here. Maybe that. Are we driven by technology according to which what can be done?
I'll have a go at that.
You have a go, please.
Yeah,
Patricia.
I'll have a go at that because I think what there is, I wouldn't call it an autonomous weapons market.
Not yet.
I'd call it an enterprise which is global and where innovation is occurring that introduces machine learning and the progress towards whatever we start to call artificial intelligence into weapon systems, just as we integrated cyber technologies into weapon systems. I just want to talk a little bit about our global enterprise because what we mustn't forget is that innovation is a human attribute, right? It's all humans innovate. It doesn't belong. Technologies get developed throughout the world. They get hacked. Look at what the Ukrainians have been doing with like quite basic weapon systems, right? Quite brilliantly. This is all over the world. It doesn't belong to a group. And to imagine that it would, it's a bit like export controls and so on. They'll delay a little bit, but they often lead to a false sense of security in which you imagine you're the ones with it and others don't have it, and that's always a mistake.
Thank you. Thompson, please.
Thank you. Just perhaps to reiterate, I think that was part of also my initial presentation when I say that the problem of this, which sometimes we refer to as the business of death, is that there are those who make profits from it and there are those who do the dying. The unfortunate thing is that if you look at where that market or the economies that improve with the production of those, particularly it's in the global north, whilst the global south are on the receiving end. And on that point, I always emphasize to say, if roles were reversed, would we be today even talking of the arms trade as a legitimate trade? I think that's where the problem starts. The legitimization of arms trade as if it's a legitimate trade, it's business. It's not. If we say that drugs are bad because they kill people and they're banned, why is the arms trade, which is core in many big nations' industries, why is that acceptable to humanity? Power. Who decides what humanity accepts and what is not acceptable? For me, that's the problem.
Thanks. Maybe an almost philosophical question to pose to you to the end that goes as follows. Are we being driven by technology according to which what can be done has become what should be done?
Well, why don't I start with answering that,
Yes,
because
please.
I'm rather the skunk
Thank
at the
you.
party on the panel in terms of the prospects for treaties and arms racing and so on. And so I want to finish on an optimistic note, which is to say that we have human agency, and it's humans that decide for good or ill on these things. And of course, in the Whitman quote, "I'm large, I contain multitudes," we have both good and ill. I think I always remind myself to steer clear of technologically determinist arguments where there's no human choice left and the outcome is inevitable. The issue is far too uncertain and complex for that to be the case. And so, yes, there is the prospect for a good outcome.
Thank you. Patricia, please.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, I originally trained as a physicist in nuclear physics, so what I see in our relationship with technology is that we do decide what technology we want to keep and what we don't. And I think we've seen many weapon systems, for example, that we've just discarded because they're no longer so very useful, or maybe they were too difficult, or maybe, if you take the case of biological weapons, why did we choose nuclear weapons in our international system for some countries to have them and not biological weapons? I mean, I can explain why, but you know, you can reverse all of those arguments. So let's be clear. We decide what we do. And if some people misbehave, and there will always be people who misbehave, they are in a minority, this is where we go to law. We've got to enforce the law. When people misbehave, when countries behave, when they break the law, there have to be consequences. They may not be immediate consequences, but there have to be consequences.
Thanks. I think human agency and the law is a good place to stop. I wanted to hand over to Christian, asking you if you have any closing observation, because we have to wrap it up. Please, Christian.
Thank you, Alex. 4 points. First of all, this is a broader discussion. It's not a disarmament discussion. It's not a international humanitarian law discussion. It's a human rights discussion, which is mean and goes also in innovation and technologies, which is mean this is fundamental. This is a conclusion that I have. Second, we need urgent negotiations. this is a sense or urgency, and we need to move forward to take action. And four, I think that we need to start these negotiations also with all the stakeholders in having data that can prove also what we are saying. And finally, Alex, I think that since February last year we started in Berlin, we had the spirit of Berlin, we went to Freetown, we have the spirit of Freetown, and now we have the spirit of Vienna. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. A couple of points I wanted to make from my side, because we talked a lot about the Oppenheimer moment was sort of floating around a lot. It was, someone said yesterday, Trinity, is it Hiroshima? I wanted to refer back to the Oppenheimer moment, but in a different way. It's in a way a little bit later, when we had scientists who were involved, issuing warnings. Oppenheimer himself, Einstein, Russell Manifesto, and so on, which then got, of course, dominated by the Cold War, by geopolitics. And I think the parallel that we can draw is maybe that we have a major technological breakthrough with artificial intelligence and everything that it brings, similar like nuclear fission brought a lot of things, but it also brought the nuclear weapon. We have this moment where we have expert scientists warning, and these warnings are at risk of being of falling by the wayside because of the geopolitical tensions. And I think that's the connection I see to the Oppenheimer moment. So, which of course calls for agency, law, leadership, I think foresight. These are the issues and decisions being taken and some decisions not being taken. I think that's also important. On the excellent panel, I really wanted to thank you, covering a whole broad range of issues from the civilian dimensions. I think a lot to think about in the future, what could be the implications. And then of course there's much that we don't know yet, there's much speculation, there's probably something a little bit too much determinist talk sometimes, but then the risks are there and we have to talk about it, we have to try to address them, the issues of dehumanization, the potential of arms racing, of lowering the threshold for conflict, and all of those aspects. So these are, I think, really, really important takeaways. I wanted to thank the panel, and I wanted to ask all of you to please join me in thanking our excellent speakers, and thanks to my co-moderator, Christian. I have a couple of announcements I need to make. The first is side events. We have two side events, one organized by the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs and the International Committee of the Red Cross, which is called Legal Reviews of New Weapons, addressing the challenges posed by new and emerging technologies. And the second side event is by the Arms Control Association. The first side event will take place from 1:15 to 2:30, and I don't have in my notes where it is, but you find it outside. And the second one is from the Arms Control Association, which will take place from 1:30 to 2:30, and it's the Arms Control Association together with the European Leadership Network and International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. And it's about AI, automated battlefield management systems, and the risks of unintended nuclear escalation. Again, you find the information in your folder. And now to the speakers and to the afternoon session. You may have seen the speakers list, which is there. We have, in a way, a luxury problem that we have almost 60 delegations that have requested to take the floor, which of course is really excellent, and we thank all of you for your interest. but from an organizational point of view, it poses some challenges that we are really hard-pressed to make sure that everybody who wants to speak can speak. So we changed the afternoon program slightly, that we will not have 2 sessions, but 1 session which essentially starts sharp at 2:30 and which will go till closely before 6 o'clock, when we have to essentially stop here at 6 o'clock. So a few minutes before 6 we will have the closing, but we have 1 session that runs from 2:30 till close to 6 o'clock. And I really want to reiterate the plea to all delegations to make statements not exceeding 3 minutes. Otherwise we will not get through, and we really want to give everybody the opportunity to speak. Longer versions of the statement can be posted on the website. We will, as chair, maybe appear rude when we cut people off after 3 minutes. So I apologize to that already, but that's the only way that we can make sure that everybody can speak. So with that, I thank you once again for your interest and engagement. Thank the panel again, and enjoy lunch and the side events. Thank you very much. please take your seats. Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, welcome back from the lunch break.
Vienna at the most opportune moment as UN member states are finalizing their submissions to the United Nations Secretary General on ways to address the related challenges and concerns that autonomous weapon systems raise from humanitarian, legal, security, technological, and ethical standpoints, and on the role of humans in the use of force. After nearly a decade of discussions in Geneva, the momentum towards achieving an instrument that would contain prohibitions and regulations addressing these weapons systems is steadily gaining pace. Last July, UNSG Antonio Guterres called for the conclusion of this instrument by 2026 in his new Agenda for Peace. The following October, the Philippines joined Austria and a cross-regional group of 25 other states in advancing a resolution stressing the urgent need for the international community to address these weapon systems. Then in November, the meeting of the high contracting parties of the Convention on Conventional Weapons agreed on a new 3-year mandate for the group of government experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems to develop elements of an instrument to address loss. And last December, together with our partners from Nonviolence International Southeast Asia, the Philippines organized the Manila meeting on Indo-Pacific perspectives on autonomous weapon systems to elevate voices from our region in these conversations. It is important to highlight that as we remain focused on a high level of ambition, we need to ensure that any global governance mechanism on a subject as consequential as the prohibition and regulation of autonomous weapon systems must arise from an inclusive process that takes into account all perspectives from different states, regions, and various stakeholders, including the academe, industry, armed forces, and civil society. No voice must be left unheard. In addition to the Indo-Pacific, the Philippines has consistently supported conversations like this across different regions. We have participated in The Hague, the Netherlands, in San Jose, Costa Rica, and just 2 weeks ago in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Now in Vienna, we again echo the call that the Philippines have repeatedly articulated in this fora. 1. Human beings must at all times exert control and judgment over weapon systems to ensure compliance with international law and accountability for the use of force. 2. Beyond legal arguments, states have the duty to ensure the inviolability of human dignity. Development of any technology must not lead to the relegation of human lives to mere data for machines and algorithms to interpret in the context of the automation of the use of force. And finally, in these conversations, we must not forget the risks of these weapons on the environment, especially the marine ecosystem. For many of us in the Pacific, the ocean is life. These fundamental positions do not just stem from our national interest. These are firmly rooted in values that we share with our partners, especially here in Europe. Our commitment to our common humanity, to the inviolability of the dignity of man, and to the humanitarian cause. Allow me to thank and congratulate the government of Austria for hosting this very successful conference. We look forward to continue working closely with all of you on this topic, which will shape our collective future and security. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of the Philippines. Please excuse the short technical glitch, but thank you for sticking to the time limit anyway. I now give the floor to the delegation of Mexico. Please, you have the floor.
Mexico congratulates the Austrian government for convening this conference. The use of autonomous weapon systems raises a paradigmatic questions on the human role in armed conflicts and the need to ascertain the commonly agreed norms to define its course in the future. It is an ethical imperative that humans remain in control of life and death decisions and prevent the negative security, social, and humanitarian impacts. We do not start from naught. We have an international legal framework to prevent harm to civilians and protect civilian objects. Its raison d'etre is to avoid the dehumanization of war and to ensure the accountability of individuals and states. However, challenges from emergent technologies demand the adoption of new regulations based on the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. They must incorporate a human-centered approach which recognizes that there should be no cognitive and epistemological distance on space, time, and understanding between the human decision on the use of force and the consequences of the attack. To achieve this, rather than a conceptual debate on the human element, we should concentrate in concrete prohibitions and regulations on the role of humans in the selection of targets and decision on the use of force. It is crucial to prohibit the incorporation of autonomous functionalities that cannot be directed to a specific target, cause superfluous harm or unnecessary suffering, have its nature indiscriminate effects, that is, weapons whose effects cannot be explainable, understood, and predicted. Regulation should establish limits on the objectives and tasks of the weapon system, the environment and situation of the use, including spatial and temporal, and the ability for the user to supervise and intervene during an attack, including destruction and deactivation. Issues of reliability, intentionality, as well as algorithmic, contextual, and data set biases, amongst other issues, must be taken into account. We support any process that fully reflects the inclusiveness of the task, both from the broadness of the issue and the societal involvement. It is of the interest of the international community as a whole. We echo the concern by a plethora of stakeholders, from the Secretary General in the new Agenda for Peace, the President of the ICRC, multiple special rapporteurs of human rights, tech community and civil society, amongst others, and their calls on the states to negotiate a legally binding instrument. We must ensure that the existence of machines with autonomous power and discretion over life without human intervention must be considered ethically unacceptable, morally repugnant, and prohibited by international law. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Mexico, and I now give the floor to the only statement from civil society, unfortunately, for which we have time, the international campaign to stop killer robots together with the Youth Network. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you to Austria for convening this important meeting to highlight the urgent need for action on the issue of autonomous weapons. To retain meaningful human control over the use of force and reject the automation of killing is a defining challenge of this decade. I am speaking on behalf of the Stop Killer Robots campaign, a global coalition of over 250 society organizations across 70 countries. I am also a member of the campaign's youth network. Stop Killer Robots knows we are at a crucial moment in history, where we must work together to limit the use of autonomy in weapon systems. Ongoing conflicts demonstrate the urgency and need for new legal rules and limits. This is a moment in time where we can make a difference. However, it is crucial we act now. The speakers over the last 2 days have made it clear that autonomous weapon systems displace and detach humans from the decision to use force and raise fundamental ethical, moral, legal, security, and technical concerns. Algorithms risk amplifying unjust biases, reinforcing inequalities, and aggravating the existence arms race. Allowing sensors and softwares to decide who lives and who dies is the ultimate form of digital dehumanization, and my generation rejects autonomous weapons as morally and legally unacceptable. When political decisions are made, we tend to focus on the present, neglecting impacts beyond our lifespan. This time, we must act differently. We must take action now to respond to the risks autonomous weapon systems pose to our shared humanity and to protect future generations. While acknowledging the urgency of this issue is a crucial step, it's just the beginning. We must champion clear prohibitions and regulations to ensure meaningful human control. Here in Vienna, we have repeatedly heard calls for a legally binding instrument from states, the UN, the ICRC, experts in technology and artificial intelligence, faith leaders, and civil society organizations. We hope those calls will be reflected in the upcoming report of the Secretary General and encourage all states to make submissions. States must commit to action. This process must be transparent and inclusive and motivated by a shared determination to ensure that life and death decision-making is not delegated to machines. Stop Killer Robots stands ready to support states in this effort. Right now, humanity is indeed at a crossroad. We must choose a path forward. Will we choose to work together to develop new international law, or will we choose to do nothing and consign future generations to a world without human control over the use of force? The path you choose now will
Excuse me, please. We have to unfortunately enforce the time limit. I thank very much the international campaign to stop killer robots and Youth Network for their statements. I apologize for interrupting it, and I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Ambassador Command. Like others, the Republic of Korea wishes to begin by thanking the Austrian government for graciously hosting us and for this initiative. Recognizing the value of diverse platforms, we share the view that this conference has been helpful in enriching multi-stakeholder understanding of the critical elements of a potential normative framework on lethal autonomous weapon systems. The urgency of addressing the challenges as well as opportunities is clear to us all. To meet this call of the times, it is crucial that the international community collaborate in both efficient and effective manner. Most importantly, the participation of all significant parties and their faithful implementation must be ensured in order for any agreement to have real impact beyond the negotiation chamber. And we need not start from the scratch. As underlined in the UN First Committee resolution that was referred to, the CCWGGE, as the central forum on laws, has made significant progress through its substantive sessions. It is imperative that we build and leverage it. The RK therefore expresses its deep appreciation to the able leadership of the group's chair, Ambassador Robert Indenbosch of the Netherlands, at this critical juncture. The group's unique advantages, as well as the chair's focused approach on consolidating key convergences and bridging differences, allows us to remain optimistic. We're hopeful that this conference will in turn contribute to providing additional impetus for sustained advances at the ongoing Laws GGE. We'd also add that our deliberations should continue to be carried forward on the basis of science rather than speculations. To stay ahead of the curve, we should maintain our focus on concrete, detailed, and practical measures when we formulate prohibitions and regulations. As such, the ROK shares the view that the three boxes approach under discussion at the GGE offers a logical way forward. In other words, our discussions should center on examining how existing IHL applies, what practical measures would be required to ensure IHL compliance, and whether new laws would be needed. As recognized in the 2022 UN First Committee Joint Statement, the remaining challenge would be to bridge different understandings on concepts such as human judgment, control, and involvement. Before closing, and as announced by Eline yesterday, the RK government will host the second REAIM Summit with the Netherlands on September 9 and 10 this year in Seoul. We look forward to building on the achievement of the first summit and to propose a blueprint for the next course of action for responsible AI in the military domain by promoting common understanding on the risks and benefits associated, identifying key principles for responsible use, and envisioning its governance, including ways to enhance international cooperation. Further details will be shared in due course. With these remarks, the ROK reaffirms its commitment to undertake every effort and embrace a spirit of genuine cooperation as we work toward consensual deliverables. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of the Republic of Korea for this statement, and I now invite Switzerland to take the floor.
We thank Austria for hosting this conference, which has been of great value to mobilize political resolve as humanity stands at the crossroads indeed. Without the swift and robust framework, there is a danger that yet another human innovation will do more harm than good. This conference underscores the growing international support for a set of prohibitions and regulations, not only to ensure compliance with international law, but also to uphold ethical and humanitarian responsibilities. Switzerland endorses a two-tier approach. We think core provisions of such an instrument should be captured in a legally binding instrument to ensure legal certainty and stability. Switzerland would also support complementary, politically binding rules whose flexibility could pay off as technology develops over time. While the contours of an instrument with IHL rules and principles on the conduct of hostilities at the center are becoming clearer and are also gaining support in the CCW group of experts, AWS raise additional challenges, such as other legal aspects or international security and proliferation, and it will be important that the appropriate multilateral fora can address these issues. Mr. Chair, it is also crucial to consider how we can address AI in decision-making and target identification. Humanity stands at a crossroad here as well, and we must find ways to address these challenges effectively. Moving forward, we emphasize the importance of broad-based multilateral efforts, that it will be important for the effectiveness of any future instrument that key actors, including developers, producers, and potential users, engage. Our full statement will be on the website. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegation of Switzerland also for the short statement with the longer version on the website. And I now hand over to my friend and colleague, Ambassador Thomas Heinutzi.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, and we continue as the next speaker is the Dominican Republic. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, good afternoon. It is a great honor and privilege to address this conference on behalf of the government of the Dominican Republic. We would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the government of Austria and its Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their very valuable efforts and leadership in organizing this international conference, Humanity at the Crossroads, Autonomous Weapon Systems and the Challenge of Regulation. This initiative could not have come at a better time. The world today faces many challenges, and one of them is precisely the proliferation of emerging technologies of autonomous weapon systems that are supported by artificial intelligence. We must keep in mind that the turmoil in the current international context further complicates the situation, and it does not make the world safer. On this occasion, we have convened here in Vienna to discuss the impact and implications that these weapons constitute for humanity and the challenges we face in regulating them. This conference that has brought us together for the last few days has provided us with the opportunity to engage in a high-level debate which will allow us to move forward in achieving our common goals in the near future. This exchange on visions and positions can constructively help us advance in a regulatory framework which will serve as a stepping stone for our future discussions to negotiate a legally binding instrument for autonomous weapon systems. We want to reiterate that for the Dominican Republic, the CCW is the appropriate forum to address issues regarding autonomous weapon systems, and that we recognize the work of the emerging technologies in the area of lethal autonomous weapon systems. The Dominican Republic is committed to international peace and security and reiterates its position regarding the urgent need to start negotiations on a legally binding instrument within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. In addition, as part of the informal group, G16, we support the adoption of a legally binding instrument and the proposal of the draft Protocol 6 that includes prohibitions and regulations in AWS with special emphasis on meaningful human control, as stated in Article 2 of the protocol. We are confident that the new mandate of the DGE will enable us to achieve our common objectives. For the Dominican Republic, this issue is of great importance. We have co-sponsored the Joint Statement on Laws in 2022, the Belen Communique, and the UN General Assembly Resolution on Laws in 2023. Furthermore, we would like to highlight the significant results of the Regional Conference on Autonomous Weapon Systems held in Costa Rica and Sierra Leone, in which we had a constructive discussion aimed at transparently addressing issues of great relevance for the international community. In conclusion, allow me to reiterate the firm commitment of the Dominican Republic to continue engaging and contributing actively to the discussions on autonomous weapon systems, aimed particularly to start the negotiations of a legally binding international instrument. Now is time for action. I thank you very much.
I thank you and also for the just-in-time conclusion of your statement, and I give the floor now to Malaysia.
Mr. Chair, my delegation expresses appreciation to the government of Austria for organizing this conference, which underscores the urgent need for the international community to address the increasingly complex challenges posed by autonomous weapon systems. Malaysia believes that autonomous weapon systems may significantly reduce human control over military operations, thereby generating adverse impacts and unintended consequences on civilians and public and private infrastructures. Such negative consequences far exceed any legitimate military objectives. Given these implications, there are several profound questions that we have to consider in a comprehensive manner, namely legal, ethical, moral, humanitarian, and technological, as well as those relating to international peace and security. These considerations require thorough deliberations in order to ensure strict adherence to international law, in particular international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Indeed, humanity is at a crossroads. Therefore, Malaysia calls upon the international community to maintain focus and sense of urgency on this fundamental issue, including by continuing to explore the possibility of developing an appropriate international legal and normative framework that would regulate the emerging AWS technologies in all its aspects, with a view to ensuring that technological advancements in warfare do not undermine fundamental human rights and dignity and international norms. In concluding, my delegation congratulates and commends Austria for taking this initiative and leadership on this fundamental question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your concise statement, which will be now followed by Turkey.
Distinguished participants, we thank the Austrian government for hosting this conference, providing a valuable opportunity to collect diverse views of different stakeholders on such an important subject. We agree that addressing the challenges associated with laws is urgent. International community needs to cooperate efficiently and effectively. We should always bear in mind the dual-use nature of emerging technologies related to laws. Therefore, all efforts should not hamper progress in or access to civilian research, development, and use of these technologies. We reiterate our strong conviction that the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, CCW, is the best forum to advance international efforts related to emerging technologies on laws, given its extensive technical, military, and diplomatic expertise, as well as its inclusiveness. Centrality of CCWGG laws for addressing all aspects of laws is also highlighted in the UN First Committee resolution. We should, on the other hand, refrain from creating parallel competing processes. All our efforts should be rather complementary to the CCW process. With this understanding, Turkey, as a responsible actor of international community, endorsed the political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy and responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain, re-AIM's call to action. I want to take this occasion to share that in the run-up to the second summit of re-AIM to be held in Seoul on 9th to 10th September, Turkey will host a regional re-AIM workshop in Istanbul on 22nd, 23rd May to support discussions on this important issue. Distinguished participants, all parties to armed conflicts around the world must act in accordance with the basic principles of international humanitarian law. We strongly condemn the indiscriminate use of explosive weapons in Gaza by Israel, in many cases deliberately targeting civilians, causing tens of thousands of civilian losses. An AI-based system called Hafsora, the gospel in English, is a new case in point. It is being used in Gaza to produce targets at fast pace, as stated by the Israel Defense Forces, IDF. It is a flowy system. It is unfortunate to see that certain members of the international community ignore the unlawful acts of Israel and cannot express even a simple word of condemnation. We urge the whole international community to be unequivocal in condemning acts that violate international norms and principles. I thank you.
I thank you, and I give the floor now to the United States of America.
Thank you. I would like to thank the government of Austria for hosting this conference. This meeting has provided a valuable opportunity to discuss lethal autonomous weapon systems. We hear the call for intensified multilateral efforts to address laws and for progress towards an instrument. The United States welcomed the ambitious new 3-year mandate for the law's GGE, and we believe this remains the best forum in which to make progress. The GGE's clear and robust mandate is to formulate by consensus a set of elements for an instrument without prejudging its nature and other possible measures to address laws. This mandate orients the GGE's work towards the ultimate goal of producing an instrument. The GGE has developed an extensive body of substantive work thanks to the participation of legal, military, and technical experts in that group. This work is important because it reflects the consensus of a large and diverse group of states and provides a foundation for more advanced GGE work. The Austrian-led UN General Assembly resolution on laws, which we were pleased to support, recognized the significant progress made in the GGE. A parallel process that does not include all interested states or that does not operate by consensus may lead to fragmentation and divergent approaches. We greatly appreciate the efforts of Ambassador Nimbosch, the chair of the GGE, to organize the work of the group. Differences remain on certain issues. However, during the March session, states with diverse perspectives on laws supported advancing the GGE's work in 3 stages: determining 1, how existing IHL applies, 2, what measures can effectively implement existing IHL, and 3, whether new norms or rules are needed. The draft articles the United States submitted last year to the GGE, along with Australia, Canada, Japan, Poland, the Republic of Korea, and the United Kingdom, reflect exactly this kind of work. We encourage states present here to consider supporting the draft articles. Finally, we urge all states that have not yet endorsed the political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy to do so. The declaration complements, but is independent of our efforts in the law's GGE. The declaration affirms in particular that use of AI in armed conflict must be in accordance with states' obligations under IHL. We are pleased that 54 states have already joined. We will submit our full statement on the website. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker will now be Morocco.
Mr. Chair, at the outset, allow me to commend the initiative of Austria for successfully convening this important conference. It is imperative to recognize that the serious threat of autonomous weapon system must be placed at the heart of public and political debate. Such endeavor require in-depth reflection on the ethical, political, and social implication on this advanced technology through inclusive multilateral action, strong partnership, and compliance with the international law. Mr. Chair, the codification of international humanitarian law was not an easy task after the two world wars. Indeed, the consensus of regulating the method and means of the war through the adoption of the comprehensive corpus of Geneva Convention was an important momentum for the international community. However, we do agree that the humanity is nowadays at the crossroad about the autonomous weapons and the challenge of regulation. In this context, my country adheres to the political declaration adopted on November 2023 in The Hague. Mr. Chair, Morocco is the view that engaging in a productive discussion of all aspects on the autonomous weapons system is a key to establishing a comprehensive and consensual international instrument. In this regard, Morocco would like to share with you some consideration with the process of elaborating a dedicated international instrument. First, collaboration between government, international organization, industry leader, and all stakeholders. Second, synergy and complementarity between the different initiatives. Third, the increasing risk of the autonomous weapons proliferate to non-state actors, in particular armed groups and terrorist groups, should be assessed carefully in order to prevent this group from having ecosystem enabling them to develop operational system based on artificial intelligence. Mr. Chair, as it was said by philosopher Aristotle, nature abhors the vacuum. An international instrument regulating the use of autonomous weapons is needed more than ever. Morocco reiterates its commitment to engaging constructively in support of regulating the use of autonomous weapon system in accordance with the principle enshrined in the relevant international instruments and with the due respect of the ethical and moral implication of this emerging technology. I thank you.
Thank you so much, and I invite the next speaker, New Zealand.
Good afternoon, Excellencies and colleagues. We congratulate Austria for its leadership on this issue. Thank you for bringing us together in this location and for the opportunity to hear from experts and contribute New Zealand's views. This conference has been an excellent opportunity to build our understanding of and making the case for why we urgently need to agree new rules and limits on autonomous weapons systems. A few reflections from us. In terms of the way forward, it must be inclusive. Including all states is particularly important for New Zealand's home region, the Indo-Pacific. The role of and space for civil society must be preserved to drive the conversation forward and hold us all to account. We welcome their active engagement at this conference. Our approach must be flexible and technology neutral. An overly prescriptive approach at this stage could quickly see itself become obsolete and could inadvertently stifle innovation. Over the past day and a half, we have been reminded of the serious ethical, legal, and security risks posed by AWS, including the risks of rapid and unchecked proliferation. We have also heard that sufficient human control throughout the life cycle of a weapon is necessary to ensure compliance with IHL, and the helpful role positive obligations could play in this regard. Finally, we heard yesterday from Dr. Frank Sauer that the issue is not as complex as some would make it out to be. We do have a sufficiently deep understanding of the issues thanks to over a decade of discussions in the CCW. Recalling this fact can be highly empowering. We hope all states will use the opportunity presented by the requests for inputs into a Secretary General report. New Zealand, in its submission, will reiterate our call for a legally binding instrument, advocating for prohibition of those systems that cannot comply with IHL and regulation of others to ensure compliance can be met. We hope the international community can take the right turn at this crossroads. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And I call on now Italy to address us.
Mr. Chair, at the outset, I would like to thank the Austrian government for organizing this conference, which allowed for wide-ranging and in-depth discussions on the topic of autonomous weapons system and the pressing challenges they pose. The rapid development of emerging technologies poses multifaceted opportunities and threats that demand attention and careful consideration. As technologies such as artificial intelligence, which may enable autonomous functions and systems, continue to rapidly evolve, they will have a strong impact on the future of military operations, as well as on arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament architecture. As it has been underlined, it is extremely urgent to keep pace with its technological advances by developing the appropriate normative framework, balancing risks and benefits. The international debate on lethal autonomous weapon systems is part of this broader domain and is currently the most advanced. We have seen areas of convergence progressively expand through the work of the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems established under the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Mr. Chair, Italy has always been committed to making concrete progress on these issues since the establishment of the GGA on laws. We have also co-sponsored the first ever UN General Assembly resolution on laws adopted last December. We will continue to work towards the goal of an instrument within the CCW that reaffirms the centrality of international humanitarian law, characterizes and defines the systems, prohibits some of them, and regulates others according to the two-tier approach.
Yeah.
We believe that the CCW is best suited to holding these discussions. Moreover, Italy will continue to support and actively contribute to the ongoing initiatives on responsible use of artificial intelligence and autonomy in the military domain, which can provide means for building a broad cross-regional consensus on new international norms. Finally, considering the complexity of the challenges ahead of us and the multiple impacts of new technologies on our societies, let me stress the essential contribution of international organizations, civil society, academia, and industry in this debate. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Belgium. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, allow me first to thank you for organizing this very important and timely conference. The issue of autonomous weapon systems is of particular importance for Belgium, and my delegations remain steadfast in its commitment to the regulation and prohibition of these systems. The legal, ethical, and moral questions and challenges raised by OAS should be properly addressed, and my delegations hold that international law, specifically IHL, International Human Rights Law, and International Criminal Law, fully applies in this matter. It is the belief of Belgium that the legality of the use of OAS in armed conflicts has to be ensured through legal reviews in accordance with Article 36 of the Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. Furthermore, responsibility and accountability for the use of OAS should be ensured by states in conformity with their obligations under international law. Belgium continues to advocate for the two-tier approach, which has been previously developed in various working papers and statements throughout the past decade, notably developed in the framework of the GGE laws and endorsed by my delegation and many other delegations present today. Belgium highlights the importance of meaningful human control over OAS and identifies human-machine interaction as crucial to ensure compliance with international law. Mr. Chair, as mentioned by many during our discussions on OAS, including by the RCRC and the UN Secretary General, it is high time that we adopt measures in order to safeguard humanity in life or death decision-making processes. The vast majority of states are willing to act accordingly, and my delegation wished to assure Belgium's full commitment to this end. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for Austria's leadership in presenting last year's UNGA first resolution on this matter, for which Belgium has been honored to co-sponsor since its inception. Besides the GGE laws, which remain the most structured framework of discussions and negotiations regarding OAS, my delegations recognize the benefits and synergies of the different initiatives that have taken place for the last 2 years with regard to autonomy in weapon systems, inter alia regional conferences held in Belen, Luxembourg, Trinidad and Tobago, Manila, Freetown, the REAM initiative, as well as the US-led political declaration on OAS. Most recently, my delegation wishes to highlight the adoption by the Interparliamentary Union during its last assembly in March of a resolution on the social and humanitarian impact of autonomous weapon systems and AI. In particular, my delegation stresses its call on parliamentarians to engage nationally in the debate on OAS. It is Belgium's belief that we all have the possibility to adopt measures in order to mitigate the risks posed by OAS, and that while we should strive for an internationally agreed binding instrument, we shouldn't be stuck by multilateral difficulties. This is specifically the spirit that currently leads our own parliament in Brussels as I'm speaking. In conclusions, Mr. Chair, while we wish to express our unwavering support to the GG laws within the CCW framework, Belgium will continue to actively participate in all initiatives aimed at improving the understanding and raising awareness on the issues of laws. In this regard, my delegation deeply values the organization of this conference, as well as other initiatives already taken. We hope that those initiatives, together with the outcome of the DG laws, will lead us towards the negotiation of an international binding instrument to regulate oaths as soon as possible. And I'm sorry for the time.
Thank you for your rich statement, but I really want to appeal to everyone among us as a matter of fairness so that we can hear everyone who has inscribed on the speakers list to remain within 3 minutes. And the next speaker now is Tunisia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Tunisian delegation, I would like to thank the Austrian government for convening this important conference and for its commendable engagement towards bringing the attention of the international community to the emergency and necessity of defining common norms and rules for the use of the autonomous weapon system. This conference presents a new opportunity to examine last developments concerning autonomous weapon system, while several deep concerns have recently been raised due to the rapid technological progress in this domain, especially with the use of the artificial intelligence. I would like also to thank all panelists for their pertinent contribution and for giving us a better understanding of the scope, urgency, and seriousness of this issue. Mr. Chair, we are convinced that humanity is at crossroads and must come together to address the fundamental challenge of regulating the AWS. Tunisia fully supports the United Nations Resolution L56 initiated by Austria and adopted in December 2023, which reflects the commitment of the international community to make progress on this issue. Tunisia also commends the effort made by the United Nations group of experts in Geneva and the consensus reached on the necessity of regulating and launching of negotiations to this effect. Tunisia would also like to reaffirm its support to the Secretary General Guterres in this regard. We strongly support his recommendation made on the 2023 Agenda for Peace to start negotiations on a legally binding instrument to set up necessary prohibitions and restrictions on this matter to be concluded by 2026. Mr. Chair, Tunisia reiterates its call to promote responsible and pacific use of artificial intelligence for economic development and scientific progress. In this context, I would like to highlight that the Tunisian artificial intelligence ecosystem is experiencing significant growth and gaining in visibility. The year 2023 has been marked by many publications, discussions, initiatives, and events at several levels: governmental, academic, associative, and within public institutions, illustrating Tunisia's growing interest in artificial intelligence applications. Thus, Tunisia is becoming a home to a growing community of innovative technological startups and entrepreneurs. These startups are developing new AI-based solutions in areas such as health, agriculture, transport, finance, and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Secretary General, in his statement in July 2023, said the malicious use of AI system for terrorist, criminal, or state purposes could cause horrific levels of death and destruction. In this regard, Tunisia strongly condemns the use of AWS against civilians in Gaza and calls for preventing all forms of using the IA to identify and target civilians in military campaigns, particularly in densely populated residential areas, resulting in civilian casualties. Tunisia stressed that AWS must remain under the direct, meaningful control and supervision of a human. These key principles must therefore form the essential elements of any normative and operational framework to address ethical considerations as well as moral responsibility and accountability of this weapons system, with full respect of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, and again I appeal to you out of respect for your colleagues to stay within the 3 minutes. And with this, I would like to give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Germany highly appreciated these past 2 days as a significant and valuable opportunity to complement the discussions on lethal autonomous weapon systems held in the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons in Geneva. And we would like to thank Austria for its immense efforts in organizing this conference. Constructive exchange on the important question of how to effectively regulate autonomous weapon systems, as well as intensive debate about the challenges and obstacles that we are encountering on this important and difficult path, is pivotal. The substantial and dense panel discussions highlighted a number of aspects that are particularly relevant in our view, such as the importance of human control in the use of weapon systems. In Germany's view, design, development, and training aspects play an essential role in that regard. We also found the exchange on the role of unintended biases, such as on gender in data sets and algorithms, particularly important. In the view of this delegation, the various issues touched upon in the discussions highlighted once again the importance of the questions at hand, as well as the strategic weight of the challenges and opportunities that are connected with autonomy in the military realm, make it indispensable to work towards an effective outcome, including all relevant stakeholders. We will therefore continue to work towards achieving tangible outcome in the framework of the GGE on laws, and we commend the chair of the GGE and his valuable efforts. In Germany's view, lethal autonomous weapon systems that cannot comply with IHL are ipso facto prohibited and should not be developed or used. We are in favor of a legally binding instrument consented by the GGE on laws to ban these weapons. At the same time, weapon systems with autonomous functions should be subject to effective regulation. In our view, this two-tier approach mentioned by many participants can provide a basis for the set of elements of an instrument currently under discussion in the GGE on laws. For this ambition to succeed, it is highly important that as many international stakeholders and technology holders of autonomous weapon systems as possible take part and subsequently implement the rules and regulations agreed in order for them to be effective and enduring. Germany also highly commends regional efforts, such as the ones undertaken by Costa Rica, the Philippines, Trinidad and Tobago, or Sierra Leone. In our view, it is of great importance for the debate to take these regional views into account. Germany agrees with the numerous speakers who underlined the importance and urgency to intensify the discussions on autonomous weapon systems with a view to achieving tangible results. Against this background, Germany actively supported the resolution on lethal autonomous weapon systems initiated by Austria last autumn and was one of its early co-sponsors, with a view to reinvigorating the GGE discussions. We are very much looking forward to the report prepared by the Secretary General of the United Nations, taking into account all standpoints. We believe that this report will play an important role to reinvigorating the discussions held by the group of governmental experts on laws in Geneva, which are urgently needed to achieve tangible results. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. And the next one will be given by Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trinidad and Tobago expresses its appreciation to Austria for convening this timely and important international conference, which was in large measure fortified by the enriching dialogue yesterday and today on the issue of autonomous weapon systems and the challenge of regulation. Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the alarming potential of autonomous weapon systems and the deleterious implications of relinquishing meaningful human control over the critical targeting functions of weapon systems. Consequently, against the backdrop of political will forged by a commitment to disarmament and the rule of law, the 14 member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, met in Trinidad and Tobago in September last year at a regional conference on the issue, the outcome of which was the adoption of the CARICOM Declaration on Autonomous Weapon Systems, in which the region called for new legally binding measures within the domain of autonomous weapon system to ensure compliance with international law, including international human rights law, guaranteeing human control over the application of force. Trinidad and Tobago was also among the main sponsors of the resolution on laws initiated by Austria and adopted last year in the First Committee of the General Assembly. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, it is our hope that this conference sets the stage for further concrete action through inclusive dialogue among states, civil society, academia, industry, and other stakeholders on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I give the floor now to South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies and distinguished participants, South Africa wishes to congratulate the government of Austria for organizing this very important event amid the escalating global geopolitical crisis. Your efforts, together with other states who have hosted similar events in other regions, underscore the importance of diplomatic efforts, international cooperation, and a measured approach that addresses potential threats of conflict caused by these deadly weapons. This conference takes place at a crucial juncture as we contend with the interaction between emerging military technologies and established international legal norms. This critical moment is further intensified by the shifting geopolitical landscape, which further adds layers of complexity and urgency to our deliberations. At the 78th UN General Assembly First Committee, South Africa joined most states in supporting the resolution L56 that was tabled by Austria, which emphasizes the urgent need for collective action on this issue. In the GGE on laws, South Africa has always emphasized the importance of confronting the ethical, legal, and societal implications of laws and emerging technologies. South Africa continues to support the humanitarian objectives aimed at the regulation of legal autonomous weapons in order to minimize the occurrence, effects, and the potential risk posed by these weapons. International humanitarian law continues to apply fully to all weapon systems, including the potential development and use of lethal autonomous weapon systems. South Africa reiterates that human-machine interaction should ensure that the potential use of laws is in compliance with applicable international law, in particular, international humanitarian law. South Africa strongly believes that the use of laws not regulated by an international legally binding instrument introduces a significant increase in risk to those affected by armed conflict by undermining civilian protection, challenging the rule of law, and raising concerns under the principles of humanity. My delegation continues to support the view which advocates for centrality of human element to present an understanding of human control judgment as the nexus that could link different topics such as IHL, compliance, and risk mitigation. My delegation is mindful that the absence of verification mechanisms may pose a challenge to the establishment of prohibitions and restrictions on development and use of laws. However, these challenges should not stand in the way of the development of a legally binding instrument that will regulate laws. We believe that such an instrument is necessary to prevent an arms race in autonomous weapons and to ensure that their use is consistent with international legal standards and ethical considerations. Thank you.
Thank you for a statement. And the floor now goes to Pakistan.
Thank you, Excellency, distinguished colleagues. We commend Austria for taking this historic initiative. Years from now, we will reflect on this pivotal moment in Vienna when the international community convened as we teetered on the brink of a transformative era in military technology, that is, the age of lethal autonomous weapon systems laws. The advent of laws presents formidable challenges to the international humanitarian law, which depends fundamentally on human judgment. The delegation of critical decisions to machines could result in irreversible harm, stripping humanity of control and rendering the adherence to IHL principles unattainable. Furthermore, the absence of human control and oversight in laws evokes significant legal and ethical dilemmas. Who holds the responsibility when an autonomous system transgresses international laws? What becomes of our moral compass when the decision to end a life is outsourced to algorithms? These questions are not hypothetical. They are the urgent issues that define our ethical future and demand decisive action in terms of governance today. The integration of laws into modern warfare introduces additional layers of security and stability risks. The prospect of conflict initiation at a lower threshold, coupled with risk of uncontrollable escalation and compressing decision-making timeframes during crises in regions with high tensions are a recipe for an unmitigated disaster. We are also on the precipice of a potential arms race driven by the desire to match technological advancements merely for strategic equivalence. These AI-enabled military capabilities are already shaping ongoing conflicts, including in Gaza, and is a manifestation of humanity truly standing at the crossroads, which is also a theme of this conference. This is highly deplorable and condemnable. We must protect humans and preserve humanity in Gaza. In light of these multifaceted challenges, Pakistan is advocating for the establishment of an international legal framework through a new protocol within the CCW that clearly delineate the boundaries for laws, ensuring adherence to IHL as well as essential human control and oversight. We must retain the ability to understand, predict, and explain the decisions on the use of force in all situations. In our proposal submitted in the CCW, Pakistan has called for a two-tier strategy. One, outright prohibition of systems that function outside human control and fail to conform to IHL standards, and restrictions for other weapon systems to guarantee compliance with international law, the principle of IHL, and the imperatives of ethics and security at all levels. We hope that this Vienna conference will provide impetus to the work of CCW-GGE. In conclusion, the task before us is a profound responsibility and urgent necessity. The decisions we make or fail to make will shape the legacy we leave for generations to come. Let us proceed with the weight of this responsibility and a resolve to act swiftly. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And I give now the floor to Slovenia.
Thank you, Chairman, and I would like to thank Austria for hosting the conference and all the panelists for the substantial input. This discussion is timely and needed to deepen our understanding of these issues and to advance in regulation. We recognize that the new and emerging technologies bring both the opportunities and the challenges and concerns from humanitarian, legal, security, technological, and ethical perspectives. A specific concern is also the potential access of non-state actors to these systems. I would like to make three brief points. First, the applicable international law, and in particular international humanitarian law, should be applied in conventional and non-conventional domains. We attach particular importance to the respect of the principle of distinction between combatants and non-combatants. Secondly, in order to ensure compliance with international humanitarian law, an accountability, traceability, responsibility, or algorithmic bias are important elements. Appropriate human control is required in development, design, and use. Thirdly, and to conclude, the United Nations Secretary General has in his policy brief of a new agenda for peace also called for regulation of laws as one of the recommendations for a more effective multilateral action for peace. We are staunch supporters of multilateralism. In this context, our preference would be a new legal instrument through the CCW process and two-tier approach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for your succinct statement. And I give now the floor to the State of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to bring your attention to the extremely urgent real-life case of the use of autonomous weapons system against the Palestinian people, in particular in the West Bank and Gaza. It is apparent that a number of states, including many of those who claim to champion efforts to regulate and prohibit these systems, are more comfortable speaking in theoretical terms but reluctant to mention the real-life case example of Gaza. Evading this subject will not make it go away. We call upon all of you, including Austria, which has so far refused to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, to have the courage and the intellectual honesty to address the issue of the use of AI to commit international crimes in Gaza, which had been widely reported in the media by UN experts, by NGOs worldwide. This is of concern not just to Palestine, but to all states, as these systems have started being exported by Israel and will proliferate. In just 7 months, Israeli colonial power has killed more than
34,550 Palestinians, including more than 40,000 children in Gaza. On the 5th of April, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution condemning Israel's use of AI to aid military decision-making that may contribute to the commission of international crimes. On 15th of April, a group of UN experts issued a press release deploring the use of AI and related military directives by Israel in occupied Gaza, leading to an unprecedented toll on the civilian population, housing, vital services, and infrastructure. We warned GGE cycle after GGE cycle that AI-powered systems are likely to be used to accelerate international crimes, including genocide, and to be tested on the population of the global south. Our pleas to stop this trend has fell on deaf ears. We are now seeing the direct consequences of the failure to establish new international rules. We are now witnessing an automated genocide, an AI-powered genocide. Two extensive investigations have been carried out by Israeli Plus 972 magazine and Local Call, which demand your utmost attention. On 30 November, the first investigation revealed that Israel's use of AI has been central to the execution of its mass killing in Gaza. This investigation was based on conversations with 7 current and former members of Israel's intelligence community, data and documentation from Gaza, and official statements by the Israeli occupation forces spokesperson. According to this investigation, a primary reason for the large number of civilian deaths in Gaza is due to the widespread use of a system called Hasbara, the Gospel, built using AI to automatically generate targets at a rate that far exceeds what previously possible. On 3rd of April, a second investigation revealed that Israeli occupation forces developed an AI-based program known as Lavender. And in addition, an automated system called Where is Daddy was used to specifically track AI-generated targets and carry out bombing when they had entered their homes. The result is thousands of Palestinians, most of them women and children, were wiped out by Israeli airstrikes. An Israeli intelligence officer told Plus 972 and Local Call that the IOF bombed targets in homes without hesitation as a first option. It's much easier to bomb a family's home. The system is built to look for them in these situations. And also, the Lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of civilians in Gaza. Officers were given instructions to treat Lavender's AI-generated recommendations as if it were a human decision, with no requirement to thoroughly check why the machine made those
time,
choices.
you are 1 minute above. I hate to interrupt you, but I'm looking forward to read the rest of your statement on the website of the conference. I thank you for your understanding. The next speaker now is Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First, I would like to thank the Austrian government for hosting this conference. I understand this meeting aims to contribute to a report mandated by the UN resolution on laws, which was led by Austria last year and supported by many, including Japan. With the rapid development of emerging technologies, Japan shares the international concern on laws issues. Therefore, Japan has been and will continue to work to address the issues by contributing to international discussions, including this conference. The aforementioned UN resolution on laws stressed that urgent need for the international community to address the challenges posed by laws, in particular through the group of governmental experts under the CCW. As the resolution also noted, the GGE has made significant progress in discussions over the past decade. Japan maintains that forming rules by consensus within the CCW, a framework with 127 member states, including major stakeholders, is crucial for ensuring the effectiveness of the rules. It is essential that we continue to advance laws discussion within the CCW. The laws discussions under the chairmanship of Ambassador D'Amico of Brazil in 2022 and 2023 saw a number of concrete proposals submitted by countries and groups. And the discussion based on these proposals led to a consensus report last year, which reflects the concept of the two-tier approach of prohibitions and regulations based on IHL. This year marks the beginning of a new 3-year mandate for the GGE. The March session chaired by Ambassador Inden Bosch of the Netherlands so very substantive discussions on characterizations and definitions of laws and the application of IHL. This promising start sets a strong foundation for future deliberation. Despite ongoing differences in areas such as concept of human involvement, and the GG has received concrete proposals addressing those challenges, including specific measures for implementing IHL. Thorough and constructive debate based on these proposals as well as on past progress should lead us to a common understanding. The GG will present its findings at CCW RevCon in 2026. Japan believes that GGE will be able to make the progress expected by international community by steadily proceeding with in-depth and constructive discussions on substantive matters while receiving input from other international fora. Lastly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all panel experts for their insightful contributions and expertise, which will provide new impetus to the GGE discussions. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your statement, and I give the floor now to Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Cuba supports the urgent adoption of a legally binding international instrument prohibiting the manufacture, possession, and use of fully autonomous weapons and establishing regulation for the use of semi-autonomous ones. We stress that it is an obligation of states to respect the principle of international law, including international humanitarian law. We do not ignore the importance of the peaceful use of intelligent autonomous technology. We agree that progress or access to peaceful uses of such technologies should not be hindered. It is essential that the international community continue to discuss the development of autonomous weapons in a coherent manner and complementing ongoing initiatives such as this international conference, for which we thank Austria. Prohibition and regulations must be at the center of our efforts. The greater the autonomy of unlethality, the stricter the framework regulating them should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much also for the brevity of your statement. And I now give the floor to San Marino.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Federal Republic of Austria for hosting this important conference. We admire its valuable international efforts in paying a constant and high attention to this issue. AWS threatened to dramatically alter global security and regional and international stability and pose serious humanitarian, legal, ethical, and security concerns. Such weapons, because of their characteristics, can lead to an increase in wars or their escalation, an increase in arms race, and thus an increase in arms proliferation. The risk for these weapons of ending up in the hands of non-state actors and terrorists is very high. These unpredictable weapons, capable of selecting targets and applying force without human intervention, put human life at the greatest risk. In the current difficult global peace and security landscape, the Republic of San Marino strongly believes that the regulation of such autonomous weapon systems through international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law, is more necessary than ever. San Marino salutes UN Secretary General Guterres' commitment for peace, and it wholeheartedly shares his statement that autonomous machines are politically unacceptable, morally repugnant, and should be prohibited by international law. Furthermore, San Marino has deemed absolutely vital to co-sponsor the resolution on lethal autonomous weapon systems adopted at the 78th General Assembly. We hope that the summit of the future will contribute to the shared achievement of a legal basis to regulate these lethal autonomous weapons. San Marino repudiates war as a means to resolve disputes between states, and faithful to its millennial tradition of dialogue and peace, calls upon all states to adopt serious and responsible behaviors and to promote responsible innovation for the sake of the world's population and of future generation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your statement. And the next speaker now is Ecuador.
Mr. Chairman, allow me to express on behalf of the government of Ecuador our gratitude to the government of Austria for the excellent organization of this event. Undoubtedly, the focus of this conference holds particular significance in light of the rapid advancement of autonomy technology and its expanding integration into weapon systems. Ecuador's stance on this matter has remained unequivocal since the inception of multilateral discussions. As far back as 2013, Ecuador emphasized during the UN General Assembly the legal, humanitarian, and ethical implications associated with fully autonomous weapons. In 2014, Ecuador advocated for their outright prohibition. Since then, Ecuador has actively participated in multilateral discussions on the topic, particularly within the framework of the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Throughout this process, Ecuador has emphasized the risks that autonomy in weapon systems poses to the compliance with international law. Ecuador has highlighted that it is not feasible for a machine, no matter how well programmed, to sufficiently analyze the inherent principles of international humanitarian law, such as distinction, precaution, or proportionality. Furthermore, the reliability and predictability of such system cannot be sufficiently assured. Additionally, there is concern about the risk that autonomy in these weapons poses to determining responsibility and accountability for acts contrary to international law. However, the concern is not only legal. The use of increasingly autonomous weapons also raises ethical and moral questions. The use of these weapons undoubtedly leads to a growing dehumanization of armed conflicts and weakens considerations for going to war, thereby increasing likelihood of armed conflicts. Given these multifaceted concerns, Ecuador deems it imperative to expedite the initiation of negotiations for an internationally binding instrument. Such an instrument should encompass prohibitions and regulations aimed at ensuring significant human control over critical weapon functions and ultimately over the decisions to use force. Let me recall that in meetings of the GGE, Ecuador, along with several other countries, presented a draft on an international legal binding instrument under the form of a protocol to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Chair, this international conference constitute a step forward in the right direction, as the discussion over these 2 days have renewed and strengthened our conviction about the need to advance on this issue, with binding instruments containing prohibition and regulations, with the commitment of all our states to advance common positions and recommendations that allow us to join efforts for international peace and security. Finally, Ecuador reaffirms its unwavering commitment to disarmament and non-proliferation efforts and reiterates its sincere appreciation to Austria for convening this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I can invite now the next speaker, China.
Thank you, Chair. The Chinese delegation would like to thank Austria for organizing this important conference. Our thanks also go to all panelists for their in-depth professional contribution. The 2 days meeting were fruitful, deepened the understanding of various aspects of the loss issue, and helpful to advancing the debate on regulation of loss. Loss is a product of the development of AI and other emerging technologies. The rapid development and wider application of AI technology bring both opportunities and challenges. China attached great importance to governance of AI. In October 2023, President Xi Jinping announced the Global AI Governance Initiative. The initiative expounds comprehensive concepts and proposals on the development, security, and governance of AI, represents another major contribution of China in this regard, following the position paper on military applications and ethnic governance of AI submitted by China at the CCW platform. The initiative calls on all countries to uphold a people-centered approach, the principle of AI for good, and committed to vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security to develop open, fair, and efficient governing mechanisms through dialogue and cooperation. It also emphasizes that all countries, especially major countries, should adopt a prudent and responsible attitude to make sure AI under human control at any time. Loss is a matter of defense, security, humanitarian concern, and has potential impact on the global strategic balance and stability. China believes, first, definition and characteristic is crucial to negotiating any practical control measures. China has proposed 5 basic characteristics of acceptable AWS and support to negotiate a legally binding instrument under the framework of the CCW on the basis of consensus on the issue of definition. Second, tiled and category-based management is a reasonable approach in dealing with loss issue. Third, international humanitarian law applies to loss. However, whether existing IHL is enough to address the challenge posed by loss is still a question needed to be further discussed. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for your self-discipline, which is really a courtesy also to your colleagues. And I give now the floor to Barbados.
Mr. Chair, the government of Barbados would like to thank the Austrian government for hosting this timely conference. Autonomous weapons and the challenge of regulation is a critical topic that calls for our unwavering attention and collaborative efforts as we navigate the complex landscape of emerging technologies. AWS, equipped with AI, are capable of independent decision-making and have the potential to revolutionize warfare. While these weapons offer promises of increased efficiency, reduce human risk, and improve accuracy, we must not overlook the profound ethical and legal implications they present. In this regard, a key challenge is finding a balance between advancing military capabilities and ensuring the protection of human rights, respect for international humanitarian law, and compliance with the existing arms control treaties. We must not allow technology to outpace our ability to regulate its destructive potential. Therefore, we will highlight the following measures. First, promote the urgent need for robust international dialogue and cooperation. The international community must come together to establish clear guidelines and principles regarding the development, deployment, and use of AWS. This dialogue should involve all stakeholders, including states, international organizations, civil society, and academia. Second, ensure that the regulation of these systems are rooted in a human-centric framework. We cannot lose sight of the value of human judgment, compassion, and understanding of context, all of which AI lacks. Hence, any regulatory framework should prioritize the role of human control and maintain the principle of meaningful human accountability for the actions of autonomous weapons. Third, consider the establishment of a comprehensive legal framework. We should consider new legal instruments, including treaties or protocols, specifically addressing the unique challenges presented by these weapons. The United Nations Charter, international humanitarian law, and human rights law will serve as the foundation for regulating AWS. Fourth, ensuring transparency and accountability. States and developers must be transparent regarding the capabilities, decision-making algorithms, and rules of engagement of these systems. Independent oversight mechanisms should be put in place to assess compliance and investigate any potential violations. Finally, prioritize capability building, technical assistance.
Mr. Chair, Barbados is committed to international cooperation on the challenge of regulating AWS. What affects one will inevitably affect all. Therefore, the approach of the human AWS requires a multifaceted approach that combines international cooperation, technical safeguards, ethical considerations, and legal frameworks. Our strength is in utilizing a collective approach to tackle these emerging issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. And the next speaker will be France. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to thank warmly Austria for organizing this timely conference and to thank also all the panelists for their insight. France played a decisive role in launching discussions on laws within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Its objective, which is to strike a balance between military necessity and humanitarian consideration, as well as its unique structure, allowing a multi-stakeholder exchange of expertise and its adaptability to military development, make it the appropriate forum to deal with this issue. The work carried out by the GGE over the last few years has enabled us to make collective progress both in our understanding of the challenges posed by potential laws and in identifying ways of meeting these challenges. And the 11 guiding principles are one example. The latest GGE sessions have highlighted the points of convergence arising from the group's discussion. The discussions in the GGE were fruitful and demonstrated the delegation's determination to make progress. We have to keep up this momentum with our strengthened mandate that must be fulfilled. Thus, France calls all parties to engage substantially and constructively within the framework of the GGE with a view to define the elements of an instrument on laws under the guidance of Ambassador Indenbosch that we warmly thank also for his constant and fruitful efforts within the GGE. For France, the ideal outcome would be for an instrument under the discussion within the GGE to take the form of an additional protocol to the CCW on the two-tier approach. Such an instrument would, on the one hand, prohibit certain types of use of laws and on the other hand, place limits and requirements on the development and use of others. France considers that, under such an instrument, lethal autonomous weapon systems that are inherently indiscriminate, those which effects cannot be limited, anticipated, and controlled, those of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, as well as those operating completely outside human control and a responsible chain of command, should be prohibited. With regard to other lethal autonomous weapon systems, those featuring decision-making autonomy in critical function, what we called partially autonomous measures, they would be implemented with a view to ensure that development and use will be done in accordance to international humanitarian law while preserving human control as well as human accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. 10 years ago, the issue of autonomous weapons began to be addressed at the international community, and time is running against us. We are at a crucial moment. The key components of arms control architecture are collapsing, so anxiety about the threat of nuclear war is more than justified. The combination of nuclear weapons with autonomous weapons can turn the latter into weapons of mass destruction. It is essential to address the regulation of weapons with autonomous functions now and to ban those with total autonomy in their critical functions. We also believe, like a growing number of states, that this regulation should be legally binding and that it should not be tied up to the concept of the lethality. The reasons for this have already been widely analyzed by the GGE LAWS at the meetings in Geneva since 2016. Chair, Uruguay has actively participated in the work of the GGE LAWS from its inception and has been involved in the topic focusing in the defense of fundamental human rights and the progressive development of international law, the only guarantee for its compliance. Our country has pronounced itself with an informal group of 16 state parties to the CCW, currently called 616, mostly from Latin America, in favor of negotiating an additional 6th protocol to the CCW. Uruguay also considers, as it seems to be the prevailing opinion, that it is not necessarily to agree on a definition to move forward with the regulation of autonomous weapons. There are abundant examples in the disarmament field, and especially in the CCW, of prohibition or regulation without characterization. In addition, the International Red Cross provided us of a functional definition a long time ago, widely accepted, and which we believe is sufficient and adequate. Furthermore, we believe that we should focus on the core of the program. How far can we go in compliance with international law and ethics in terms of autonomy of weapons, and where we should draw the line? Finally, Uruguay encourages the United Nations member states to prioritize the common interest of humanity and to assess the risk of arms race of systems whose operation is beyond human understanding and consequently deprives war of the little humanity it may contain. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. And the next speaker is now the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The UK would like to extend our gratitude to Austria for convening this important conference. AI technologies have the potential to fundamentally transform every aspect of our societies. Over these couple of days, we have heard further recognition that it is a reality that rapidly emerging technologies will continue to change the threats we face, as well as the ways in which we respond to them. Responsible militaries remain committed to the maintenance of global peace and security and must embrace technology to ensure stability within a volatile and challenging international environment. Let me be clear, the UK does not possess fully autonomous weapon systems that would operate without context-appropriate human involvement and has no intention of developing them. The UK is committed to safe and responsible use of AI in the military domain. International humanitarian law applies to all technology, including AI-enabled capability. States are required to respect and ensure respect for IHL. There are no waivers or exemptions to this requirement, and the UK advises caution in relation to endeavours that dilute or derogate from the robust, principle-based legal framework provided by IHL. The UK is committed to working through international forums to develop norms and standards for the responsible development and use of military AI, and to ensure that any illegal, unsafe or unethical use of these technologies is identified, attributed and held to account. The subjects of responsibility and accountability are inherently connected to the concepts of governance, human involvement and risk ownership. Human responsibility for the use of AI-enabled systems in defence must be underpinned by a clear and consistent articulation of the means by which control is asserted. The UK believes that human judgment will always be necessary throughout the development and use of weapon systems with autonomous functions. Human-machine teaming across the entire life cycle of a system is our default approach. The UK agrees that the key obligation of the use of weapons with autonomous functions is ensuring that governance systems enable high levels of legal and ethical compliance within existing IHL. The UK recognises the calls we have heard over the past 2 days for new legally binding rules. However, the UK is of the view that there is no gap in the application of IHL in respect to autonomy in weapon systems. This is because IHL already constrains states in respect of their development and procurement of weapons, methods and means of warfare, including those with advanced technologies. The UK is leading international efforts on building tools and standards to evaluate risks from frontier models. We hosted the first AI Safety Summit, where leading AI nations agreed the Bletchley Declaration on AI safety. In addition, the UK convened the first ever meeting of the UN Security Council on the opportunities and risks of AI for international peace and security. The CCW remains the appropriate forum to discuss and progress this issue. The GGE has the expertise and has a new and powerful mandate to formulate. The UK is strongly committed to supporting progress in the GGE and would encourage other CCW high contracting states to stand behind the mandate, which represents the best and most comprehensive avenue for regulatory measures. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Again, I appeal to stay within 3 minutes. And I have the pleasure now to invite Cameroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cameroon would like to thank the Austrian government via the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs for organizing this crucial event. The emergence of autonomous weapon system is profoundly changing the landscape of armed conflict. By incorporating artificial intelligence, these technologies raise complex legal, ethical, humanitarian, and security issues. It is imperative that the international community unites to tackle these challenges with seriousness and determination. For my country, the problem does not lie in the rapid development of technologies per se, but rather in the misuse of emerging and new applications arising from them, in particular their use for military purpose. Cameroon recognized the need for strong international regulations to govern the use of autonomous weapon systems. We firmly believe that human beings must remain at the heart of decisions involving consequences as serious as life and death. Any approach for authorizing the use of autonomous weapons must be guided by the principle of international humanitarian law and respect of human rights. We call for close cooperation between states, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector to develop effective regulatory frameworks. It is essential to ensure transparency, accountability, and human oversight in the use of autonomous weapon systems. Cameroon is ready to play an active role in this collective approach at the sub-regional, regional, and global levels. We encourage in-depth discussion on control mechanism, the prevention of risk of escalation, and ways of ensuring that these technologies do not compromise global security or fundamental rights. In conclusion, my country would like to stress the importance of this conference and the joint efforts of states to guarantee a secure future for next generations in the context of autonomous weapon systems. Cameroon is committed to this mission and looks forward to the results of our work here in Vienna. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your statement, which now will be followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intention was to make a short statement on the position of the Russian Federation regarding laws. As we understood from the note verbal of the permanent mission of Austria to the United Nations, this conference was aimed at further advancing the debate on an international regulation of autonomous weapons systems and providing substantive inputs. However, it is very regrettable that some of the speakers could not stick to the agenda and restrain themselves from using propaganda cliches against the Russian Federation, which we strongly reject. One speaker even went on eulogizing NATO, which has a long history of armed interventions, not a history of defending anyone. Another speaker was dreaming about improving AI machine learning capabilities of Ukrainian UAVs to avoid the impact of Russian electronic warfare. The Western countries give Ukraine license to violate international humanitarian law. Moreover, NATO countries themselves contemplate attacks against civilian infrastructure.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you yourself said everyone should stick to the agenda,
yes,
and you can give the good example now and stick to your own rules. Please, we want to hear about the topic. Thank you.
My right of reply. I listened to others yesterday. I didn't interfere, but please respect me, respect my country, and give me the right to exercise my reply. A recently leaked conversation of German Bundeswehr officers demonstrated that they were discussing how to destroy the Crimean bridge with Taurus missiles. Whether they accept the Crimea as part of the Russian Federation or not, that doesn't change its status as a purely civilian object used by commuters every day. I think on that I have to agree with Dr. Agnes Kalamar of Amnesty International that doors to hell were reopened. The NATO countries would make a deal with the devil to inflict damage on Russia, let alone their international commitments. Today it is Russia. Tomorrow they will take on someone else. We also witness dual standards of the West with regard to the international humanitarian law violations in Gaza. What a new treaty on laws would do in such an environment? Give impunity to NATO and its allies, and establish rules for others in line with the notorious concept of rules-based order. The Russian Federation would like to confirm that the existing international law, including international humanitarian law, is fully applicable to lethal autonomous weapons system and doesn't need to be modernized or adapted to their specific features. At the moment, we do not see any convincing reasons requiring immediate restrictions and bans against such type of weapons. The principle of humanity that dictates of public conscience, for example, was underlined the Martens Clause, as well as the human rights dimension, cannot be used as the absolute and sole sufficient condition to impose restrictive and prohibitive regimes on certain types of weapons. We believe the discussions aimed at negotiation of certain rules of behavior in relation to laws would be premature. We consider human control over the operation of laws as one of the conditions for ensuring compliance with existing norms of international law, including IHL. Meanwhile, specific forms and methods of control should remain at the discretion of states. States and individuals, including developers and manufacturers.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you're now speaking for 4 minutes. Everybody else was sticking or trying to stick to 3 minutes. I have to inform you that our sound system will stop in 5 seconds.
Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker, I had to exercise my right of reply. And
no, there are no rights of reply here, but we are looking forward to read the position of the Russian Federation on the website.
Minutes paper as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your understanding. And the next speaker now is Egypt.
At the outset, I wish to express our appreciation to the government of Austria for organizing this timely conference, which provides an excellent platform to engage in serious discussions on how to address the various challenges associated with autonomous weapons systems as one very special and risky form of the application of artificial intelligence in the military domain. It is our conviction that the United Nations represent the only effective and inclusive platform to develop the necessary normative framework to address this issue. And while we acknowledge the importance of the ongoing relevant discussions on this topic over a decade, it is regrettable that the progress remains quite minimal and that no tangible results have been reached yet. In this regard, we would like to outline the main elements that underpin the Egyptian positions on autonomous weapons systems. First, Egypt is of the view that pursuing a two-tiered approach comprising the prohibition of
fully autonomous weapons while regulating other military applications of AI represent the most realistic and effective course of action. Second, we take note of the multiple international initiatives on the development of guidelines and rules for military application of AI. Nevertheless, there is a need for streamlining these initiatives under the UN umbrella. And most importantly, such initiatives should not be regarded as a substitute for the objective of concluding legally binding prohibition on fully autonomous weapons. Third, the centrality of the principle of human responsibility cannot be overemphasized. Autonomous weapons systems must remain under meaningful human control and supervision to ensure human responsibility and accountability from the perspective of international law, including international humanitarian law. There is also a need to ensure the responsibility of states for unlawful and wrongful acts caused by their use of autonomous weapons. We currently witness the tragic situation in Gaza that reminds us of the necessity and centrality of protecting humans against indiscriminate and disproportionate killing. Fourth, Egypt advocates for a balanced and realistic approach through which we can all continue to benefit from the new opportunities offered by AI applications while tackling the relevant challenges in a realistic and effective manner. In this regard, we stress the importance of building the capacity of developing countries and bridging the huge gaps in this domain. Mr. Chair, as we are at a crossroad with the ongoing AI revolution, we must act together in good faith to agree on a meaningful and effective measures to tackle the relevant threats and preserve peace, security, and the cordial principles of international humanitarian law. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your statement. Now the next speaker will be Ambassador Robert in den Bosch from the Netherlands, but he is at the same time also the chair of the GGE laws, and that means he wears two hats, and he's the only one this afternoon who has not 3 minutes, but 6 minutes, because he has two hats. Thank you. You have the floor.
Chair, distinguished delegates, let me begin by thanking Austria for organizing this important conference. Thanks also for giving me the opportunity to address the meeting in my capacity as chair of the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems. Chair, the regional and international conferences of the past 2 years were of immense value to the discussion on the regulation of autonomous weapon systems by sharing knowledge and talking about commonalities and positions, and this conference in Vienna will not be the last in that list. Let me also acknowledge the role that Austria played as initiator of the Laws Resolution in the First Committee, seeking for the full range of views from all UN member states. The importance of partnerships, conflict dynamics, legal matters, ethical considerations, and human-technology relations are all important elements to address as confirmed during this conference. And the conference is never just the sum of its plenary meetings. Several side events have delved deeper into legal matters, the broader challenges of AI, as well as the potential for nuclear escalation. I hope that all this will further boost and stimulate the efforts in working towards a meaningful normative framework within the GGE laws. Chair, over the years, the GGE laws has worked on a great number of very substantive and significant topics related to addressing laws. However, we now see a rapid growth regarding the use of AI in the military domain and of other technologies that enable the development of weapon systems that can operate with limited or even no human intervention. We are indeed at the crossroads. The dynamics within and outside of the GGE laws have been challenging at times, and there is an urgent need to achieve concrete results during its present mandate. We can't work miracles, but I believe that tangible progress is possible. The group can build upon years of experience and work, and don't forget, the important actors in the field of laws are all active participants in the GGE. Let me now give you a brief update on the work of the GGE in 2024. Its new mandate, agreed by consensus, is more specific and ambitious than previous mandates, a clear sign of the willingness of the high contracting parties to take the next step forward. Under its new mandate, the group is expected to submit a report to the 7th Review Conference of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons in 2026. It should complete its work as soon as possible, preferably before the end of 2025. During the first session in March, the GGE held very detailed discussions on the following topics. 1. Characterizations and definitions. 2. Application of international humanitarian law. And 3. Risk mitigation and confidence building measures. On characterization. Regarding characterizations and definitions, most delegations emphasize the need to have clarity on characterizations and/or definitions of laws. Many participants stated that it was not possible to achieve the goal of the group without at least the basic common understanding of the weapon systems which would be prohibited and/or regulated under a possible future instrument. Overall, there were still differences of opinion on the need and granularity of a general characterization of laws in order to discuss future measures, including prohibitions and regulations. In my view, it would be worthwhile to further develop at least a common understanding of what laws are, so that we can work from the same page in our future sessions. On the application of IHL, already in 2019, the group affirmed its guiding principles that IHL continues to apply fully to all weapon systems, including the potential development and use of laws. Moreover, some delegations noted during our meeting in March that current IHL is sufficient to deal with any possible changes and risks raised by laws. Others argued that even though existing IHL rules and principles apply to laws and must consequently be observed by states, new IHL rules must be defined by the group to address all potential risks associated with laws. With regard to our future work on the application of IHL, we can thus make a distinction between 3 boxes that we need to further discuss. 1. We should reach a common understanding on how existing IHL applies. 2. What the practical measures are to ensure that laws are used in compliance with existing IHL. And 3, in view of the foregoing, discuss the need for any new law. On risk and risk mitigation measures. Most delegations emphasize the need to clearly identify which kinds of risk the group was discussing, to then address them comprehensively through mitigation measures. Several categories of risk were highlighted by participants, such as humanitarian, ethical, security and geopolitical, as well as technical and system security risks. On the way ahead, in order to maintain the momentum, an intensive intersessional program has been established in the run-up to the 2nd session in August. There will be informal consultations on characterizations and definitions on the application of IHL, with the aim to facilitate the formal continuation of this discussion at our session in August. Chair, I sincerely hope that the growing attention for laws, like the discussion here and now in Vienna, will boost the work in the GGE laws and contribute to fulfilling its mandate. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much also for informing us about the work in the GGE laws. And the next speaker now is Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Ireland thanks Austria for its leadership in bringing this important conference to fruition. Autonomous weapons are fast evolving, and sustained discussion is needed to ensure states have both the insight and the impetus to respond with the urgency that is required. Alongside our efforts within the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons group of government experts on laws, Ireland has welcomed parallel state-led efforts to ensure continued discourse. To this end, Ireland was pleased to co-sponsor the Austrian-led First Committee resolution at UNGA 78. Following years of comprehensive discussion within GGE laws, there is now growing international consensus around the 2-tier system under which autonomous weapons which cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law must not be developed, applied, or used. We should build on this consensus through identifying additional years of potential agreement and consulting on emerging aspects which require more extensive exploration, such as biases. In addition, we should be generating ideas on how these aspects could be addressed. This, in turn, will complement and facilitate the GGE's ongoing work. Ireland's position is centred around 4 principles. 1, that application of and respect for international humanitarian law is paramount. 2, that human beings must make and remain accountable for decisions on lethal force and must exert full control over lethal weapons systems, retaining the ability to intervene, interrupt, and deactivate autonomous weapons throughout their life cycles. 3, that we must integrate ethical considerations. The unconstrained use of autonomous lethal weapons is inconsistent with international law, but it is not enough to simply establish whether it is legally possible to deploy autonomous weapons. We must confront whether in good conscience we can allow machines to take decisions on whether humans live or die. 4, that there are acute risks of integrating algorithmic biases into autonomous weapons systems, thereby threatening fundamental rights and safety. Any future framework should therefore include positive obligations with regard to these algorithms. I notice, Chair, that I've reached the end of my 3 minutes. I will circulate a longer statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for your courtesy to the other speakers. And I now give the floor to Luxembourg.
Thank you, Chair. Over the last 2 days, we had insightful discussions. We would like to express our gratitude to Austria for the warm welcome and congratulate our host for convening this timely initiative. 1 year ago, we hosted the Luxembourg Autonomous Weapons Conference and are pleased to see the growing number of international initiatives and discussions on autonomous weapon systems. As technology continues to advance at a rapid pace in an ever-changing security landscape, my country remains deeply concerned about the challenges and risks associated with the use of autonomous weapon systems. Nevertheless, autonomy will become increasingly important in future military technologies. It is the responsibility of the international community to ensure that these technologies do not have the devastating humanitarian impact they could have in the absence of adequate regulations and prohibitions. Chair, please allow me to briefly highlight some elements of Luxembourg's national position on autonomous weapon systems. My delegation defines autonomous weapon systems as having autonomy in their critical functions, namely selecting, identifying, and applying force to targets without human intervention. Adaptability of their actions to an unknown or changing environment is also an integral part of AWS. We are pleased that the two-tier approach has gained traction over the past years, and we are convinced that this approach is the best way to create a multilateral normative framework around autonomous weapon systems. International humanitarian law applies fully to the use and development of autonomous weapon systems. Hence, systems that cannot comply with international law are de facto prohibited. States should take active multilateral steps within the relevant conventions, notably the GGE laws, to agree on which characteristics would make AWS incompatible with IHL and subsequently outlaw both the development and use of systems with such capabilities. This would include, inter alia, systems that operate completely outside of human control and a chain of command, systems that are unable to distinguish between civilians and enemy combatants, or that could adapt and modify the mission parameters on their own. Meaningful human control at all life stages of the system remains an imperative, since compliance is often determined by the context of use rather than by the weapon system itself. AWS should have specific limits set by a human operator on the operational framework in terms of geographical scope, temporal limits, target setting, and human approval of any substantial modification of these mission parameters. Operators must understand how AWS reach decisions and be able to adequately anticipate operational effects in different environments.
Excuse me, you are already 40 seconds.
I will conclude shortly, Mr. Chair,
that's good, because otherwise it switches off automatically. Thank you.
At the same time, they should be able to retroactively understand systems actions. In this context, it is necessary to highlight again the full responsibility of human operators and the intrinsically linked challenge of algorithmic biases. States should conduct sufficient and properly executed legal reviews in accordance with Article 36 of Additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions. These could include anticipated use cases, types of targets, technical performance, and further developments of a system to thoroughly assess its compliance with IHL.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, allow me to express our gratitude to the government of Austria for organizing this extremely insightful conference. As we all know, the issue of autonomous weapon systems has been discussed in the CCWGG for the past 10 years. Despite some notable achievements, such as the 11 guiding principles adopted in 2019, the group remains far from achieving what we see as its ultimate objective, the adoption of a legally binding instrument on AWS. Since my country presided over the GGE over the past 2 years, allow me to share our perception about the state of that mechanism. The report of the 2023 session represented a fine balance among dissonant viewpoints. As usual, outcomes that depend on strict consensus are rarely perfect, if ever. Nevertheless, the report represented a step forward for the key of common understandings built by the GGE, in particular by consolidating the need for a two-tier approach and the centrality of control. It is our hope that the GGE will now be able to advance even further. During its first session in 2024, now under the able chairmanship of Ambassador Inden Bosch of the Netherlands, we were able to dive deeply into the most crucial issues yet to be tackled, namely definitions, prohibitions, and possible regulations. At that occasion, Brazil tabled a working paper on the possible contributions to the work of the GGE of the ontological standards for ethically driven robotics and automated systems, published in 2021 by the IEEE. We believe that the standard can help address many of the technical challenges faced by the GGE, such as the need to ensure predictability, explainability, and understandability of autonomous and AI-driven weapon systems. As to the future of the GGE, we hope that we will be able to start actual negotiations and a legally binding instrument as soon as possible. During this conference, we heard many voices expressing profound skepticism about the CCWGG process. Given the many pitfalls and obstructions we have faced in recent years, these views are not entirely without merit. However, the CCWGG offers one unequivocal advantage that cannot be squandered, which is the participation of all major stakeholders. Nevertheless, the advantage of inclusivity would be defeated by indefinite delays to the objective of regulating the issue of AWS. The window of opportunity for it is rapidly closing. In this regard, we recognize the merits of the process initiated by Austria in the UN General Assembly through Resolution 78/241, adopted last year. It is our hope that this process and the CCWGG will continue to develop, converge, and reinforce each other. Before concluding, my delegation recalls that the objective of achieving a legally binding instrument on AWS cannot ignore the need for effectiveness of its norms and its capacity to impact on actual behavior in the real world. All avenues of negotiations should be explored to the fullest in order to achieve the best possible instrument with the largest number of adherents and that is to be able to be put into force the soonest. Achieving this Pareto optimal result should be the ultimate objective of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I call on now the delegation of Malawi to address us.
Chair, on the outset, let me thank the Federal Republic of Austria for organizing and making this life-saving conference a reality. The Republic of Malawi co-sponsored resolution number A/78/241 because we value the significance of the issue at hand. Mr. Chair, much as the Republic of Malawi welcomes new technologies, it stands firm to be against any technological advances that could be used against humanity. The emergence of autonomous weapon systems raises concern to our republic due to lack of transparency in its use and the existing gaps in international governance. The fact that AWS lack human decision-making, it leaves a lot to be desired. In all its fairness, Chair, why should we leave decision-making responsibility to machines? In this regard, the Republic of Malawi aligns itself to the cause that AWS works against international human rights law and the basic human rights of which, as Malawi, we stand for. Mr. Chair, the question at hand needs boldness, concerted efforts, and most importantly, the world needs sustainable peace and development, not firing robots, whose control can never be guaranteed. In conclusion, we reaffirm our commitment in aligning ourselves with urgent regulation efforts in the drive for a peaceful world. We mean a world without machine-powered systems with the capacity of disrupting peace and security under the sun. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your concise statement. And the next speaker will be Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. I join others in thanking the government of Austria for the opportunity to engage in this conference. We deem this meeting very timely and important in advancing the discussion on autonomous weapons system. Its development prompts us to grapple with intricate questions concerning the nature of warfare, the value of human life, and the foundations of international peace and security. Against this backdrop, Indonesia remains an avid supporter of the first ever UNGA resolution on lethal autonomous weapons adopted in December last year. The ever-changing threat of autonomous weapons presents unique and profound challenges from ethical, legal, as well as moral aspects. And therefore, our deliberations forward shall not be impaired by the growing political tension in both regional and global settings. In this regard, Indonesia would like to present 3 pertinent points that compels our view on this issue. First, Indonesia aligns itself fully with the objectives concerning the regulation and utilization of autonomous weapon systems to minimize their impacts on humanity. We emphasize the paramount importance of safeguarding civilians' population, especially the non-combatants, and upholding the principles of proportionality, distinction, and the prevention of unnecessary suffering. The rationale behind the use of autonomous weapons must be comprehensible and justifiable, adhering to its established legal and ethical norms. Secondly, we stress the vital necessity of meaningful human control in deployment and operation of autonomous weapon systems. Keeping humans in the loop will ensure that crucial decisions are made with human judgment, oversight, and accountability, and thus human role is indispensable to avert unintended casualties and reducing the risk of collateral damage. Third, Indonesia underscores the critical necessity for clear mechanisms of legal accountability through an inclusive dialogue. Without transparent legal frameworks, there can be no assurance of justice or protection for victims of unlawful acts. It is imperative that discussions regarding such mechanisms be continually reinforced by taking inputs from diverse disciplines and cultures. Only through comprehensive dialogue and cooperation, we can effectively enrich the debate and resulting in more robust policy frameworks. Furthermore, efforts to regulate autonomous weapon systems must also support and encourage the development of AI technologies for peaceful purposes and the betterment of humanity. Regulation shall not hamper or restrict access to technologies for developing nations, and we believe promoting collaboration in the research and development of AI for peaceful purposes can help bridge the technology gap and foster a more equitable global landscape. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, Indonesia is committed to engaging in meaningful discussions and collaborating with all stakeholders to ensure the development and use of AI in military operations adhere to principles of safeguarding human dignity, promoting international peace and security, and encouraging the beneficial use of AI for all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I give the floor now to the next speaker, that is Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should first like to express Peru's appreciation to the government of Austria for carefully preparing this conference on a crucial topic, as well as for its leadership in this matter. As I recall Peru's commitment to multilateralism, to upholding international law, including IHL, and to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, I would like to reiterate Peru's concern regarding the urgent need to adopt a treaty banning and regulating autonomous weapon systems. We support the joint call made by the UN Secretary General and the President of the ICRC to begin negotiations of such a legally binding instrument as soon as possible. This call complements the sense of urgency contained in the Agenda for Peace, which states that such a treaty should be concluded no later than in 2026. We also reiterate our position against the development of weapons that operate without human control, triggering themselves and targeting humans. We are equally concerned that autonomous weapon systems may become weapons of mass destruction and that the thresholds for the use of force may be lowered. In this vein, Peru endorsed a little more than a year ago the Belém communiqué at the Costa Rica Regional Conference, as well as the communiqué of the Ibero-American Summit. Peru also co-sponsored last year's UNGA resolution, which seeks to broaden the international debate and tasked the elaboration of a report to which Peru will contribute. We recognize the value of the progress that has been made to date, and reaffirming the need to continue with the codification and progressive development of the norms of IHL, Peru, together with 15 other states, presented a draft protocol on autonomous weapon systems, which contains a set of prohibitions and regulations, and which also underscores the importance of the regular provision of capacity building activities covering risk mitigation in the development of OS. Finally, I would like to express Peru's recognition of the role played by civil society, by the ICRC, and a growing number of NGOs. Today, we are witnessing a significant step, the authentic spirit of Vienna, and we therefore reiterate our special gratitude to the Austrian government and to all participants. Danke vielmals.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Mr. Chair, my delegation would like to thank Austria for organizing this conference on such an important topic as autonomous weapon systems, so that together the participants could reflect on the need and urgency to see this area regulated. Emerging technologies are positively transforming the human condition while also creating challenges. As they are double-edged swords, there is a major concern about their use for malicious purpose and military use. While developing countries are calling for the reduction of the technological gap through access to these technologies for peaceful purposes, through international cooperation, technology transfer, technical assistance, and capacity building, the use of these technologies in the military field, including those related to artificial intelligence and the autonomy of weapons systems, is accentuating the challenges of developing technologies, humanitarian, legal, and ethical concern. We want a technological revolution where human is at the center. If we let machines control us, our world will be ungovernable and we will have nothing left to bequeath to future generations. This is why my delegation supports the multilateral approach, the adoption of a legally binding instrument, the use of significant human control, the positive obligations that should ensure that all other autonomous weapons systems are used under legal and ethical standards, the preservation of human dignity, morality, and justice, the use of emerging technologies under international law, in particular the Charter of the United Nations, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law. To conclude, my delegation calls for an urgent consensus at the international level on the limit to be imposed on this system of autonomous weapons to cope with the rapid development, increased use, and the humanitarian, legal, and ethical concerns they raise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your statement. And now the next speaker will be Australia.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I join others in thanking the Government of Austria for its leadership in convening this conference and the panellists for their thought-provoking presentations. As we have heard, new and emerging technologies are having a profound and cross-cutting effect on the conduct of warfare. Clearly, efforts to tap into the benefits of emerging technologies must go hand in hand with efforts to address potential risks. As several panellists have noted, humans are responsible for affecting international humanitarian law obligations, not machines. To utilize a particular weapon system, it is crucial to understand its effects and the potential outcomes of its operations in the context of use. We hope that this conference, like last year's inaugural UN First Committee resolution on laws, will give additional impetus and renewed urgency to the GGE on laws. The CCW remains the most appropriate framework for multilateral discussions on laws as a forum which brings together states with diverse security interests and benefits from diplomatic, military, and technical expertise. The GGE has made critical progress in recent years. New areas of convergence have emerged. We have a substantial number and breadth of proposals on the table, and work has commenced under a robust multi-year mandate to elaborate elements of an instrument. The draft articles proposal, co-sponsored by Australia and 6 other states, advances this mandate by elaborating types of autonomous weapon systems that would be prohibited by IHL and regulations that should be applied to the use of all other autonomous weapon systems. While the CCW remains the appropriate venue for this work, discussions elsewhere can significantly enrich GGE deliberations. The obligation in Article 36 of Additional Protocol 1 is a critical guardrail for ensuring all new means and methods of warfare are capable of complying with IHL. In 2023 and 2024, Australia hosted 2 expert meetings on the legal review of AWS to facilitate exchange of good practice in this area. Australia also welcomed today's side event on this topic. Australia also commends complementary initiatives such as the REAIM Summit process and the Political Declaration on Responsible Use of Military Artificial Intelligence and Autonomy. We call on all states to join these initiatives. We will submit our full statement for posting on the conference website. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both for your statement and your written contribution. And I give now the floor to Zimbabwe.
Chairperson, my delegation congratulates Austria for successfully convening this important international conference on the theme Humanity at the Crossroads, Autonomous Weapons Systems and the Challenges of Regulation at this historic Hofburg Palace in Vienna. We thank the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of Austria for the excellent hospitality and facilities extended to our delegation. Chairperson, the Republic of Zimbabwe continues to lend its voice to the clarion call for international disarmament and the total elimination of weapons of mass destruction. In December 2023, Zimbabwe voted in favor of United Nations General Assembly Resolution 78241, which stressed the urgent need for the international community to address the challenges and concerns raised by autonomous weapon systems and to continue to further its understanding of the issues involved. In that vein, this conference has raised profound legal, ethical, technological, and security questions on the deployment of autonomous weapon systems, as well as the risks associated with such systems falling into the hands of non-state actors or bad actors, such as terrorist or subversive groups. My delegation is concerned about the threats posed by unregulated algorithms, sensors, computer and robotic systems, which may end up making life or death decisions affecting humanity. Autonomous weapon systems have the potential to undermine international humanitarian law and international human rights law. All domains on this planet, including land, air, and sea, are affected by the evolving nature of autonomous weapon systems. Chairperson, my delegation wishes to underscore the need for human control, accountability, and oversight of all kinds of weapon systems, as well as the fundamental role of the state in all matters to do with the development, control, and deployment of arms in all their forms. Autonomous weapon systems, whether hardware or software, must be traceable to their human developers or creators, who should remain accountable for any algorithms or sensors encoded and embedded into those systems. In the age of the desktop computer, firewalls and antivirus software have ring-fenced the devices from malicious attacks. The question is now, in the age of artificial intelligence and automated weapon systems, what will the firewall and antivirus mechanisms be? This conference has been a timely and insightful intervention that we are confident will trigger the necessary reflections and actions at a national and international level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your statement, which will be now followed by the one given by Chile.
Thank you. My delegation would like to thank Austria for convening this meeting. We sincerely appreciate its meaningful involvement in the discussions of autonomous weapons systems and its leadership in the search for convergence among states and stakeholders. This conference outcomes will undoubtedly be valuable input for the UN's General Secretary report agreed upon Resolution 78409. Today, as geopolitical tensions escalate, the multilateral system finds itself grappling with an alarming rise in armed conflicts that jeopardize peace, global security, and even our very existence. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence juxtaposed with a slower comprehension of its implication is a cause for concern. In this context, Chile voices its apprehensions that autonomous weapon systems present unique challenges to the human element, particularly in terms of human control over the use of force. Chile strongly supports the negotiation of a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems, which must consider moral, legal, and ethical implications of dehumanized war and the loss of significant human control, including prohibitions, restrictions agreed internationally. At the same time, we need to pursue a balance between the advantages of new technologies and the reduction of threats they may pose to international peace and security. We therefore support the functioning and the work of the GGE on emerging technologies in the area of lethal autonomous weapon system. In this regard, we consider the submission of the draft Protocol 6 as a step forward to advance to a legally binding mechanism to regulate this matter in a realistic, efficient, and effective way. Chile has stated that machine automation is a clear threat to the safety and security of civilians, especially women, girls, and children. A regulatory instrument must accurately consider the algorithm's bias, the lack of supervision, and technical deficiencies in the operation that may perpetuate social stereotypes that imply higher risk for civilians and gender-differentiated affectation by autonomous weapons systems in conflicts. We strongly subscribe that all weapons must be developed, deployed, and used in conformity with international humanitarian law. Nevertheless, one of the biggest challenges to comply with IHL, it was conceived based on the prevalence of human rationality, consciousness, and will. IHL must also be adapted, updated to achieve key requirements of state responsibility and individual accountability for its violations. Our future relies in our capability to retain human control in the decision of the use of force. I will finish here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. And the next speaker now will be Singapore.
Thank you. The Singaporean delegation would like to thank the Austrian government for its leadership and initiative in hosting this inaugural conference here in Vienna on autonomous weapon systems. Singapore believes that international governance approaches should incorporate multi-stakeholder perspectives. It is in this context that in December 2023, Singapore voted in favor of the UN General Assembly Resolution 78241 on lethal autonomous weapon systems laws introduced by Austria. This resolution has given the UN Secretary General a mandate to seek the views of stakeholders, including civil society, the scientific community, and industry, and to publish a report reflecting the full range of views. We believe that this is an important resource to achieve greater shared understanding of the governance challenges and to support further progress at the UN GGE on laws. The GGE on laws received a new mandate in 2023 to continue bringing together legal, military, and technological experts on laws to develop the elements of an instrument on the subject matter. With this, Singapore believes that the GGE can develop a governance framework for laws that will be both effective and inclusive. In March this year, Singapore became a high contracting party to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, or CCW, underscoring our commitment to IHL and the continued codification and progressive development of the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict. Turning now to the nexus between laws and AI, we must recognize the risks of unintended outcomes if critical functions in laws incorporate AI. If these laws behave in an unanticipated manner, the resulting effects can be very serious, from friendly fire to civilian harm. Singapore is committed to the responsible development and use of AI in the military. Through several years of extensive internal consultations with experts in the technological, military, and in international law and policy, Singapore in 2021 has developed national guidelines on responsible military AI. These principles address 4 key areas of concern. 1. Responsible. AI systems must have well-defined intended users, and both developers and users are responsible for the outcomes of AI systems without any accountability gap. 2. Reliable. AI systems should be tested and assured to a level appropriate for their intended use and should be designed to minimize unintended bias and produce consistent output. 3. Robust. AI systems should be designed with cyber and adversarial AI threats in mind, and their development process should be well documented to support explainability. 4. Safe. AI systems should be safe to use in terms of the deployed platforms, the surrounding assets, and personnel. While national contexts may shape the specifics on how different countries approach the issues of laws, Singapore believes that there exist underlying commonalities across these various approaches. We appreciate platforms such as today's Vienna conference that raise awareness and allow us to exchange perspectives. There is an urgency for our governance mechanisms to keep pace with rapid advancements in technology. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The next speaker is Kiribati. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished participants. Kiribati thanks Austria for convening this conference on humanity at the crossroads and commends Austria's leadership in this domain. We are proud to have co-sponsored Austria's resolution on lethal autonomous weapon systems at the UN General Assembly's First Committee. As a small island Pacific state, we share concerns about the possible negative consequences and impact of autonomous weapon systems on global security and regional and international stability, including the risk of an emerging arms race, lowering the threshold for conflict and proliferation, including to non-state actors, as stated in the resolution. Thus, we welcome our colleagues from ECOWAS who adopted a communiqué calling for urgent negotiations of a legally binding instrument to regulate autonomous weapon systems, as well as additional colleagues who also called for such a instrument. We contend that a new treaty is the only way for humanity to be safe from these weapons. A new legally binding instrument should underscore the need for all states to comply at all times with international law, including international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and the UN Charter. This new treaty should contain an unambiguous definition of what is an autonomous weapon. In this regard, we agree with the definition presented by the International Committee of the Red Cross in its submission to the UN Secretary General. Chair, given the current geopolitical situations across the world, we must safeguard the lives of civilians. We cannot have uncontrollable weapons which cause indiscriminate harm and cannot differentiate between civilians and non-civilians. As a result, the treaty should address a series of prohibitions that include autonomous weapons which have artificial intelligence and hinder human users from understanding and predicting the system's behaviors. We cannot allow any type of weapons that can potentially harm civilians. We welcome the forthcoming outcome document and look forward to further developments. Finally, we would like to thank Austria for initiating the beginnings of this dialogue at this historic conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement, which now will be followed by the one given by Sudan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Let me start by sincerely thanking our host, the government and the people of Austria, for their appreciated efforts in preparing for this important conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our experience in Sudan since the eruption of the dissolved RSF rebellion in April last year clearly shows that these autonomous weapon systems need to be regulated by an internationally binding, legally binding instrument. On the 2nd of this month, the RSF rebels attacked an iftar dinner gathering in Atbara city, killing 15 innocent civilians, including women and children, and injuring dozens. This horrible crime shows how these lethal weapons can target civilians when they are in the wrong hands. The fact that the regional actors who supplied these lethal weapons did not face any consequences for their deplorable actions is another factor that necessitates regulating these weapons. The use of autonomous weapon systems to commit horrible war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the possibility of genocide happening in front of our eyes in Gaza is a very important and urgent factor for regulating these weapons. It is a clear reminder that laws alone will not deter horrendous crimes from happening. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on this important diplomatic process of regulating autonomous weapon systems, we need to exert tremendous efforts in addressing the geopolitical rivalries and confrontation shaping our world, as they are the stumbling block against leveraging the unprecedented opportunities created by technology and artificial intelligence for the betterment of our lives and for achieving the SDGs. We need to recommit ourselves to the United Nations Charter, the international law, and the international humanitarian law. We need more multilateralism to address the ever-complicating challenge facing humanity. A reformed and well-resourced United Nations is needed today more than ever. This is the only way out of our current tribulations. Together, we can make it. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much for your statement. And now I give the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. I want to join others in thanking the Austrian government for graciously hosting us here in Vienna and enabling very important discussions in an informal and inclusive setting. We are currently in the process of finalizing our national input to the UN Secretary General's report, making this conference very timely in that respect as well. Sweden supports the two-tier approach, indicating that a distinction should be made between those weapon systems that cannot be used in accordance with international law, in particular IHL, and systems that include autonomous features, which should be regulated in order to ensure compliance with IHL and other applicable international law. While the former ones should be expressly prohibited, the latter ones would benefit from regulation, the form of which needs further thought and elaboration. We are pleased to see that the two-tier approach continues to gain traction, and we're convinced that this constitutes a middle ground where a consensus could be reached. A lot has been said about the CCW over the past 2 days, and we certainly share some of the frustrations expressed about the slow pace of negotiations. But I would like to point to the encouraging progress within the GGE these past sessions, where we saw promising signs of convergence on several topics. This despite only meeting twice a year. We are now discussing concrete language for elements to include in a future instrument under the capable leadership of our Dutch chair. And we believe that this is a clear path to a substantial breakthrough. And from our point of view, the problem is not the format of the discussion, but the lack of political will on the part of some. This problem will not be solved by creating parallel processes and instruments which are not supported by key stakeholders. This would not promote actual nor effective regulation and would risk further dividing the member states, as well as undermining IHL. International law, including IHL, is applicable in all cases, including when it comes to laws. And we do not agree with the notion that laws exists in an unregulated vacuum. With this said, we all agree that the GGE must deliver in line with its mandate and that we are in the 11th hour. What type of regulation we end up with remains to be seen, and even though it might fall short of expectations of some delegations, we believe that it would still amount to a big step forward, as it would have buy-in from all the member states. In closing, Chair, I want to again thank our Austrian hosts for organizing this conference, which we hope will provide impetus for productive discussions in the GG going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now call on Bulgaria to deliver their statement.
Excellencies, Bulgaria would like to express its gratitude and high appreciation to the government of Austria for its endeavors in organizing such a timely, informative and educational conference. The conference delivered on its promise to enrich our deliberations on the existing and possible future frameworks for addressing autonomous weapon systems. During last year's first committee meeting, Bulgaria joined as a co-sponsor to the UN General Assembly Resolution 78241 on laws proposed by Austria, through which the overwhelming majority of states stressed the urgent need for the international community to address the challenges posed by autonomous weapon systems. Bulgaria is committed to advancing the discussions on regulation of autonomous weapon systems. Thus, we have actively and consistently engaged in the work of the GGE. In March, Bulgaria joined France, Germany, Denmark, Italy, Luxembourg, and Norway in submitting a working paper seeking to streamline the GGE work as it allows to structure elements of an instrument based on the two-tier approach. Bulgaria has a clear understanding of the urgency of clarifying the international regulation of autonomous weapon systems. Still, the work on regulating autonomous weapon systems does not start from scratch. States benefit from several years of fruitful and concentrated deliberations within the GG laws, its reports, and dozens of working papers, as well as several regional and global initiatives, including this one, that have taken place in the last couple of years. Here, we would like to thank Ambassador Indenbosch for his creative leadership and devoted efforts towards a successful conduct of the deliberations during the first session of the GGE in March, as the expectations of this group are growing higher. Bulgaria will continue its proactive and constructive work within the GGE laws in an effort to promote convergence on the two-tier approach on the basis of prohibition and regulations. Clarifying the content of the two-tier approach in existing law and its application to autonomous weapon systems within an instrument is a condition for effective regulation. We expect that this clarification process would allow us to hold inclusive discussions combining different viewpoints. The two-tier approach could serve as a basis for meaningful progress and would allow the GG to reach concrete and substantial results by the 2026 review conference, CCW review conference, that echo the essence and the progress of the deliberations within the GG. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have now the next speaker on our list, Libya. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Austrian government and its Ministry of Affairs to take the initiative to discuss this very important international issue. I would like to state the following facts about the use of the autonomous weapon systems. Dear Mr. Chairman, autonomous weapons are considered an illegal and immoral problems that violates the rules of international law and international humanitarian law as well. Second, without human control, decisions to target and or to kill human beings cannot be left to the machine alone, no matter how much said about its sophistication and complications. Third, facts on the ground provide the existence of autonomous weapons and their use in various forms combined by artificial intelligence and logarithms on weapons. They were used in my country, Libya, as was stated in the letter of a group of experts on Libya in document S/222/229 to the Security Council on the 8th of March 2021. And as it has been said earlier, it has been used on the Gaza Strip as well by the Palestinian delegates. Fourth, believing in the complexity of these weapons and these technologies, Libya paid stressed attention to its threat to Security Council and peace before the United Nations General Council in the year 2019, in particular if they are available to non-state actors or groups of outlaw groups or organizations. Fifth, There is an ultimate urgency that forces us all here today to start the discussions on the illegally binding instrument on autonomous weapons and ensure the human control over that every stage of their life cycle. At the end, I would like to stress that the fact if the money that has been spent on these weapons have been spent on other technologies such as food or environment, that would have made our world a better place for the whole humanity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank to the government of Austria.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have the pleasure now to invite Armenia to share their views with us.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to start by thanking the Foreign Ministry of Austria for bringing us together to continue our discussion on this important topic and congratulate our host for the successful organization of this timely conference. I also would like to express our appreciation to distinguished panelists for insightful contributions. Against the backdrop of ever-growing uncertainty and turmoil, these discussions become more pertinent and important. The increased proliferation and use of weapons, including autonomous weapon systems, compel us to develop rules for responsible behavior and accountability. The adoption of the UN General Assembly last year of the first-ever resolution on lethal autonomous weapon systems supported by Armenia is a milestone achievement in our joint efforts to address various important aspects related to the use of such weapons. In our not very distant past, we were heavily affected by the unprecedented use of autonomous weapon systems, particularly UAVs, loitering munitions, and other types of modern weapons, targeting not only military installations but also civilian infrastructure and even cultural heritage sites. The indiscriminate nature of these attacks took a heavy toll on human lives and inflicted profound suffering on innocent civilians. The use of AWS, while intended to minimize casualties and collateral damage, paradoxically amplified the humanitarian crisis and death toll. By removing human agency from the decision-making process, these machines erode accountability and ethical considerations. The absence of clear guidelines and accountability mechanisms only exacerbate the risks posed by these technologies. Having said that, we strongly advocate for the responsible transfer of arms and their components with due diligence to human rights and full respect of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. States that produce cutting-edge technologies and weapons should demonstrate exceptional responsibility and behavior in order to prevent malicious actors from acquiring such weapons. We share the conviction of the urgent need to start working on international legally binding instrument and regulatory mechanisms for addressing the challenges of AWS. It is important and imperative to address the unacceptability and danger of the acquisition of AWS by non-state actors. The proliferation of these technologies beyond the control of responsible state actors possess a great threat to global security and stability. We must work together to develop a comprehensive legal framework, ethical standards, and mechanisms for oversight and accountability. Armenia is ready to actively contribute to this collective endeavor, guided by the principles of full respect for international humanitarian law and human rights law. So this was the abridged version of my statement, Mr. Chair. The full version of it will be distributed, and I thank you.
Thank you so much also for the courtesy that you gave us an abridged version, and we can read the full version then, of course, on the website. So now I would like to invite Norway to take the floor.
Chair, Norway joins others in thanking Austria for arranging this conference. It is welcome to see that it has brought together not only states, but also civil society, international organizations, and other stakeholders to discuss how to address the issue of autonomous weapon systems. It is important to multilateral processes, and it is important to Norway that there is broad engagement with international normative developments. For several years, Norway has been engaged in a group of governmental experts on autonomous weapons under the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. We still hope for progress in this group, and we will continue to engage. In view of its mandate to develop a set of elements of an instrument without prejudging the nature of it, it is clear to us that the recommendations to be made by that group should also be apt for inclusion in a binding instrument. Norway continues strongly to believe in the usefulness of the two-tier approach consisting of a prohibition combined with regulation. For a prohibition to be meaningful, it must, of course, be legally binding. We have therefore taken note of the call of the Secretary General of the United Nations to conclude, by 2026, a legally binding instrument to prohibit lethal autonomous weapons systems that function without human control or oversight and which cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law. International engagement on military use of artificial intelligence, including autonomous weapons, continues to grow. In December, the UN General Assembly took its first action on autonomous weapons. Norway is engaging with its national stakeholders and look forward to making its submission to the UN Secretary General's report on the issue. It is quite clear to Norway that international law, and in particular humanitarian law, already prescribes limits on the employment of autonomous weapons systems. In heeding the call of the Secretary General of the UN, states should come together and urgently make recommendations for an instrument that contributes to establishing how these rules apply to such weapon systems. That is one way forward for establishing which kinds of autonomous weapons would fall within the prohibition and which should be subject to regulation. Norway looks forward to working with states and other stakeholders to move ahead on the issue of autonomous weapons. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And the next one we will hear from Canada.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Canada, I'd like to express thanks to Austria for hosting this timely conference. I'd also like to thank the diverse range of panelists for their perspectives on the important topics at hand, and we share the views of others that this has been a stimulating contribution to the discussions progressing elsewhere relating to the normative framework on laws. Chief among these is the group of governmental experts on laws. Canada was pleased to support Austria's UN First Committee resolution in 2023, given it highlights the GGE on laws as the central and unique forum to address various issues pertaining to laws. We also note the progress the GGE has made over its substantive sessions, and we look forward to continuing to contribute to those important discussions to further build the acquis of material it has generated thus far. We will continue to support the GGE Chair's efforts and commend Ambassador Indenbosch as the work of the GGE progresses under its current mandate and with his able leadership. Indeed, we feel that the GGE's current mandate is clear and forward-leaning as we formulate a set of elements for an instrument without prejudging its nature and other possible measures to address laws. The Chair's structuring of the discussion has allowed for substantive exchanges at the last meeting in March, including on the application of existing IHL, what measures can effectively implement existing IHL, and whether new norms or rules are needed. Canada was also pleased to present a working paper along with Ireland and other countries which underscores the need to address cross-cutting issues like algorithmic bias as it relates specifically to gender. Indeed, issues such as algorithmic bias have also been acknowledged in other GGE working papers such as the draft articles the United States submitted last year, along with Canada and 5 other states. We encourage other states to consider supporting these various working papers. It is indeed encouraging to hear that panels at this conference have flagged very similar issues and concerns in this regard, and we remain committed to making sure that crucial issues such as gender do not fall through the cracks as the range of discussion forums on laws continues to expand. In this respect, we see the UN Secretary General's report on laws, which arises from Austria's UN First Committee resolution, as an opportunity for us and other UN member states to further articulate our positions on the normative framework related to laws. Canada is still in the process of formulating our submission to that report. We once again thank Austria for this opportunity to help advance that effort through the discussions at this conference. In closing, Canada also wishes to acknowledge the important contributions civil society has made and continues to make on this important issue. We support their work and participation in these processes. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement, which will be now followed by Paraguay.
Thank you very much. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of Delegation of Paraguay. First, I want to thank and congratulate the government of Austria and collaborators for hosting this magnificent event to generate discussion on the intersection of technology and ethics directly related to the security of peoples and the future of the upcoming generations. The replacement of the human mind and will by machines means dehumanization and a contradiction itself. There is a red line that we cannot cross. Autonomous weapons arise serious concern, and we must face this issue seriously. Ethical and legal matters must be discussed deeply. Serious concerns arise regarding violation of human rights. There is no time to wait for further evidence. We need to act now. If we do not stop the proliferation of autonomous weapons, existing geopolitical tensions may be exacerbated or new ones may arise. The challenge is complex, but not impossible to overcome. We must work on strengthening regulations internally in our countries and at the international level. We believe that regulations on the control of these weapons it is of utmost importance. Together we can forge a future in that technology works for the well-being of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your concise statement. And now I invite the Republic of the Gambia to share their views with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All other protocols respectfully observed. As part of the international community, the Gambia commits itself for the attainment of an atmosphere that assures dignity for every living being, a healthy and buoyant world. The Gambia attaches great importance to involving in international discussion in defining policies of common interest and to ensuring that the world is safe and provides an equitable level playing field for all. Cooperation between states is a sine qua non for a civilized world. The Gambia intends to be the forefront of multilateral initiative to regularize the use of AWS. In particular, the emphasis on the humanitarian impact and risks of literal autonomous weapon system raises awareness on how urgent and important it is to human security. Any neglect would have catastrophic humanitarian consequences on a global scale. We therefore thank the Austrian government and most profoundly for hosting this conference and to invite states with leading international experts, civil societies and communities to improve the knowledge of humanitarian consequences and risks of AWS and to underscore the urgency of progress on the legal regulation of autonomous weapon system to conform with the international humanitarian law. Rapid progress in new technologies, including AI, pose legal, ethical, and security challenges for the international community. The Gambia will join civilized nations to advocate for an international regulation of AWS that prohibits system where meaningful human control cannot be guaranteed. There is a growing body of literature devoted to the ethical and legal aspect of the use of AI for military purpose, with a dominant focus on the emergences of AWS. After a careful consideration of some, I am convinced beyond doubt that there are different ethical and legal challenges. One notable argument which stands out are whether international humanitarian law in its current form sufficiently covers the challenges. Whatever may be our consideration, issues relating to transparency, security, and intended versus unintended unpredictability and deception should remain within the bounds of international humanitarian law. Therefore, it is relevant to explore in more details the boundaries of aforesaid related concept. It is with such deep concern on ongoing development in AWS that I am eager to see what results will be achieved in this important occasion. I thank you all.
Thank you so much for your statement. And I now call on Croatia to address us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Austrian government for organizing this conference. I'm convinced that we reach some useful conclusions during these last 2 days. However, the first ever UN resolution on lethal autonomous weapon system from last December clearly demonstrates the urgent need for the international community to address the challenges and concerns raised by these weapon systems. Although discussions about laws have been going on for a decade, this resolution could give us additional momentum towards the formalization of those discussions. The resolution recognizes the rapid development of new and emerging technologies and references the serious challenges and concerns that new technological application in the military domain, including those related to artificial intelligence and autonomy in weapon systems, also rise from humanitarian, legal, security, technological, and ethical perspectives. It is clear that the interdisciplinary nature of the problems arising from the use of autonomous weapon systems requires a holistic, inclusive, and comprehensive approach to address the possibility, efforts, opportunities, and challenges of the use of artificial intelligence in the military domain. However, the application of artificial intelligence in weapon systems has the potential to fundamentally change armed conflicts and therefore raises serious concerns and questions. We must not stop pointing out that international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law, applies fully to all weapon systems, including autonomous weapon systems, and that states remain responsible and accountable for their development and use in armed conflict. We welcome the work by the group of governmental experts on laws and emphasize that it is important for the GGE to continue its efforts based on a solid mandate to enable progress, as the CCW is the relevant international forum in this regard, and we expect it to deliver results. The final outcome of our joint efforts must reflect the necessity of compliance with international law, especially international humanitarian law, taking into account relevant ethical considerations. It is important that human beings must control the lethal autonomous weapon systems they use and remain accountable for decisions about the use of force. In this context, we support the so-called two-tier approach to weapon systems in laws area, and in this regard, we will remain committed to strengthening the mandate of the GGE on laws. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. And now I give the floor to Mauritania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of Austria for hosting and organizing this important conference, but especially for hosting us coming from New York to discuss a critical and pressing question, namely the challenge of regulating autonomous weapon systems. Mauritania is deeply concerned over the rapid development of new and emerging technologies in the military fields, including autonomous weapon systems, which will and has already critical consequences on civilians in conflicts and on humanity as a whole. The unfolding genocidal war in Gaza is an example. Autonomous weapon systems have also negative consequences and impact on global security, regional and international stability. That's why we were in full support of the resolution on lethal autonomous weapon systems presented by Austria and adopted by the UNGA last December. In this regard, Mauritania strongly advocates for the immediate and strict application of international law and international humanitarian law. In addition, and from an ethical standpoint, we do think that our ultimate goal should be the eradication of such weapons to save humanity from extinction. Indeed, this goal might seem unrealistic for many reasons. Yet, regulating these weapons through a legally binding instruments remains the most reasonable and realistic goal. To conclude, we have greatly benefited from the insightful interventions of member states, panelists, and keynote speakers in these 2 days. Your contributions have enriched our deliberations and will undoubtedly shape our future discussions in New York. We look forward to continuing this productive dialogue as we strive to reframe and regulate this pressing issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. And I now call on Article 36.
Thank you, Chair. We are now at a point in the international policy conversation on autonomy in weapon systems where there is a broad understanding of what autonomous weapon systems are. We know what the scope of regulation should be. We also have broad agreement about what that regulation needs to look like, a structure of prohibitions and positive obligations. And we know there is broad support in the international community for action. A majority of the world's countries have spoken in favor of a legally binding instrument. A treaty to prohibit and regulate autonomy in weapon systems is urgent and it is possible. We know what we need to do. States that are willing must now take concrete steps towards starting negotiations in a forum that is inclusive and where progress cannot be blocked by a highly militarized minority. In the current polarized international environment, it is vital that countries come together across regions and alignments and build partnerships to address this issue where there is much agreement and where the way forward is clear. This conference has been a crucial step. If we do not act together to set legal rules on autonomous weapon systems, norms of behavior will still be set by the practice of countries using those systems. We must not leave norm setting to these states alone or to their veto. If we do, we risk a race to the bottom with devastating consequences for peace and security and for civilians. We must assert the value of developing international law as a means to shape and constrain behavior. Reports from Gaza on Israel's use of AI-powered target suggestion systems are already showing us how the quest for speed, the erosion of meaningful human control, and the reduction of people to data points can contribute to devastation for civilians. These developments in military AI more broadly highlight the urgency of enshrining meaningful human control in international law and of regulating autonomous weapon systems in particular now, as do developments in other conflicts. Lastly, we would like to invite states that have voiced general concerns on ethics, as well as on key issues such as bias, to recognize that it is autonomous weapon systems targeting people that raise the most fundamental ethical issues, and that by including a specific prohibition on systems targeting people, we can draw a key line against dehumanization and for civilian protection that many states already recognize in their policies and practices on weapon systems. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And now I give the floor to the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom.
Thank you so much, Chair. We also thank the government of Austria for organizing this conference. I'm honored to give the statement on the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the oldest feminist peace organization in the world. We believe that autonomous weapon systems are not just material technologies. They also need to be understood within the wider context of power, violence, and militarism. To comprehensively address the risks and challenges posed by the possible development and deployment of these weapons, we need to think about how they are positioned within militarism more broadly. The sorting and categorizing of people makes an intersectional perspective important. This is a perspective that considers the experience of people based on race, class, gender, social orientation, and analyzes the ways in which these social categorization results in overlapping and independent oppressions and discrimination. Autonomous weapon systems programmed with algorithms to determine targets will inevitably be used to cause harm to people on the basis of their identities and locations. Autonomous weapons should also be considered in the context of the pursuit of full spectral dominance. The idea of a state can have full awareness and control over individuals anywhere in the world at any time shows that this is dominance through violence and is inscribed both within autonomous weapon technology and within the framework and thought and policy that is leading to their development and potential deployment. Given the patriarchal world which we are living in today, autonomous weapon systems will exacerbate the discriminatory gender norms and can be used to commit acts of gender-based violence. It is important to understand that patriarchy, racism, and other structural inequalities can be reproduced within these systems of fully autonomous weapons. And while we work to prevent the development of autonomous weapon systems, we also need to stand against those who seek to develop them and the cultures of social ordering and othering that are contributing to and that are also creating an environment for these systems to perpetuate. All of this is essential for the pursuit not just of disarmament or demilitarization, but to peace and justice more broadly. To be effective, we need to look beyond the killer robot itself and turn our eyes and our efforts against the systems of oppression and domination that seek its construction. We need to move money from war to peace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I now invite Amnesty International to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Much of this debate has focused on the use of autonomous weapon systems by the military in conflict settings under the framework of IHL. However, there is a well-trodden path from the battlefield to domestic policing. Equipment developed for military use has often been repurposed for use in law enforcement. As Amnesty International's submission to the UN Secretary-General makes clear, the use of autonomous weapon systems for law enforcement would fundamentally challenge compliance with international human rights law and standards on the use of force. Future dangers are already looming. Many police forces have developed large-scale databases linking biometric data to other personal data, including criminal justice system records. It would be a short step for law enforcement to feed this data into autonomous weapon systems in order to target criminal suspects. The use of biometric markers to identify targets carries enormous risks. Facial recognition can lead to profiling on ethnicity, race, national origin, gender, and other characteristics, which are often the basis for unlawful discrimination. Law enforcement, particularly in relation to the use of force, must rely on nuanced human judgment. International human rights law is premised on human agency and human dignity. It's more urgent than ever to clarify and strengthen existing international humanitarian and human rights law as it relates to growing autonomy in weapons system. This must be done through the creation of a legally binding instrument which prohibits certain types of autonomous weapon systems and regulates others. Such a legally binding instrument must prohibit systems which are designed to be triggered by the presence of humans or that use human characteristics for target profiles, as well as systems that cannot be used without meaningful human control. The establishment of this new law would rightly rule out the use of autonomous weapon systems in law enforcement. Thank you to the Government of Austria for your leadership and for convening this gathering at the Crossroads. We call on all those here to take further, bold steps for the benefit of humanity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. And I invite now ENCODE Justice to deliver theirs.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As the largest international youth organization fighting for human rights accountability under AI, ENCODE Justice is acutely aware of the urgent need to address the proliferation of autonomous weapon systems. Recent conflicts have shattered youth confidence in international governance, with widespread disillusionment over the continuous disregard for human rights and international law. The international community needs to demonstrate its ability to coalesce around preserving our common humanity, not only to save our future, but to sustain our present. The introduction of autonomous weapons threatens to exacerbate existing marginalization and discrimination against vulnerable youth. ENCODE Justice urgently calls upon the global community to recognize the profound humanity of all victims and take decisive action to ban autonomous weapon systems that cannot be used with meaningful human control and those that target humans. Member states must seize this pivotal moment to ensure these harmful trends are not perpetuated unchecked by supporting a legally binding treaty on autonomous weapon systems. Global institutions must do everything they can to advocate for justice and uphold ethical standards, including the imperative of meaningful human control over autonomous weapons at every stage. Failure to act swiftly and take decisive action risks endangering our collective future and the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. And now the floor goes to Sokol Gakai.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. I speak on behalf of Soka Gakkai International, a member organization of Stop Killer Robots. As an NGO working to promote peace, culture, and education based on Buddhist principles, we believe in human dignity and hold that life and death decisions should never be delegated to machines. We applaud the leadership of the government of Austria for organizing this international conference and convening diverse international contributors to further our collective goal for meaningful international regulation of oaths. With these technological advances now faster and more accessible than ever before, it is imperative that alongside celebrating the positive impact of such innovations, we immediately confront the deep fragilities they reveal in our human systems. Technological advances may expand the realm of what we can do, what is possible, but this cannot be allowed to obscure or obviate a painful reckoning with the question of what we should do, what is right and what is wrong. As individuals and governments, we cannot avoid these questions, and grappling with them is essential to our humanity. We see autonomous weapon systems as part of a wider warring issue of digital dehumanization that reduces human beings to data points and products to monetize. If allowed to continue, we see serious risks across all spheres of civil life, including law enforcement, border control, jobs, education, housing, and healthcare. Fundamentally, unfettered AI technology development will only exacerbate our pre-existing human challenges of intersectional inequity, codified through algorithmic bias, therefore eroding human rights, particularly for the most marginalized and vulnerable. Today, we find ourselves at the crossroads. We must decide how we want to use technology advancement, and our joint conclusion can only be that it is for the sake of the advancement of a collective humanity. This requires us to first reject any potential outcome where any decisions of life and death are left to machines, and from there, build an international framework that safeguards meaningful human autonomy. We therefore join a growing number of stakeholders in calling for an international treaty to prohibit and regulate autonomy in weapon systems, to safeguard the rights and the dignities of humanity in the face of rapidly advancing technological change. We thank you.
I thank you, and I really want to thank all 61 speakers that we have heard. I want also to apologize to those who have registered, but due to the shortage of time, didn't get a chance to share their views orally here in the room. But as you know, we are very grateful when you post your statements, whether it was held here or not, on the website. So with this, I would like to conclude this part of the conference, the statements. But now, of course, a very important part will immediately follow, which is, of course, the closing session. And with this, I would like to ask Alexander to come up and share with us the summary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Heinold, dear Thomas. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, let me also add my thanks for your amazing cooperation in helping us with the time management, and I'm particularly grateful that at the end of the meeting we also had the chance to hear more statements from civil society. I would like to present the chair's summary of this conference. The conference Humanity at the Crossroads, Autonomous Weapon Systems and the Challenges of Regulation convened in Vienna, Austria on 29 and 30 April 2024, gathered states, the UN, representatives, international and regional organizations, academia, industry, parliamentarians, and civil society to discuss the implications of and challenges related to autonomous weapon systems, as well as possible avenues to address them. More than 1,000 participants, including from 144 states, attended the conference. The conference provided for a rich exchange of views through high-level political panels, expert discussions, and statements delivered by states and other stakeholders. The following points represent exclusively the conference chair's summary and are presented without prejudice to the positions of states and other stakeholders, and statements delivered by states and other stakeholders during the conference are available or will be available at the conference website. And this summary is also being made available at the website right now. So autonomous weapon systems which once activated select targets and apply force without further human intervention raise concerns from legal, ethical and security perspectives. Fundamental challenges relate to the nature of human control, accountability and the overall compatibility of such systems with international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. They raise ethical concerns regarding the dignity of the person and face moral demands from the principles of humanity and the requirements of public conscience. AWS also present global risks to peace and security, including risks of proliferation also to non-state armed groups. Autonomous weapon systems that promise the advantage of speed may not allow for meaningful human control and risk destabilizing international security. A dangerous autonomy arms race looms. These risks concern all states and all parts of society and have disproportionate effects on those most vulnerable. New technologies hold great promise for the advantage of human welfare. It must empower people and not dehumanize them. How we regulate against harms from technology has a bearing also on our ability to reap the benefits of such technologies. Human control must prevail in the use of force. The delegation to machines of decisions over choice of targets and life and death is an issue that concerns all of us. It profoundly challenges our global social contract and the UN Charter. The need to address AWS is demonstrated by the ongoing and valuable discussions in the GGE established in the framework of the CCW, the regional conferences on AWS organized by Costa Rica, Luxembourg, Trinidad and Tobago, the Philippines and Sierra Leone, as well as related processes to the broader issue of AI in the military domain. There is strong convergence that AWS that cannot be used in accordance with international law or that are ethically unacceptable should be explicitly prohibited. All other AWS should be appropriately regulated. That's the so-called two-tier approach. The UN Secretary General and the President of the International Committee of the Red Cross have emphasized the urgency of negotiating and adopting an international legal instrument to set clear prohibitions and restrictions on autonomous weapon systems and to conclude negotiations by 2026. The preventive window for such action is closing, and many states and other stakeholders have supported this call. The following points emerged from the panel discussions, which the conference chair considers to be of central importance for future prohibitions and regulations to comprehensively address autonomous weapon systems. 1. The rules of international law and international human rights law are addressed to people, individually and collectively. Accountability is central to legal systems and cannot be transferred to machines. Effective governance is necessary to avoid the accountability gap. 2, the informed moral engagement of human decision makers is the basis of our legal frameworks governing the use of force. It is what makes people responsible and accountable for the outcomes that occur. 3, legal judgments regarding the use of AWS require sufficient understanding of both the weapon systems, the conditions in the context where they may be used, and their predicted outcomes. Systems that cannot be adequately understood or limited to a specific context cannot be subject to human control, and so would not be compatible with legal use and accountability. The seriousness of risks regarding AWS require us to clarify the application of existing legal rules and to establish clear prohibitions and regulations to preserve the human element in the use of force. AWS raised concerns in relation to international human rights law, human dignity, and fundamental ethical principles, and ethics should be a force that drives our response. Ethics have been the main engine in the creation and development of law with regards to the conduct of war. I've lost the numbering. Next, targeting people is a most pressing ethical issue. Furthermore, AWS that would function by distinguishing certain groups of people from others would be liable to problems of bias in the datasets and algorithms that they are built on. Next, such problems of bias reflect societal structures and can disproportionately affect already marginalized groups and lead to grievous error. Increasing levels of autonomy in weapon systems also raise serious challenges with regard to international peace and security. Distance and dehumanization, the risks of lowering the political threshold to use force, as well as escalation risks, including by machine-to-machine interaction, raise further concerns. AWS may present challenges about attributing responsibility for attacks, and further proliferation of AWS to non-state armed groups and other violent actors may escalate security risks in armed conflict as well as in law enforcement. In the civil space, countries and regions have developed new legal and regulatory regimes to address concerns that autonomous decisions that harm people without recourse to a human explanation threaten to undermine human dignity. The Martens Clause in international humanitarian law recognizes that the law can develop in relation to societal concerns and the dictates of public conscience, and is thus of particular relevance to the autonomous weapons issue. Artificial intelligence has the potential to fundamentally change our relationship with technology for good or for bad. And the challenges of autonomous weapon systems is also an opportunity through their regulation to establish shared norms and guardrails for the role of AI in society in order to prevent the most negative outcomes. We have a responsibility to act and to put in place the rules that we need to protect humanity. These points underline the crucial moment we find ourselves in. Humanity at the Crossroads is the title of this conference. This is our generation's Oppenheimer moment, where geopolitical tensions threaten to lead major scientific breakthrough down a very dangerous path for the future of humanity. We must heed the warning of experts to show the political leadership and foresight that this challenge demands of us. The fact that the international situation is difficult does not absolve us from the political responsibility to address the challenges of autonomous weapon systems. This requires us to build partnerships across states and regional bodies, the UN entities, international organizations, civil society, academia, the tech sector, and industry. Dear colleagues, Austria will submit this summary to the UN Secretary General for consideration for the report mandated by the 2023 UNGA resolution, Lethal Autonomous Weapon Systems. We urge all states and stakeholders to make use of the opportunity provided by that resolution and to submit their views to the UN Secretary General. We encourage all states and stakeholders to consider the points included in this summary for inclusion in their submissions and views to the Secretary General. We also invite states to associate themselves with this summary. This chair summary affirms our strong commitment to work with urgency and with all stakeholders, with all interested stakeholders, for an international legal instrument to regulate autonomous weapon systems. That concludes the chair summary. Dear colleagues, as I said, this summary is being posted at the website as we speak. And this also brings this two-day meeting to a close. I wanted to thank, on behalf of the Austrian government, all of you for being here. We were really impressed by the response to our invitation and are extremely grateful to all of you who have come, specifically those who have come from afar. And of course, wishing all of you who have come from afar safe travels back home. I want to finally thank my fantastic team that has worked extremely hard now for quite a long time to make this meeting possible. And please give them a hand. I thank you so much, and with this, this conference comes to a close. Safe travels home. Thank you very much.